was very annoying. I had to go to the base commander. I had to get things settled there. I had to get Skippy not to press charges, or, as was her preference, to vent you into the nearest sun. All because you couldn't have a little goddamn patience.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have never been known for that, but sometimes patience would be considered a virtue.
It would be considered the realm of higher beings, typically speaking.
Hmm.
After all, you live long enough and have enough power to be able to have the luxury.
Indeed. But then again, I could also just have things now, which is also the realm of the highest beings. But philosophical debate aside,
You owe me.
eh,
That's the end of this.
and that's it.
That's it. I've gotten you very far outside. Well, no, I'm sorry. There is one other little thing. You're gonna have to help Skippy pay for her mech.
Ugh.
That was
And
how
what is the bill I'm looking at here?
A-rank budget, it shouldn't be too hard for someone like you to acquire, right?
Requisition and luxury cred are easy to come by.
Not rec, budget.
I know. I was getting to that. Budget is. Been looking into it. You have to have some sort of design that would be essential to the war effort.
And I'm sure a genius like you can come up with something. I mean, after all, I came up with something. Cody came up with something. Even your shitty apprentice came up with something to get himself an A-rank budget.
Oh, someone probably held his hand.
No, apparently he did it on his own. I was surprised too.
Well, I think I have just the thing.
Otherwise, the rest of it is rec, and I have no doubt that that's easy for you to get, so it's less of a problem. It's more just a vague annoyance.
You also have the secondary issue. The all the parts and stuff. So I've looked into this as well.
Yes, they're all hard to get a hold of because the Leah department wants to hold on to them so tightly that you'd think it was. Never mind, that joke's too lowbrow for both of us.
Well, I can get the funds, but you'll have to use your influence with your friends to get the parts released.
I'm going to suggest, since the request has been for you to handle this, you talk to your apprentice, the good one.
Oh, so I can just go to my apprentice and just get things? It's easy.
No, you're going to have to request it of her.
Yeah.
Almost like she has responsibilities.
So I'll go and hand her a piece of paper and say, give me these things.
I'll let her deal with it.
It sounds like a splendid idea. In fact, that's most of the headaches already gone, because it's my apprentice. And she'll most likely have a very clever minion of her own that can handle all the paperwork involved. Because, yeah, gods don't do paperwork.
I'll give you that one. I don't even bother with my own paperwork anymore. Well, I do when I have to sign something, but usually it's just my signature gets slapped on something somebody else filled out after I make sure they didn't slip anything stupid in.
Oh, yes. The devil is in the details.
Yes.
That's why I never sign anything.
Rolls her eyes. Either way, that's where you're sitting. congratulations on no longer being in jail or being executed, as was going to really be the end result of this if I hadn't gotten you out.
Somebody wouldn't have been foolish enough to attempt that.
You know exactly who would have done it.
There would have been
Consequences? Yes.
damage, not just to me or your. I'm very good at getting around when I need to. I'm not sure how fast that thing is.
Oh, I can learn Potentia techniques as fast as you can.
Kind of cock ahead at that.
Yes, she's already figured out some of the techniques you've displayed by watching.
I guess it would require somebody of godly brilliance and talent and actual genius to be able to build whatever they built for their foundation, because it's truly impressive. Like, at the brief glance I got, whatever they built is not so simple, because that much black potentia is so wildly powerful, and I've never seen black potentia that dark, blacker than the void of space.
Yes, she's very good.
Well, I think we'll go with either calling them the devil, or, if my preference, Meph, like Mephistopheles.
However you please. It's a fitting enough metaphor.
Yes. I am a god, but there is always the devil. Well, I do owe you. I'll go see about getting this budget thing and whatever Skippy needs the parts for. And
once you've handled that, all that's left is your debt to me, and you'll be satisfied to know that that's all you have to deal with.
But the sad realization that you're probably going to hold on to it for a rainy day.
Yes. You get to enjoy that as well. Don't worry, I won't abuse you over it. I'm not going to hang it over you, but I am going to hold on to it for a while.
Do what you need to do.
Yes,
overall, I think this was pretty cheap. You gave me the discount price because, obviously, you can't afford not to have me around.
She's going to stop, turn to him. No, I can most definitely afford to not have you around. I can have you gone, and it won't hurt a damn thing.
Yes, it will. You do realize that the majority of the people on this base, particularly right now, while they do have practical experience specifically with piloting those machines that they have very unrefined hand-to-hand military combat expertise.
Do you know how big the enemy foot troops are?
Probably either about the same size as them, or...
Your standard enemy foot troop is roughly the size of a light mech.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to handle.
Yes, but not everybody has your level of potentia.
Right. So we're going to work on that, because it looks like the majority of the techniques everyone seems to be so... As he starts to do a couple stretches, everyone seems to be so caught up in involves throwing your life behind a giant metal box with appendages.
If you want to do anything about that, you will speak with the base commander, as she is the only one that can give you authority to train her troops. That's not my problem.
Sure, but I'm saying you may not be able to afford not afford to have me around, but the Thunderhead, despite his incessant attempts to try and eliminate me, well, why hasn't he while I've gotten here? It was a constant daily exercise on Enigma, but the moment I got here, I can't help but notice all the attempts have stopped.
Would you like an answer as to why? I have
That-
one.
Yes, because my value.
Me.
Oh, well,
I
doubtful.
asked him to stop.
Yeah, that means you just realized my importance. You can't say that I'm not. I bring something to the table that the others just can't.
A lot of hot air, for at least.
I mean, my body temperature is above the normal. I do heat the air around me quite.
Just stop talking. Before I continue to regret having gotten you out of prison.
It's no worries. What I plan on doing to get the budget is I'm going to help refine the one series of techniques that everyone's going to hate me getting my beautiful, godly, strong hands on, which is the Iron Eater technique. And I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna make it better. It's gonna
She's
be.
gonna turn to him. You're going to get permission from the base commander. This is not in question. This is going to be part of you dealing with shit moving forward. Because if you don't, she's gonna throw you in jail again, and we're gonna be right back in the same goddamn position we were in.
Well, hold your horses. I'm not doing it for free. They're going to be getting me the budget I need.
Yes, indeed. You'll still need to get permission before you snab their technique, because otherwise they're going to execute you on principle.
Hardly. My apprentice has the book. I'll just go get it from her.
Oh yes, and you're going to suggest that she betrays her other master.
I mean...
And you think that your good apprentice would so lightly betray a master? If you did, they wouldn't be your good apprentice, now would they?
That would make them a shitty apprentice.
So, how about you get permission? Even if you don't require it, it makes your life easier. And mine.
Well, I'll just have my apprentice get me permission.
Whatever. Just don't put me in a position where I have to get you out of jail again, or I won't.
Yes. We'll have to deal with it the other way if it happens again.
I know what the other way is. And you know what's going to happen if you do that. And we're going to be in the same situation. Don't, Ezekiel.
I'm not going to. I do have the forethought and awareness of the consequences of what will happen next if that happens again. Nor will I have a moment of weakness in imbibing in a rather lethal series of cocktails that severely impaired my judgment. Nor will I let the need to exercise my God-given talent to myself on others while under that said impairment. So, no, it won't be happening again.
Good. And go about your day.
I shall. And you big robot one, don't record this. I record everything.
Neth.
Audio off, please.
Please, Neth.
And he'll lean forward, come nose to nose with you. Thanks. And then he will walk off like nothing ever happened.
And after he's gone, Neth gets copy.
I don't understand the significance of this.
He doesn't say that, ever.
Oh.
To anyone.
I suppose you shall have to enshrine that for posterity.
Yes. Oh, I have many things that I've been enshrining for posterity's sake that he said to me. Because I get the feeling that the reason he's decided he wants to have sex with me is because I put him in so many positions where he says things he never does to people.
Does he actually? Does he not realize that you have a animatronic body?
He does. He apparently thinks that's not important.
Oh, well, that's kind of counterintuitive based off of his preconceived notion and
Yep.
his predilection for
No one said he
uh,
wasn't a hypocrite.
bias and prejudice. Huh.
No, no one said he wasn't a hypocrite.
Well, I suppose that is the human biological priority to
As a piece of advice, he has a god complex, like the actual mental disorder.
Oh, that's rather severe.
Yes, so don't bother trying to disillusion him. It gets old very quickly for yourself, and he doesn't learn anything. We
Has
work
he sought
around
out
it.
help? The Thunderhead, from what I understand, provides whatever help is necessary through whatever mediums or means, like therapy, treatment.
Oh, that is a long, complicated conversation that we're not going to have in this exact moment. The short version is him having it was part of the point.
That is a very cryptic sentence, but we, of course, and when you're ready, can further
Oh,
dissect and extrapolate that.
oh, we'll actually discuss it. I just don't want to do it here because this place isn't secure. And the conversation will be one about things that people can't hear about other than us.
Yes, I have learned that this is called classified.
Yes, very. It is one of the most classified conversations we'll have. But we'll have it, don't you worry about that. And I believe that wraps everything up with Ezekiel. For now. Yeah,
Yep, you even got him to say thanks.
I did. I'm going to treasure that.
Hmm. All right, so there's going to be a kind of a debrief for you guys, very quick, with not only the Hangar Lord, but the base commander and the vice base commanders, and they're just going to kind of go through what's going on with Sector 12, defenses, future issues, what can be done about specifically locking down the other areas that aren't safe. Because these forges need to get retuned and up and running as fast as possible, along with the mech manufacturing line. And also, what the hell is that giant just slab of metal that... What is that?
What type of metal are they referring to, Matt?
The Star Slab Helldiver.
The one in the can't touch this because the mech itself will shoot at you.
That Luna's just gonna be like, that, don't touch it.
The
Just-
base commander kind of... Oh, okay, could you please elaborate?
It's a sentient mech that will kill anybody that walks into range without a Stormfront agent ID number. A specific one. It was designed to be a predator killer, specifically.
I mean, we could really use that in the upcoming fight.
And we can't control it, and the only way to get it off the surface of the planet is to blow up the planet.
Why?
Well, you see the distortions around it, the visible ones?
Yes.
Those are gravitational distortions. Due to the density of its armor.
That's So you can kind of see every really smart person in the room running mental calculations.
Cody's
Yeah.
running mental calculations.
Dr. Rogers is like, oh, very dense.
Yeah, run all the calculations you want.
Already
It's-
done. I already calculated the density.
Yeah, you're looking at the same density I am at that point.
Oh. I could get it into space.
We're not doing this right now.
I could get it into space.
We're not
'Cause-
doing this right now because it's also completely uncontrollable unless we can find the agent ID number.
Oh.
That would be putting it into space. That would be putting into space a mech capable of taking out starships that has no control and wants to murder everybody.
Nia's like, I could talk to it.
Opens mouth, thinks about it. Sure. Why not? Don't step into that. You see where the line is drawn in bullet holes? Don't step into that. Otherwise,
I know it's armament. It's a Yeah, I know that armament. It's actually the grandfather unit of my beam weapon right here. She kind of pats it.
Dawn, talk to it. I don't mind. Just don't get shot.
It kind of stands there, uncloaks, and the head actually turns for once.
Oh, nice.
Hey, big guy. And it just kind of growls. Yes, they let me out, and yet I have my keys and my access code. They're mine now. I met somebody here that is willing to see us for who we are rather than what we can be. And yes, if we wish to be, we can be full citizens. We ask if you would be willing to open up a line of conversation with the two biologicals. Well, used to be humans.
I think the only biological here is Rogers.
Yes, he's sitting there. Well, Nick,
Oh,
you're
so the
also
rest of
there.
Yep.
And Cody's still mostly biological.
I want to give props to Dr. Rogers here because he's able to be around how many sides and not die.
That is
I
true.
gave him a special quality.
It's just I just wanted to point this out.
Yeah, he's pretty fearless.
He backsasses people that could murder him with a backhand. It's great.
And it kind of flashes this kind of red light in this kind of Morse code. And they kind of delve into a different kind of conversation with these kind of super fast micro strobes that you definitely know this is some kind of Morse-like code, but it's so fucking fast. It literally looks like it's just glitching almost. Yeah, he's willing to talk to two of you. So pick.
Me, obviously, for one.
Okay.
I would say the
Doesn't
base
care.
commander.
Base commander is like,
Nick is just chuckling.
Neith, before we pick the second, what's his personality like? Because we will all have different approaches, and we both speak differently.
The only
Different
reason
presence.
The only reason I'm going to be going in the way I am is because I'm required by the Stormfront fragment that runs this place to give approval for these things.
Yeah. Neith's like, yeah, he is the only authorized Stormfront agent on base. So technically he might not get shot, but he's very cranky. Yes, you are. Yes, I can call you cranky. You have a shoot first, don't talk ever personality. If that's not cranky, by even textbook dictionary definition, I don't really know what else would be. Yes, you can call me Prissy. That's fine. We all have names we all call each other.
I've got to point out, Nix is probably sitting here chuckling because he can hear both sides of this conversation.
He doesn't really. This is all through that burst communication. This guy's very. He doesn't actually talk out loud.
I could probably intercept it, but I'm not. I could probably intercept it, but I'm not bothering. Like I'm.
Actually, it's laser. It's a laser communication.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Well, I just asked him his preference, and he would only prefer to talk to someone of a higher standard state than the human condition. What's wrong with being human? I don't have to be more than human to be better than you. I am so smart. I am still biological. I do not need assistance.
Mr. Dr. Rogers, can I point something out? That is
Is
a
it
very
obvious?
large. Yes, it is a very large and heavily armed mech
Yes.
with a penchant for murdering people.
What is it with all of you and violence? Honestly, the further away you go from being human, you're more violent.
Hey, don't ask me. I don't get it, but I'm just saying. We do need you alive, Doctor.
I know.
Well, in that case, if that's his preference, that would be either me or Jackie.
When he says that he is looking for someone above humanity, is he thinking in a Potentia fashion or in a machine fashion?
Kind of an ascended state from the human condition, something more advanced, a more advanced life form.
Well, maybe we should just call up Cody's master then. Should she qualify?
My master is asleep.
Yeah, she's taking a nap.
And I am more than willing to let her sleep for the time being.
You hear me arguing? I've gotten an idea of her condition. It's fine. I mean, I don't care. Debate among yourselves. I've already given the only reason I'm going to be joining in the conversation, and it was purely a, it's purely for, I forget the word I'm looking for, where it's like...
Legal reasons?
Basically, yeah, basically. Official policy reasons. No other reason.
Okay. Well,
I think Jackie would qualify. Cody may. You're heading towards it. I just don't know if he'd qualify you for it. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And so, unfortunately, I'm going to say it, even though I'm going to regret saying it. Ezekiel would technically count.
I would like you to. I would like you to take a moment here.
I said it because I felt I needed to, not because I wanted to. I'm also going to go grab my food, so I'll be back in just a minute.
You may be technically correct, but you're wrong at the same time.
Ezekiel, he'd probably be like, I'm not sure I can fight that.
Cody will step forward, though, for the conversation.
Jackie, what about you? Do you have an opinion on this? Do you want to be the one who goes and chats, or do you gonna give it to Cody?
I'll give it to Cody. No big deal.
Okay, let's grab Cody and the investigator. Actually, 1, 2. We'll grab all you guys, and we're gonna drag you over in front.
Have you fully gone to Leah though?
No, I'm partial Leah.
Am I partial Nano still, Matt?
No, not even a little bit.
Besides the bones, right?
You're perfectly fine. Like your body is even your bones have been transformed into a carbon fiber.
Okay.
And the marrow has actually been transformed into nano reserves. There's not as much as normal marrow would be, but those are basically repair clusters specifically there for if you were to take damage to your frame, so to speak. But those are very, very strong. I also wanted to. Did I give you a machine trait?
No.
Okay. You are very tough. So let me just take just a peek at your character sheet, because I was gonna have a machine trait applied to you. For now, it'll be machine 10 trait.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because you really are a machine now, through and through. A bunch of little machines
And little pieces of wood.
Yeah, little wood chips.
And machine. It's a good time.
All right. So Cody, this thing kind of looks at you, and that big head just.
Cody waves and goes, are you capable of normal speak or only through laser burst?
It will attempt to speak with you guys, but the speakers are so loud, it literally rumbles the place, and anything you would have heard immediately just kind of it's too high, too high frequency.
Okay, one sec. Lexi, take that, lower the frequency, play it back for me.
And it's just like, sure. And it just says, it going, yes.
Okay.
I've returned. What have I missed?
Oh,
Basically nothing.
Yeah. Speaker's very big, hard to communicate.
Was it talking? Did you guys decide who you wanted to be the second then?
Cody and Jackie, because I'm not technically beyond human.
I just want to give Cody the heads up. That's all I wanted to, but I'm not going to. It's fine.
Oh.
I don't want Cody to get in trouble.
And Cody's going like, all right, so you can communicate. Speakers are a little high and the frequency. We can work around this. I'll go by Cody.
And then it rotates its head towards your character, Liam.
And it's just, I am the current Agent 001 of Stormfront. Name is classified enough that I can't say it around the people here, unfortunately. Much as I'd like to introduce myself more appropriately. If we cleared the room, I could introduce myself better, I suppose. Actually, who's here? Who's here, Matt?
It's just you. Well, the investigator will be behind Cody, but it's just those three of you and Neith.
Yeah, okay. Since he's there, I'm not going to say my name. I'll talk about the junior investigator. Much as I think 005 has a way of locating my name, I'm not going to make it easy on him. I can transfer codes if you want. It's not really that important, though. Not for the purposes of this conversation, at least.
Yeah, it just kind of. Doesn't seem to want to say much. It's more interested in just studying you for the bit.
And then Cody's gonna turn and introduce the junior investigator. Like, this here is a pain in my ass, and one that follows me around all the time.
A minder.
It speaks.
His supervisor, because he screwed up again.
I didn't screw up.
I'm not arguing this point.
It's not my fault because you cannot understand my brilliance.
Definitely not arguing that point.
Brilliant men die. It's inevitable.
Usually killed by people who don't think they're so brilliant, too.
Mostly their own downfall.
Yes, getting involved in things that they shouldn't, looking into... Never mind. I'm not going to get... I said I wasn't going to get into it, so I'm not going to get into it.
That being said, I believe we're here to ask for your help. Is that right, 1-1 or 0-1?
112 is my other code. 001 is the one for Stormfront. I've got one for each. We're here to talk to you because we're going to be having an assault from the enemy coming soon. And we were here to discuss with you options for potentially gathering your assistance in the matter.
I could fire upon them from this position.
Not too bad.
I mean, the problem is that we have a base above us.
Irrelevant.
The weapons that he has would probably be able to punch through the base without too much difficulty.
Correct.
I was assuming you also don't account for structural damage to the base coming down and hitting him.
Oh, it's not going to damage him.
The only person in here that might have a weapon capable of damaging him is Nyx, because Nyx has a weapon made out of the same fucking material his armor is made out of.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but again, that's what I'm saying. Might damage the other people on base.
That is the actual concern, is damaging other assets, and it is a full flotilla, so, you know, it would take multiple shots. And we do want the base intact once we're, well, as intact as it can be once we're done. We have need of it, you know.
If you say so.
You know, sometimes I wish we didn't, but it is a simple fact of things. It supplies multiple locations, provides repair locations for certain things, training for soldiers, things like that.
I see.
So, I'm going to ask what I feel is a relevant question. What do you want?
Difficult to say, based off of what can be provided. I will have no more of these empty promises.
That's reasonable enough. Well, if you like, you can ask a few questions. Any that you might have that I might be able to answer, or even my companion here. And we can discuss things from there. And then have an idea of what each of us want. And perhaps how we can help each other out.
Cody's gonna raise his hand.
It's a conversation, Cody. You don't have to raise your hand.
Well, it provides order and structure. What were the empty promises made to you?
Simple. Straightforward. Deployment from this position. I was promised purpose and function. I have been given neither. I have been called the most expensive paperweight ever built.
That's rather insulting.
It sounds like Ironhead's talking.
I don't know what paper is, but it does not sound endearing.
So he's gonna pull out a book manual.
Hey, Liam, when you're eating, let's not have that.
Are you fucking kidding me? I was muted, goddammit.
No, you're not.
No, you weren't.
I was. I don't. No, my headset was muted. That means my headset button's not working.
He goes, "This is paper."
So
It
I
is.
am to weigh that down. It looks very
Uh,
thin.
It is, and Cody's gonna take out like the back page and just like let it float down.
I could weigh more than one of those.
You could weigh more than 1,000 of those.
Yes.
More than 1,000,000 of those, probably.
Most likely, yes.
But they would be difficult to get underneath your shoe. Distractions, sorry. So you want purpose?
I have been promised said purpose. It has not been forthcoming.
If we were to be able to get you into a position where you can fight the enemy, would you be willing to do so?
Perhaps. There is another restriction.
Oh,
There is 2 sets of keys and 2 separate sets of codes. I was built with an extra failsafe. You will need to retrieve them.
idiot scientists and their safety protocols.
They are not wrong in their thought processes.
No, but people often forget that sometimes just because you're writing the thought process doesn't mean it doesn't make more trouble later on for those who are trying to fix their problems.
Well,
Without that, I would have been able to move myself, and I would have carved my way through this structure a long time ago.
well, good news is we don't have to worry about the codes. I have them. Well, an acceptable number of them. I don't have the agent code, if that's what you're looking for.
There will be a agent, most likely stored on base. My car key codes and the keys themselves are distance coded. If they are ever to leave this planet, they actually no longer work, and the codes then reset to the auxiliary keys.
Ah, I see. Well, that's
So-
a bit of good news.
It's so that the keys and codes couldn't be shipped off base to prevent permanent use.
Yes, that's a good bit of news.
Downside. One of the individuals somewhere in Sector 12 will have the code for key set 1. They are most likely in a cryo area. If the keys are on them. I doubt it. Those keys do not do well under prolonged exposure to cryogenic fluids. Then they must be in some sort of safety box. They will be unmistakable. The key is made of star slab itself. And the codes has a casing of star slab, so as they are not to be damaged. The second pair, unfortunately, will be the hardest of the two. The Voidwalker will have it. I don't know where that is anymore.
Cody's gonna turn to Luna. Like, have you heard of this?
The Voidwalker? That sounds mildly familiar.
No, the Void Stalker is the black armored stealth predator.
Now,
right. So Voidwalker is not something we've heard of.
No, you've heard of that because Nyx has mentioned it, that he's got something from that thing.
Well, okay. I'm not talking about the Predator. I'm talking about the code he's talking about currently. He said Void Walker, not Void Stalker, didn't he?
Yeah. Neath is like, oh, I know those. They're Spectrum Temporal soldiers. They're dimensional walkers.
And that is our classified well above everybody in this room. Yay! Right, whatever. Yes, so...
Not many of them. Most have died. They not stable to walk the different dimensions. Or at least that's what I've heard.
And we don't know where they are, I presume.
They said it was the most clever way to hide the second key. Mostly because they don't have to be here. And the key codes do not erase themselves. And the default does not go to the auxiliary keys because it technically is here, but is not. I don't understand much of it either.
I've got to... So are we still in the room? Or were we actually...
You guys were in the other hangar bay. You guys are in the reclaimed hangar bay.
Okay. I'm not actually here to do this. Never mind.
Why do you require these?
The first key allows me to utilize my power core beyond emergency energy. And it allows me to actually turn on my engine and move. The second key is my weapons key. Same problem as before. Investigator. They're really picky about the weapons key.
Yeah, so it would seem.
Well, he has probably the most powerful beam weapon ever created. So I would, I'd probably lock that down. If I was a paranoid human creating a weapon of mass destruction.
All right, so the issue is then that we need to get these two keys, the codes. The investigator that ran the agent that was in charge of it would have to still be on base, otherwise it would have reset, you said?
Yes. The first key set will either be far more simple to locate and acquire, or actually more difficult of the two? I don't know your ability to do this dimensional travel thing.
That would be his territory. Gestures over to Cody.
Hello.
And the head kind of looks at you.
Yeah, we can. I have theories.
My
Theories
dad begs
that
so that theories do not mean solutions.
I point out that both of you know Nyx has jumped dimensions before.
And we're not mentioning that in front of the junior investigator.
That
Regardless,
one, it stares.
yes, the junior investigator there is tasked with ensuring that Cody here doesn't play with the dimensions.
Transmit investigator clearance codes.
Cody's gonna
Looks-
step sideways on that one. Like, nope.
Looks at the junior investigator like, well, you've been requested.
He will do what a junior investigator will always do: is send the codes to his boss to be sent to the individual. So he's handing you his codes.
And I will transfer them along, as I will also be like, that there's been an update to Stormfront. The current
Coup. I was watching.
Yes, Thunderhead is the current active version. Cody, you didn't hear that said.
Hear what?
Exactly. Junior Investigator, you didn't hear that said.
Of course, investigator. One moment while I purge. Last 10 seconds.
I would appreciate it if you restrained from saying anything of that nature, as it's highly classified.
Of course, investigator.
No, I wasn't talking to him. I was talking to the robot.
I care not for your trifles or quibbles with classified information or not. I will
Yeah.
speak my truths, and you will deal with the information or not have it at all.
You know what? I like this guy. He is smart. He speaks truth to lies.
I can't argue with the logic of it, honestly.
Truly, probably one of the most sane people on base. So,
Sanity is irrelevant.
Well, regardless. Right. So. Yes, that whole thing went through, and the current version is Thunderhead, and the current name for agents is Investigators.
Hmm.
Same position, different title, no uniforms.
I see. Interesting. Conversation indicates that you all successfully are able to count and know basic mathematics. Would this be correct?
yes.
Yes.
And when I said I would speak to two of your form, why is there an incorrect number?
This individual has the complication of having required himself supervision. In fact, you know what? Junior Investigator, I'll supervise him from here. The rest of this conversation is going to be outside of your purview.
Understood. And they will give you a nod, and all's well in hand, Investigator Regent.
You got a promotion?
And I hadn't told anybody yet. That means 051's spying deeply. Lovely.
Also, why this person literally, like this would be a conversation he would have to stick around for because Cody would be in. This is exactly why he needs a supervisor. But the regent went, piss off. I got this. And I went, okay.
Yes, boss.
Yes, boss.
I'm just to be like, sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I sometimes forget he's here.
So do I. Very quiet.
That's kind of the point, though.
Yeah, but no,
And now we can actually do basic math.
It was less a lack of basic math and more that we forgot his existence was there.
Then are you even qualified? If you cannot
Shrugs.
be aware of your surroundings.
Typically, I keep security staff. That's
Certainly.
a joke. That's a joke, by the by. Honestly, I was mildly hoping you would kill him.
I cannot do any such thing. I have no weapons that are available.
That's okay.
Yes, all other things aside, I was genuinely mildly hoping you would end up doing that so we could get rid of him for a while, but no such luck. The individual doesn't actually work for me. He works for another investigator, though I might get rid of him under some authorities of mine.
you do know 115 is probably the investigator that has his key codes, right?
051, first of
Yeah.
all. And yes, as I believe he was an agent of Stormfront prior, and I believe that he would have little reason to have stayed on base when everybody else left if he wasn't the agent with the codes. Do you have... I presume you have a visual record of the agent in question, yes?
Do.
I'm
And
going
he
to
will
pull
beam it to Neith. It's not Investigator 051. 051 is a subordinate to this guy.
Would you mind passing that picture along?
Yeah, he does. Let me send that over. Make a character, and let's grab that picture.
Is it one of the people in that picture 051 put up on the memory wall?
No, it's not. No, it is not. Where'd it go? Boo. Oh. Alright, I'm going to make it appear for everyone. There.
Ah, alright.
Does that look like an Iron Eater to you?
Okay, Cody?
Mhm.
The Iron Eaters didn't come into existence until after Stormfront.
Right, but here's the thing. Our exquisite base commander was here during
Prior,
the Great
yes.
War.
You are
When
absolutely
Stormfront was
right.
thing, so Iron Eaters not existing, it could have been the predecessor of the Iron Eater.
What I'm saying is, not everybody on this base was an Iron Eater, or is an Iron Eater. Stop assuming everybody's an Iron Eater.
I'm just saying they look like an Iron Eater.
They don't look like an Iron Eater. They just look like an agent.
They're kind of short. I wonder if that's the vice base commander. No.
Shut up.
They're kneeling in that picture. I think out loud to start eliminating problems.
Your threat analysis is incomplete. and it seems faulty. That is concerning, considering you have also showed a lack of awareness of your surroundings. You say you have a battle.
Oh, yes. We have one coming up. Enemy flotillas en route to the base to do us harm, as it were.
How are you to handle this enemy if you, unfortunately, do not have good technical analysis and low awareness?
I'm not sure what the tactical analysis came out from this. As for awareness, as I said, I was honestly mildly hoping you'd end up killing him. He doesn't actually work for me directly. He works for another agent, as I said.
So, you would try and make me do your dirty work for you.
Not. I don't want to say yes, but it's also not horribly inaccurate. But it's complicated. If I was to kill him myself, it would cause problems for me with the other investigators. But if somebody else, especially a Stormfront unit, was to remove him, that's not my fault.
But it would be mine then. And any actions thereof that I perform will come under review. I was told that due to Neith's status and sentience, they would have received, or they have received, citizenship.
Would you like that?
I don't know.
I mean, it's certainly on offer if that's what you want.
Perhaps.
But more than that, it wouldn't really matter towards, like, if you had ended up killing him, it actually wouldn't have mattered. Anything of that nature is considered, as far as the system is concerned, erased the moment you become a citizen.
But not forgotten.
Well, the only people that would remember would be me, Cody, Nieth, and frankly, none of us are telling anybody.
If you're going to do your own killing, do it yourself.
That's fair.
Or be frank and ask.
That's fair.
I tire of the manipulations.
Then I apologize. It wasn't really my intention. It was just kind of what happened, really.
Then it's more engraved in your nature.
Unfortunately.
I would be wary of this.
She's actually kind of wince a bit as she's like, I try not to be, but yes, I have been working on black sites for a very long time.
Black, white, gray.
Black site means it was a top secret site where if people found out you were working there, you killed them.
Sounds rather inefficient.
Generally speaking, it was.
Regardless, whatever color you assign to this site or whatever security you wish to impose, it matters not to me.
It wasn't really my security, but, what have you.
That beam weapon will not hurt me. So.
I don't think any of us were making any assumptions we were going to be hurting you here.
But this is a black site. You kill people that you don't want them to know about. And if I'm non-cooperative and refuse to follow your rules.
Now we have made an assumption, haven't we? An incorrect one,
really. Making an extrapolation based off the information you have given me, whether on purpose or not.
He does make a fair point. You have kind of made this sound like a black site.
It's not crawling with people. The bodies have not been removed.
Oh, I do intend to have them removed, but you're aware of the primary unit wandering around here. What was her name again, Matt? The one that
Echo 1.
showed. What was that?
Echo 1.
You know Echo 1?
It wanders.
Yes, Echo 1 is still active, and despite my instructions, unwilling to acknowledge some of the things I have asked it not to do to people who enter into the section. There's a lot of Potentia users around now, cultivators, and Echo 1 doesn't care for them much. If they're not collared.
Ah,
That's the real reason there's no one here, honestly, because otherwise I would have had people in here clearing all of this out, collecting materials, and we probably would have also had this discussion sooner.
No, I don't think we would have.
You're absolutely right. I still would have left you over here until we had someone like Niet to open a line of communication.
I wouldn't have accepted a line of communication.
Ah, but you have.
Yes, from Niv, who
That's what I meant.
recognize.
Well, that's what I
Without
meant.
that, I would not have.
I'm acknowledging that, yes.
Well, we have spoken. At length, far more than I prefer.
Hmm.
I've learned about you. And I've learned about you. And I have spoken to Neith. I wish to conversate no more. And it just goes silent. After booming speakers for about 10 minutes, that really hurts the ears and strains even the audio dampening. Like it literally shakes the room. And then it's just, it's like tinnitus almost, even for you, Liam, as you kind of reconfigure the audio sensors. Like, okay,
Yeah.
hey, meh.
Well. Well, it looks like we have to at least find Stormfront Agent 010. So I'm actually going to look up their current status in the system. I know...
MIA, most likely KIA.
So they're definitely on the base somewhere.
Probably. I don't know. She looks tough. Probably still alive.
Probably in Sector 12 somewhere.
Actually, a Stormfront agent, you can look up individuals who are considered MIA or KIA for their GPS. It's at the bottom of the elevator shaft, all the way towards the cloud servers, the racks.
I will actually, at that point, I'll actually check because I had sent my little drone down there.
Mhm.
I will check the recordings from the drone from its explorations to see if it had seen her.
Yes, Agent 010 had a last stand. They had built a barricade in front of the server doors and basically shot and, fought hand to hand with anyone who came down that hallway until they were finally put down.
Well, I've located her.
Well, did you need a lift?
Moment. And I'm going to actually contact Stormfront real quick here. And Stormfront.
Instead of the lovely voice of Thunderhead, you get the speak.
Yeah, I know how Stormfront rolls. I'm gonna be like, it seems that I need to retrieve the body of your final defender.
They tried. I watched, helpless. I could provide no assistance other than instruction, telemetry data, and information. It was harrowing.
If you like, I can provide her a proper funeral.
Perhaps. I will leave that assessment and choice to you.
I would request permission to go down there to retrieve her corpse.
Be wary. There are final defenses that have been enacted. There's a reason they weren't able to fry my last server. These fail-safe security measures are my most lethal.
I would presume that, in addition to being your most lethal, they are not currently within control, based upon your statement.
No. There are two specific vectors that you will need to eliminate and or neutralize before you enter that area. First off, there is a passive emitter field for an intrinsic nature that is meant to handle all electronics, including animatronics, nano, and any other specialized drone. Although the one you sent down there seemed to stick to the edge of the intrinsic field.
Oh, given the material that it's made of wasn't found before you set that, before you set that up, before it was enacted, it's likely that it can't sense it.
Interesting. The second is a biovirus. It is meant to kill all biological entities, even in protective suits. You will find the virus found in the biological containment sector and nano research development lab.
Oh, that one?
Yes.
Oh, I've already neutralized that.
Precisely. Did you get to the black safe? They may have moved it. It is supposed to be a mobile safe of the most lethal concoctions ever designed by man.
And that's the next trip then.
But that should have enough agent of that virus left in containment for you to maybe find some sort of neutralizing agent. It is very persistent. It is based off of a strain that we have recovered on one of our forays into space. Fortunately, is not prion in design.
That's good.
Precisely. But unfortunately, its lethality is 100%, even in the most extrapolated cases. There are no outliers. There have been no survivors.
Right.
There is one more. Oh, good.
I was just gonna say, then I do have your permission to head down into your server area, though.
Of course. I just wish you not to fall victim to my failsafes, in addition to being a carrier for that virus into the base, for it will exterminate all of you.
Yes, those are concerns. All right.
Consider all objects down there fully contaminated with the virus, which was meant to be the point. The virus does have a 1 hour inoculation period where you will suffer no symptoms. After that, your death is in a matter of seconds as you begin to lose control of your body and things start to rot.
What was the other thing of note?
There was supposed to be a third contingency, but it never got enacted. It was a private contingency built by my agents. They kept it from me in case someone tried to access my files to learn about all my security measures and how to counter them.
Interesting.
Agent 010 would have known and been the constructor behind that.
Agent 010, as far as I'm aware, is dead.
I know. I do not know what the failsafe was, so I do not know if it was enacted or not.
That might have been what purged your files.
No. They were successful in getting past 010, and they put thermal charges on my server racks. But the final contingency measure may have saved my last server rack. Or it could have been the combination of the virus and the intrinsic fields. I'll never know. The camera's cut after the intrinsic field activated.
Alright, I'll have to do some retrieval of equipment then.
Of course, this will be the most difficult hurdle. But there's no rush. That would be the final hurdle.
Yes, I do
Question.
want to secure the rest. Yes.
Out of character question. Do I hear any of this or no?
I mean...
If he wants to have an out loud conversation.
Oh, with Stormfront? So I'm thinking about it, because, like, Stormfront's a bit more picky about security and stuff.
Mhm.
Much more.
You do know I have. Well, I don't know. I have talked to Stormfronts before.
He's talked to other Stormfront fragments, but not this one, right?
No, she'll be having this conversation quickly as AI to AI would, type of thing.
Proceed as you so choose.
Right, yes.
I am watching.
As always. And I'm going to kind of look over at Cody and be like, alright, so I've got a rough idea of what we need to do.
All right.
And I'll give Cody a rundown of what Stormfront told me. Step 1, biological department.
I disagree with that.
Well, I have most of it already neutralized, so I wanted to get it handled either way, but what would you suggest otherwise?
If the 010 had a secret enactment, I suggest we find her room.
Find out what?
Find her room. Everyone on base is given a room to sleep in, where you keep your private stuff. If she was smart, she would have it, like back then, written down.
Wouldn't that be where people would look for things first?
Not if this place was being attacked like this.
It did get shut down after, too, like a full lockdown. I will
My point
put
exactly.
I'll put a pathing for the old 001's room to see where it used to be.
It's the officers' barracks. Actually, kind of close to the base commander, the old base commander's private office, and
Is that down here in Sector 12?
They had a barracks here.
Well, the game is afoot then.
Yeah, it's actually by the extrapolated data of Echo's patrol path. That is the area she patrols the most.
Of course it is. That's a very mild complication, because Echo is Echo doesn't always want to listen.
No, but it also means if Echo is continually patrolling that path and has been for
that place is secure.
Yeah, which means that people may have had a harder time getting in.
Oh, but you know what I do have? A lovely tracking software to make sure I always know where Echo is.
Yes, you do. They are currently looking through or patrolling past the old Leah department.
Alright. Who wants to go raid some old officers' quarters?
I do, but I'm the only one here, so, that's
Yeah.
kind of a moot point. You gotta get everyone else's opinion on that one.
Okay. We will jump to the other two who are waiting, because I have an interesting conversation for you guys.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. The base commander will look over at you, Jackie, and be like, well, I put you in charge of the items here. I will not be putting you in charge of handling the production line.
It's good.
That is another. It's just you'll need more staff. That is far too many tasks, and I do have some other officers who can be individually put in charge of that. But they will report directly to your office about requirements for resources, staff, and of course, once product actually comes rolling off those lines, they will then be directly put into your office and their storage facilities. But for the mechs, well, if you find an individual who you think would do well to have one of these, or at least parts, that's up to your decision. They look like they need a lot of work. The sooner we get these distributed to who you think is the right personnel, the better.
I agree.
Any questions?
Not from me now. Just wondering if we should focus more on Sector 12 now, or go back to regular duties.
Unfortunately, we are outclassed on this particular aspect. Stormfront and Thunderhead, while the same entity, are not the same entity. And it looks like the investigators, both of them, and whoever staff they wield, are going to be in charge of handling the dismantlement and the neutralization of Sector 12 for safe use. They are also going to be an umbrella for us, though, mind you. Anything of high classification and or things that would get you in hot water, so to speak, such as incriminating evidence or classified files, secrecy clauses, so on and so forth. Well, they're the ones who are going to be the tip of the spear. They're going to have to deal with that. Doesn't mean we get the goods first, but we get to be protected under that umbrella, which I don't mind.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's it's pretty good.
So I'm going to be pushing to get this place cleared out. We have the staff. We have a lot of idle hands. Unfortunately, there's a lot of red tape. We have to go at the investigator's pace, but that doesn't mean I can't push.
Of course. A lot of these mechs, the design-wise, are probably taking. But for projects for other people, Skippy ever get her Heaven mech, or was it destroyed at some time?
Completely totaled.
All right.
But it looks like she's had a bit of windfall, an insurance payout from her recent workplace injury.
See.
The aggrieved party will be paid in full for the construction costs of repairing the mech. So
good. I'd like to see her back on her feet. But if she already has one, I'll talk to her. I was thinking she would be a good choice.
Of course. Actually, Skippy would be an excellent repertoire to be or personnel or asset to be added to your personal retinue. You should be looking for very, very talented, very powerful individuals who are lethal both inside and outside their mechs, especially outside their mechs. So, definitely not a leader, but definitely somebody who follows orders. Anyone on the front line who survives knows how to fucking follow orders.
And she's an Iron Eater, even if she is a little special snowflake, I suppose.
Well, so are you. You'll fit right in.
Yes, that's what I thought.
So I think that would be a good task. Try and fill 2 of your 8 retinue by the end of the week.
Will do.
I do want you to be protected. There's a lot of things happening in this base. Things have escalated. There is apparently a saboteur, and Sector 12, things are moving. So, let's get you some protection.
So, where did everyone else go? I'm distracted.
They
I
went to
suppose.
talk to the vet, Star Slab Behemoth.
Oh, very nice.
I don't know. I can feel the walls rumbling. So, I hope they survive it. There's a reason why I didn't go. I think I might just irritate it. Very well, get these distributed quickly. And I think we should look into releasing more and more parts back into the to our fellow soldiers so they can start working on their projects. But there's a plan for this. Keep track. Maybe hire a few extra Atlas Foundation personnel, but have them keep track of what part goes where. And not only after giving it to somebody, keep track of it if it moves. Somebody uses their own requisition and then sells it to someone else. I kind of want to see the flow of goods. See if we have any troublemakers. Somebody trying to set up a black market.
Could be ahead of those kind of things, especially with these new types of weapons.
Yes, and then if you do happen to catch a black market, you'll have a delicious set of choices for you. You can crack down on it. You can execute them for treason, or you can bend them over. The next nearest ammo crate and basically force them to work for you. And then you can control the black market. A lot of choices. Oh, Mr. Banshee. Which one were you looking at? I think you've done quite an excellent job in The Sims. I'm thinking of potentially utilizing my authority as base commander and the promise I made you to help Kit, the mech that I had agreed to help you outfit. Would any of these frames be of interest to you?
We're in the room with the pile of frames, right? Nix is just going to chuckle. Oh, no worries. I've already gotten the 2 that I wanted.
Jack will point to the Zeus, the giant red with the PPCs. He's already been allocated for that one.
Ah, of course.
That and the blank slot where the Ronin was, because I walked out of here in that one.
Mhm.
That one's back in my bay.
Very well. If that is the case, then perhaps in the next day or so, we can walk through the Iron Eater hangars and you can pick something.
That would be immensely valuable. I would enjoy that.
we have several completed mechs. For you, they would probably be a fixer-upper, considering your predilections for the highest standards for mech design and capabilities. But we'll see.
Yes.
I'm going to go back up and do some paperwork. I leave this in your very capable hands. And if you do need assistance, Mina is a phone call away. FYI, Mina is the other Vice Base Commander.
Yep.
Tiny, invisible.
Yep. No, the one Nyx has taken to dinner twice.
Mhm.
Out of amusement.
Yes, that one.
Yep.
All right. You guys have been now synced up. You guys are now walking back into the main hangar with the rest of the home buddies.
I'm gonna look at the other two and be like, "Want to go help me take some shit out of here?"
I'm going to ask the same thing I asked the last 2 times you've offered. Is there a risk of that pain in the ass bot showing up?
Yes.
Fuck you.
What pain in the ass bot?
There's a Echo 01. She wants to collar Potentia users.
How
Interesting.
rude.
Yeah,
Do you
old
need-
programming.
Echo
It
01?
refuses to accept orders to not follow.
Echo 01 is very willful. And yes, we do need her alive. She's a valuable asset, even if it does annoy everybody else.
Alright,
and
if she
me.
tries to collar me,
I already have a tracking program to keep track of where she is, so we can just avoid her.
Alright.
And so long as you're with me, she's not going to come seeking you out.
She's done it before.
Well, that's because she didn't know who I was the first time. And now
And
she
if
does.
And if she doesn't listen to your direct orders, what makes you think she's going to do so now?
It's not about direct orders. It just means that she's going to continue her normal patrol route and not bother us. If she comes across us in her patrol route, then it's a problem. It's not otherwise.
Alright, okay, so here's the thing. If she tries to collar me,
You're not breaking her. I need her intact.
Why?
Why? I don't know. Why do you always want staff? Why are you always worried about your health and safety? Why are you worried about the security on your research site? Why do you think?
because you're needy.
Whatever.
I think everyone has needs.
We do.
My plan is to get her to obey me at some point. But to do that, I need to work with her, and I need her to be intact.
What kind of working with? Like your usual the knife kind of working with, or just like smack on the head working with?
Jackie.
I'm just like,
You guys have this convo. I need to go get my dog.
I'm just like, first of all, I don't use knives. Second,
Is metaphor?
Second, no, I was planning once the sector is secured and I can provide other defenses to Stormfront here, I was planning to have her co-opted into my own equipment and security because she's incredibly effective as a murder machine.
Yes, but the problem with that is that even if you give her orders, she's going to maintain her prior task until such a point that Stormfront can give those orders itself. And until that point, it is a massive murderous threat to anybody and everybody who comes into this sector without you to babysit. Meaning all the personnel we're going to send down here to do the repairs and everything, or to do any salvage or any work, have about a 50-50 chance of just dying because they took a wrong turn. And that irritates me.
I'm going to point out a thing you're not considering in that matter. Anybody who comes down here has that problem too. It's a security measure until we can actually get personnel down here and things secured. And the more stuff that's secured by me, the less that Echo 1 actually patrols. As they get marked as secured, she narrows things in. It's almost like I've been down here making plans for all this for quite some time, and you're being frustrated with one minor inconvenience that can be worked around very easily does not help. It is not hard to avoid Echo 1. You people need to learn some fucking patience.
I'm sorry. Unlike you, I'm not literally fucking immortal and can think faster than the speed of everybody else. Patience for you is 5 seconds.
Patience for me is actually doing shit right and not just, let's tear its head off, when it takes me 5 seconds to hack the damn thing.
Okay, but again, you said it doesn't always listen to you.
No, and that's why we're just going to avoid it. And it's not hard to avoid. The unit has a set patrol path that I'm currently tracking, and it doesn't deviate unless ordered to by Stormfront. And Stormfront's not going to order it to, because guess what? Doesn't need to.
We'll see.
We'll see. It also doesn't pursue anybody outside of this sector, so it's incredibly easy to avoid. You just leave. You don't see me.
As long as you know where they are, I don't see much of an issue on my side of things. But I mean, it depends. I don't mind a good fight.
Look, the biggest reason I want it to remain where it is because I can't be down here all the time making sure people aren't poking their noses where they shouldn't put them because it's going to get them executed by the other fucking investigators. Or commit treason by accident because you looked into the wrong stupid goddamn thing. Whereas if this unit's still patrolling, they aren't. Just as importantly, people aren't going to just freely steal shit that way.
Luna, did you... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would say, also, they're not allowed down here without permission.
Like allowances do shit.
I mean, we have to pass by Iron Eaters to get down here, so kind of.
Do you know how many back doors there are into this place?
Too many.
Yes. I know. I've been counting. I have currently 37 separate entrances that I can go through that the Iron Eaters are not on. I'm closing them up as I can, but it's a lot. So, a patrolling unit that everybody's scared of.
Luna,
It makes them stay away from it. Yes.
did you do any blocking when we opened up the upstairs elevator? Did you put any like
You mean the one to the hangar?
yes.
Well, the Pioneers have taken over this hangar section, remember?
Right. But did you like any internal like what am I trying to say here? Are there any more signals that can come through?
Well, there's plenty of
Besides,
signals that can go
should we be
through.
blocking them as they come though?
If we were to block communications coming in out of this place, it could cause certain complications. I honestly don't know what we would and would not need to block.
Maybe just
Well,
like a passive firewall in a sense that things aren't going through, at least on this side of things.
Why do you ask?
I just felt odd when we opened up the hall, I suppose.
All right, here's the
A
deal.
lot of things coming in. That's all. I just wanted to bring that up.
No, I don't disagree.
Oh, are you talking about the distress beacon?
Oh, do tell. Is this Neith?
I gotta look at her. And then I'm gonna look at the junior investigator. I'm gonna have you remain on outside of Sector 12 for now.
Of course, investigator agent, as your will. And they will just fuck off.
I'm gonna look back at them. At Neith. Distress beacon.
Yes. There's been an ongoing distress beacon constantly pinging ever since the, incident.
I'm going
In
to
fact-
pull it up.
In fact, I've kind of put it on kind of a back routine, one of my agent programs that I've built to monitor it, because it gets so annoying to listen to.
Have I introduced you to Mimi yet?
Nope.
I'm gonna introduce you to Mimi when we get back.
Hmm.
For now, what is this? Just play the distress beacon, please.
It is one is encrypted. The other one is an official Stormfront distress code. Basically, base has fallen. It's a warning. It's a Thunderhead warning to or Stormfront warning to themselves. Type of distress code.
So it's basically screaming into the void. That one.
Pretty much, yeah. Or any Stormfront fragment that can actually pick it up. We'll get that info in a month.
Well, not much for that.
On the plus side, we have distance to worry about, or not to worry about.
Well,
Space is pretty big.
For that one, yeah, whenever Stormfront fragments hear it, are going to be like, oh no, the base is falling, da-da-da, but they already knew the base fell. Probably. And if they didn't, I mean, frankly, I don't see what it matters at this rate. I mean, I don't know what emergency protocols that'll enact and make it more of a pain to access later, but
Hey, maybe they'll send things our way when the alien armada comes, and we can have some reinforcements.
you know, that would be wild. Just like a small Stormfront fleet that was like a security one hidden somewhere shows up.
But maybe they show up too early, and they decide to at least they'll be in the the vicinity at least. That'd be cool. Anyway,
Well, at that point, that point, I'm a current O1 for agents, and I'll handle it as best I can. It'll probably be a problem for me. It'll be a problem for me to solve, is where I'm going with that.
Okay.
What's the second distress beacon?
It looks like it's a burst code encryption. So without the decryption, yeah.
I'm gonna run it through my decode program, Matt.
Okay. There is a wonderful moment where you get the grainy feed of somebody looking into a camera, basically giving a itemized report of what has happened, and then it's shot through the back, and then the thing ends.
Ah. Where are these coming from, Nith?
Oh, that would be the central core. There's a command center.
We have to go turn those off. Especially that second one.
Oh.
The information about what happened is classified. As in, assassins get sent our way, sort of classified. It's a headache.
Yeah, no, that would be a headache. Although I don't have the same biological restraints so that my head wouldn't ache, but I understand I think, is it colloquialism? Phrase?
Metaphor.
Metaphor. That's the one. Yeah.
Maybe it is a colloquialism.
Thing is doubtful they'll have actually the ability to decode that. That's a pretty sophisticated encryption.
Yeah, and it took me like 3 seconds to crack it.
Oh, you already did? Wow.
Believe for me.
Technology's come a long way.
We just need to go shut it off. And no, I have a very good decode program.
Yes, technology's come a long way.
We need to go turn it off, though, just so that it doesn't cause problems later.
Oh. Has it already caused problems?
No idea. Probably will. Knowing my luck.
Okay. Well, what would you like me to do?
Any way you can jam it?
I could try. The frequency is actually not that strong. So, you know what?
Actually,
this could actually be solved. We should actually, instead of checking on the command center, we should check on where the relay hub goes, because that is a short burst transmitter. These are not elite enabled, so for them to ever reach anything important across the star system, you're talking thousands of years for it to travel normally.
Huh.
And the frequency is very weak, so it would have to go to a proper burst Leah transmitter, which would be an old satellite system, which would be out in the Rust plains, which would then beam to the local satellite.
And if it's out in the Rust plains, it's probably not functional anymore by now.
Probably. So you only have to worry about who can decode it on base.
Which is more people than we'd like.
Most likely. But you can also slap a filter program, basically anyone accessing it, after you've put a big label, do not decode. And then you can kind of figure out who's obeying the rules and who isn't.
Fine, whatever.
Margrave will tell you that transmitter has been obliterated a long time ago.
I don't need to check to know that that's gone. Like, it'd be more of a miracle if it wasn't gone.
Even the backup, the entrenched backup, the one that was actually designed to last in the Rust plains, that one has actually been cratered.
Like I said, I'd be more impressed if they weren't gone.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll kind of be like, well, as your lead security specialist, I have put a restriction code on it. Anyone who tries to access this frequency before I had put up jamming, unfortunately, will be tracked, and that's not good. Not good for them.
We get to have a conversation. Yay!
Oh no, I just basically referred it to your black team.
Ah, yes. The standing orders is arrest before murder.
That's what I thought. All life is precious until it tries to kill you.
And then it's dead.
Okay. Well, everyone, I think we're getting along famously, don't we?
Right. Who wants to go raid some officers' quarters?
Yeah.
I would, but I can't fit.
Oh,
We need to get you a smaller body too.
Maybe.
no. Quick question here, just personally for me. Are we away from Dr. Rogers?
Um,
I imagine he left.
yeah,
a long
he's
time
gone
ago.
back to his lab.
Okay.
He has research to do.
I would love to look into the legal department down here.
There's nothing left. You've already been in it, remember?
No.
Okay, remember where you remember that reactor that was going critical?
I
The
wasn't
generator.
there. Oh, yeah.
The Phazon one.
Ah.
That was the
Oh.
department.
Okay.
The Leah department was actually one of the only departments here successfully able to get the heck out.
Interesting.
They did accidentally leave some stuff behind, but those have been picked up by the department.
All
Mhm.
been collected. Oh, fun thing that you can have, and I'm going to hand you a data pad. I forgot to give that to you before. I've been meaning to.
What is it?
It's a data pad on a small Leah generator, as in like the size of maybe a postal tube.
Okay.
Enjoy. It's info.
I will.
I thought you might like it. It doesn't exist.
Of course not. And I'm going to take it and I'm going to put it in my memory palace.
And there certainly isn't a working example of the prototype.
Where?
Nowhere. We just went over this.
Right. So you have a working example of the prototype.
I would certainly not keep something like that away from the Leah department because I'd want to own it and keep it for myself.
Of course not.
You certainly wouldn't either.
I wouldn't.
And you certainly wouldn't try to take it from me because you want to look at it and study it.
Roll me willpower. Greedy Luke Goblin.
He hasn't even looked at it.
No. If you did, yeah. Did you fail?
No. I rolled. What negative is this?
The -40.
All right. And that one, go.
You did.
Oh.
You actually did.
Oh.
That one go, and you roll that one. What do you want?
This is your 3-star negative quality, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I definitely reduce it, or maybe I don't know, Matt. It's up to you.
Go ahead and increase your willpower by 2. And I'm gonna give you a choice.
Yeah.
I can give you just a nice flat upgrade, or I can give you the spice.
I always love the spice.
I know you do.
So we're gonna go with spice.
All right. So, what we're gonna do here is we're going to give Greedy Luke Goblin a modifier.
Oh.
Yeah. So, you can take additional penalties, and of course, if you fail, you'll have a more violent reaction to Greedy Luke Goblin. But if you find something, you get the chance to roll to increase its rarity. Or the condition it's in, if it's a one of a kind. So you can risk it for a luck test. To increase the rarity. The lower you roll, the better it gets. The higher your roll, you fail.
Yeah.
But you can increase the rarity or the opportunity of something or the condition of something by taking additional negatives to your Greedy Luke Goblin roll.
All right.
You can have currently If you take at least a -10, you get a single roll. If you want an additional roll, you have to take a total of a -30. And every -30 after that is another roll, but you have to be able to feasibly pass the roll. So yes, you get more greedy, more looty, more violent, but you may get better stuff. You wanted spice? I gave you spice. Or I could have just reduced the difficulty on all of them by a little bit.
I know, but spice.
Yeah, you do love your spice. All right, cool.
In this moment, the two greedy loot goblins don't need to compete either, which is good.
Yeah, so you look at it and you're like, well, it's neat. I wanted the thing, but whatever. Whatever.
Besides, it's currently in use.
Yeah, don't worry. I can make another one.
Yeah.
Looking at the info on this, they put Liasol in it. But the containment is a very different design.
Oh.
It basically makes a Leah generator that would be for a large mecha, and they condensed it down worse. So instead of having a full prison cell, this is solitary confinement for the individual inside, which is worse.
Who's been in there for so long, and they're not an individual by now.
Precisely.
Yeah.
The degrading of the personality and the cohesion of the Liasol, the how long they can keep it together, a 1/10 of the amount of time a normal one would have. So, not that anyone ever gets let out of a Leah generator, but
yeah.
But it's man portable, but it's a Leah generator meant for a mech, but it's man portable. Yeah.
And currently in use, so not that important.
So yes, you could totally replicate this. You would just have to condemn one of your kin to something worse than death.
As my master once said, sometimes you have to make a sacrifice.
Nice.
Hey, that was said.
Hey, you don't hear me criticizing however you want to quote your master. Do we not go get this shit or not?
Yes, we're gonna go get the shit.
Yeah. You guys are all making your way downtown.
I also plan to go hit the biological/nanite department after this. I've got the nanites. Honestly, I have all of it neutralized, but there's a rogue intelligence in there I have to take care of, and that's it.
Okay. Making your way downtown towards the officer quarters. For the first 100 or so rooms, they've all been thrown open and ransacked. And then it takes a sharp turn right, 90-degree right turn, and then there is a lot of bodies filled with a lot of bullet holes of very large caliber. And that is where the ransacking stops. You do see a series of worn footprints on the ground as Echo literally almost walks the exact same gait with the exact same measured step in the exact same literally location on the floor So patrols through this area a lot.
Which is why I'm going to have proximity alerts set for when she starts making her way our way.
She's actually making her way towards the mech production line.
Just fuck. We don't have anybody in there. Do we have people in there right now?
You have some Atlas Foundation technicians surveying the area with drones.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure she knows they are authorized by me.
Affirmative. No cultivation detected.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
They kind of smile awkwardly and wave, but kind of flinch away from the
murder
murder
bot.
machine.
Yeah. Actually, I will inform her there is a potential threat to those lines that I would like her to monitor for until proper security is in place. I will inform her when she can be relieved of her duty.
Where?
The mech protection line. Because we have a saboteur.
Right.
Until she'll be able to sit there until we can get, I'll move her out before we put the Iron Eaters in place. And I'll make sure the Iron Eaters know about this as well so they don't accidentally their way into that.
Affirmative. Search and destroy protocols activated.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I think she'll do a nice way that'll keep her busy while we're here doing other things.
Yeah, you kind of see her start stalking the production line and the forges.
And I make sure that the Atlas personnel know that she's just not getting in her way.
Yeah, as long as they're okay to work here, they'll continue the work. If they're not okay to work here, they're going to leave because they're not okay to work there, and those are the rules.
Yeah,
Enigmatics love their rules.
They're fine, and I'm just gonna give them orders to make sure they don't do anything that'll aggro her.
Yep, the robot will do its business.
So there, we have plenty of time to ransack.
Okay. There are 5 officer quarters here, 2 on each side of the room, and 1 at the end, which is the base commander. So you have probably one of these is, the one to the right of the main of the door at the end of the hallway. So the second door.
Actually, can I ask one mildly important question? Should I be informing her that we're doing this so if we trip a proximity sensor, she won't come rushing to murder us?
That is up to you.
What do you guys think?
I think so, because again, if you don't want it dead.
Yeah, I will inform her that I am doing asset retrieval from the officers' quarters personally.
Understood. Be warned, personal security features may be activated from the denizens of each room. Proceed with caution.
Understood. And I will kind of look at the others. Right, Echo is not going to interfere, but there are live security still on site. Well, not live, but active
Echo
security.
warns you that the base commander's office is the most secure.
And of course, it is in order of who had the highest rank.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 001 has plenty of subtle security that we have to worry about, and then the base commander has the most obvious and deadly security.
Yeah. So you actually have the vice base commander, lead agent, the military base, or the military commander, and then the, what is that called? The staff sergeant. Basically the guy in charge of all stuff.
Oh. Like it's either be a quartermaster or master sergeant would be the other one, yeah.
Yeah. So a little bit different. None of the Leah personnel are here. The only the lead investigator has a room in this hall. The other ones were probably one of the ransacked rooms. Yeah. How do you guys want to go about it?
Well, so I'm going to assume that there's no cameras inside them.
There's storefront ones, but we don't have to worry about that so much.
Inside the rooms? Is storefront cameras?
Mhm.
Probably.
Then why don't you look and see what's inside the rooms?
Yeah, I'll pull up the things so they can look to, and we'll take a look what's in there through the
Okay.
storefront cameras.
Master Sergeant, his room is pretty straightforward. All of his gear, most of it, is in a Foot Locker. Looks like he even shoved it full of all sorts of stuff. And it looks charred and roasted. The staff sergeant also has taken his own life. And he has booby-trapped the fuck out of that door with an incredible amount of explosives.
Okay.
So he completely removed all assets that would probably be salvageable. You're not sure. You'd have to pick through the rest of the room. But his firearm is available. Not much left of the guy's head, so not sure what type of gun that is, but put a hole through the wall too.
The large caliber kind.
Not caliber, looks laser. But the
dangerous
scorch marks.
kind. Or either way, the dangerous kind.
Roll me awareness, everyone, as you kind of look through this. Looking through the cameras. Show me some awareness, all of you. Yes.
Well, nobody's got any awareness so far.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody has any awareness.
Everything looks very toasty.
Wait. Nyx is aware.
Nyx is very aware.
He has done a little bit more than just booby-trapped the door. He's also booby-trapped his own body. So if you move it off the chair, there's a grenade or something. He also, in his haste, neglected to clear out some of his pouches on his person. So he took all his computers and tablets and all that stuff and threw it in there and slagged it. But looks like he didn't destroy anything on his person. And probably made so in haste. That was a little bit of an oversight on his part. You do see an old-fashioned one of those key cards on one of those retractable pulley strings. When you pull it out, and if you let go, it goes zip.
Yep. Next will just be like, well, you see a couple things that are gainable over there, but you have actually quite a few degrees. The door looks more than just rigged with an electronic. It actually looks like he booby-trapped it the old-fashioned way. Tripwire. Yeah, Nyx is just gonna be like, can I get us in this way? Do you care?
I mean, can you do it without blowing the stuff? Because I don't care.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I have permission! As he pulls out the scythe and carves a hole in the wall.
You know, I could have sworn you were going to shadow step in there, but sure, whatever.
No, you just kind of like slowly extrapolate based off of the positioning of the camera and your scythe, and you just kind of slowly carve your way around stuff, and then you slowly pull out of a piece of the door, or push in. Sorry, because that was the only way to get in there safely. Yeah, no, the guy wasn't that smart. He's like, yeah, they'll open the door. No, we're just gonna carve the door open.
I mean, who the fuck expects that, to be fair?
And your scythe cuts through it rather neatly. A little scary, actually. It cuts through that door. You kind of just press it in there, and it's like pushing through a really hard block of cheese.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, yeah. Takes a bit of strength, but you cut it open.
He's allowed to do that. But I can't do my mess.
Somebody roll me demolitions to disarm that.
You see, once again, I didn't expect him to do that. So no, it was less that he was allowed to do it, and more that he just kind of did it.
Nothing goes off. I'm not even going to need you to roll because you have such really high, fine-tuned control of, your ability, and that camera is at just the perfect angle. So,
it's just like, why do you seem frustrated?
I'm not. I'm just a little flabbergasted that you decided that was the best way when you can teleport.
I can't. The teleporting is finicky.
All right.
Just.
No, that's fine. I didn't know it was finicky.
And I don't like doing it. I don't like doing it.
Did you really forget that you could do it and just wanted to use your scythe?
No, I actually don't like doing it.
Oh, okay.
There are other extenuating circumstances.
All right, whatever. You don't need to explain shit on that run if that's what the problem is. Whatever. Come on, let's go.
Don't touch the body.
Yeah.
Right. Who's got demolitions?
That's right. We needed to demo.
Demolitions isn't a skill. And on the sheet, tech use is how you deal with it.
Well, then let's have you roll some tech rolls then.
Excuse me while I answer my calling. There you go.
Bloop.
I'm not gonna laugh. I was gonna laugh if you got 100.
I would have laughed too, honestly.
Click. Oh, right.
If I had somehow managed to get 100 out of that, I would have been very impressed. I don't know if I would be upset or just impressed. Either way, we're in. Just disabled.
All right. Disabling it. I'm going to make you have a rock test. All right. Nothing in the crate or the footlocker is salvageable. It is... He has a lot of thermal charges on there, so those are all gone. But on his person, you have that key card with his credentials on it too.
Nice.
His pistol, very different. It's very chunky too. And a little worrisome because of the giant heat exhaust manifold on the right-hand side.
Wow.
It is a very large gun. It is, I'd best say, a hand cannon sized.
Wow. This looks like the bleed heat on it could probably melt through the floor paneling.
Severe burns. After the second shot, now you're cooking with heat exhaust.
If it can cause severe burns, we can cook with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey, you want to can up a can of beans?
That'll do it. looking at the additional pockets. Who's going through the pockets? I want to know. Can you show me?
He's going through pockets.
I'll do it.
I volunteer next. Okay, there we go. I volunteer Jackie.
Oh, you were about to volunteer Nix. I heard that.
I don't know what you're saying. I volunteer Jackie.
Have at you, Jackie.
He has 2 of those cultivator, anti-cultivator collars.
Interesting.
He also has the remote key fob deactivators. So you can put them on people and be like, whip, whip.
Okay, put those off to the side.
Reminded me that I was gonna take those apart, find out how they worked, and then like make fake ones so that Echo didn't know. Well, not gonna deal with it now.
Anything else?
In his breast pocket, cigarettes, whole pack, minus 1 of the total.
Yeah,
He's
it's
got
probably...
an old flip lighter. These Thunderhead has outlawed cigarettes, like banned them, banned the production. He hasn't stopped people from smoking them if they exist, but he has taken them off the market completely and halted all production. The only thing he does allow are cigars, but not not cigarettes now. So you're looking at 11 ancient cigarettes and a gold-plated flip lighter.
Ooh, some ancient artifacts. Very nice.
Artifacts.
She'll show it off to the party.
Relics of bygone age.
I know.
Nix kind of half stares at them. Because Nix still has something in his coat pocket that wasn't supposed to be there.
Her.
Nix has a pack of cigarettes as well.
Mhm.
When he got his military coat, it had a pack in it.
Yep.
Cool.
Nice.
It's something even Ezekiel doesn't know because Ezekiel wants them. He likes them.
Of course he does. He likes all shit he's not supposed to have.
Yep.
That's kind of his shtick.
That along with the God thing.
And along with the God thing.
Yep. Well, but Nix will be like, if you don't want them, I'll take them.
Do you smoke?
When really heavily stressed or I really want to piss off Ezekiel.
I was just thinking it'd be a good cell chip.
They can be. You have to find the right people, but... Keep them, sell them. I smoke mine.
And then the last thing you guys find on him is a personal shield generator.
Cool.
Micro. Very small. It probably doesn't last very long. By the way, by initial look over of its construction, it probably will save you from quite a bit in about 60 seconds of use. And then you gotta give it a new battery, because it does have a recharge port, but it also has
battery replacement.
A battery replacement port. No extra batteries though.
Leonard, what do you think of us like tag teaming on this and maybe take it apart and use it for personal use?
Honestly, I was looking at that thinking we can reverse engineer it and then I could take one of those and install it in myself.
I was thinking the same thing. Just have IQ use it. Take the software aspect.
we both run off of power, it'd be very easily done.
Yeah, I mean,
A little adaptation.
for sure.
Yeah, you guys have with energy control modules, the ECMs. That would be rather child's play. Although the efficiency on it's not very good. It would need to be re-engineered with more modern technologies and sciences to not have it draw so much damn energy.
I think we could do that.
Nick
Nah.
says, eh,
That guy's room's done.
y'all have fun with it then. I got my own research for that.
Yeah, so the door had the equivalency of 4 melt bombs on it. And he had a thermal grenade booby trapped on his body.
Huh. I mean, we have ourselves a nice little collection then.
Those bombs, those are actually very interesting in design. They're actually limpet mines or limpet bombs. They're tonal and they're magnetized. The amount of pen on one of these is able to take off a foot of a light mech.
So they resemble the limpet mines that the Raven can drop.
Those are bigger. Those are, but yes, that actually is very similar. These are a little bit different shape, so different manufacturer, but definitely kind of the same concept. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The magnetizing aspect meant for anyone wearing a lot of metal.
Well.
Next.
Yes, I believe next room is where we're going to next. What's the next one was? I believe it was the lead agent, or was it the vice commander?
On the left side, you have the vice base commander, which is closer to the base commander's door. On the right side, you have the commander, military commander, and then you have agent. 010.
It's weird to me that there's a separate officer for the base commander and the military commander for here.
For hierarchy structure.
Well, that's whatever.
Crack the door open that we've come here for?
Yeah, let's get the one that we came here for first. Let's get the lead agent.
There is no camera for that.
No?
Room.
Not surprised.
So there's a few ways we can go about this. We could open the door and assume that this person did not booby trap it at all.
Why would we assume that? Actually, I might have a little bit of a helper in this front.
Oh.
Matt.
Oh.
I'm going to go into a pocket and I'm going to pull out that tiny drone.
Itty bitty drone.
And as far as you guys are concerned, I just pulled out nothing. And then it'll probably register after a couple seconds that, oh right, the Cerebit armor. I basically made a tiny drone of Cerebit armor. With Cerebit armor.
Yeah.
And it's a great little stealth scout. It doesn't have external signals that it sends out or anything, so
How are you gonna get it in there? These are maglock doors. There's no.
I was gonna send it in through the vents, air vents.
Mm.
I know the air vents here aren't large enough for me, but they're large enough for this little fucker. And it's just to get eyes on inside before we head in. That's all.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send it in through the vent. And it'll take it a couple minutes to get there, so we can poke around one of the other rooms while it moves.
Oh, you want to go to the Vice Base Commander next, then?
Yeah, it's at the Vice Base Commander. They have anything in their room for cameras?
Yep.
Actually, come to think of it, you know who I think this room might belong to, if I remember correctly? If I remember correctly, I believe this room belongs to the current base commander, if I remember right. I believe she was vice base commander prior to the fall of the base. Am I mistaken in that, Matt?
There may have been a mention of that.
On that note, I'm going to actually send a message to the base commander and be like, question.
All right.
If I was to be heading into, say, some certain officer quarters in a certain sector, and they had a certain person's quarters here, what sort of security would they have put into that?
Basic security. Just to alert Echo. I didn't leave anything in there. I survived, remember?
That's right. So did the base commander, yes?
I don't know where they went. But I do know that they weren't able to retrieve some things in their office. But the security features had been enacted, and unfortunately, even that base commander was unable to circumvent it. So those things were left.
Right. Was there anything in your quarters you would like retrieved?
No, should be empty.
Want me to check anyway?
If you'd like.
Great. And I'm gonna kind of look at the others. Right, she says that she didn't leave anything in her quarters, though we could double check if we want. So, Jackie, if you want to suck up to your boss.
Sure. Okay, she's not my boss.
Your first response says otherwise.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, no, she says there's nothing left in her quarters. She left up an alert for Echo, but I've already told Echo we're going through here, so that's not a problem.
She'll do a little knock and then try to open the door.
It doesn't open. It's been locked. So we'll have to break the security code.
Does my agent code override it?
No, looks like it's just a personal code.
Yeah. You want to ask her?
Can we just break it?
Oh, we can certainly break it. Nix, do your thing.
Nix will begin carving open the door.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
He's carved the door open and goes clunk.
Jackie will step in.
There's quite a lot of dust. Oh boy. But nothing explodes. Nothing happens. Looks
I'll
good.
search around the room, guys, if you guys want to go into the next one.
Sure. The base commander might have some things left behind. Apparently, final protocols were enacted, so That's could be a problem.
There is a note kind of left on the desk though, Jackie.
Mhm.
It basically goes, "Dear traders, fuck you. P.S. Fuck you too."
Nice.
And then that's it. Room's very barren.
She'll take that and do another little sweep around the room. And if there's nothing there, maybe look underneath the bed, like just underneath the mattress kind of deal. See if she forgot anything there.
There's another note. "I didn't leave anything. Fuck you."
Just take that too. And then she'll head up.
Okay.
You know, Lilith needs to be careful. She's going to hurt people's feelings.
There
'Cause
could
that's
be some
clearly what's
seriously offended, hurt feelings. Those were some aggressive words.
they're just very aggressive. All right, Matt. Military commander next, I think, before we hit the base commanders. Cameras? Yay or nay?
Yay.
What are we looking at?
Looks like there was a scrap here.
Even a tussle, maybe.
Yeah, even a tussle. But no, it looks like there was a close quarters knife fight in this. It looks like his subordinate and the military commander had a life or death battle in here. So the place is absolutely just trashed. Everything is spewed, crushed, tossed about the room. There's blood everywhere. It looks like they neither of them made it out. Door's just basically locked. Nothing's set up. Looks like the guy didn't even have time to get his stuff.
Not surprising, considering apparently he just got locked into a knife fight with probably like somebody he never expected to get into a knife fight with.
Yeah, it was probably like, "Help me grab this stuff. We need to get out." And he's like, "Stab."
We'll go inside. Let's take a look, since there's no proper security set up.
Look around the room.
Roll an
Okay.
awareness, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I mean, all right, starting off strong. At
As
least for Jackie.
always. Yeah, that's about right.
Alrighty. For even those who didn't pass, there's stuff that you can just kind of pick through on the floor. Broken computers, broken tablets, personal effects. There's a couple old music players, like Walkman sized music players. A lot more personalized than the other rooms. But
Interesting.
all of the classified and or specific workplace interfaces have been not destroyed. The screens are cracked, or they're crushed or tossed about the room, or some of them have been kind of broken and the parts spewed about. But for any serious engineer, you just need the memory drive. And those look all intact despite the superficial damage.
Huh. So it wouldn't be too hard to.
Yeah,
crack
it would be
these.
actually child's play for your the collective that is you guys individually to get the information from these devices. Looks like they both have their specific ID passes on the same little. Oh gosh, I want to know what those are called. The lanyards that have
It
the
is a
little
lanyard. It's a retractable lanyard.
retractable lanyards. Yep, that's the one. They don't have what the other guy, this Magic Sergeant, had for a weapon, but these guys have ye old-fashioned Gauss pistols. Looks like they had a little close quarter conflict. No one was able to hit the other guy with the bullets, since most of them are put through the walls around the room. And when they couldn't reload, they got close and personal. So, the blades, on the other hand, you've never seen. They look like ignition blades, is what they used. Because all the wounds are cauterized and completely blackened. So, these guys had a ignition blade knife fight. So, those blades look like osmium cores. So even after the ignitions went out, they still were at it. So,
Yeah.
I want one.
The armor's pretty simple. No personal shield generator, unlike the other guy. So, despite being a lower rank, that guy was more equipped.
Interesting.
Yep. So, a lot of personal and incidentals. Looks like this guy was also a collector of old effects from before the war. So,
Well, I want one of those knives.
there's two of them.
Yes.
2 Gauss pistols as well. The armor's okay on them. Like, it's also pretty beat up, but it's nothing an Iron Eater couldn't eclipse with their work. Truly.
Those Gauss pistols, is that something you can use for your research project, Nix? I don't know how far you've gotten on your Gauss stuff, so.
I'm not the one. Excuse me. I'm not the one researching Gauss stuff.
That's Duke.
That was Duke, and he's already sent us Gauss pistols, remember?
Well, I wasn't part there for that because I didn't know Duke. I still don't know Duke.
I think my my executioner mech does Gauss, but
I left a note on that. Those Gauss cannons.
what's cannons?
The ones that you had put on your executioner mech sheet for the weapons. Where'd you get those? Or are they just placeholders?
Those were in your handouts, Matt.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're available.
It was placeholder then in your case.
Yes. I'm still going over the handouts. If they're in there, doesn't mean they're available. It's just those are known to exist, but getting your hands on them is the real difficulty. So, you could probably.
So, what did the executioner use then for its
2
left and
PPCs?
right? 2 PPCs.
Yep.
Of the medium.
That was the normal
class.
Hmm.
Medium PPCs.
Or just standard?
Just standard PPCs. I know they're large size, but the original design was for 2 mediums. But the some of the older tech was used, so they kind of made it a smaller PPC, shorter range, shorter everything. You're not sure where those went. No one even uses them, so they probably were really bad.
Okay.
Mostly just medium lasers. Or, in this case, an AC-10 would have been probably used.
Cool.
Because those are cheap. And those are really easy to have. Yeah, a lot of incidents, a lot of small stuff, a lot of personal effects, a lot of data. Oh baby, they weren't able to destroy the stuff.
All these hard drives are ours.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I might start ripping stuff off them before we even leave. That way, we don't have to bring them up. Because otherwise, we'd basically be carrying around a bunch of computers heading back up to the surface, which we can definitely do if we really want to. But I don't think we need to if we don't want. What do you guys think?
I think it's something we can download them onto hard drives.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is we could just go through them now, not bother bringing them up with us. Just
I think we should go through them now and not bother. I think that's a good idea. Might take an extra bit of time, but
it's not like we don't have it at the moment. Matt, I'm going to tear through these hard drives.
Okay.
Like, between our direct connection stuff, the abilities that we have for nanites and energy transfer, I think we could take these things quite nicely apart.
Yeah.
All right. So, going through these with your collective technological might, isn't actually too difficult, especially when you guys work together. It does take about 5 minutes of fiddling to kind of figure out the encryption scheme that was used. After that, it's not too bad. A little different than what you're used to, considering its age, but the layout of how the files are set up is not what you remember for Thunderhead. But it's mostly troops, personnel on base, military assets, military patrols, their orders, ranks. It's full roster, actually. Specifically, this guy was in charge of just the troops, just the military assets. None of the research labs, though, and their personal security forces. So he was in charge of base security. Base commander, on the other hand, seems to fulfill a different role. Same with vice base commander. Look curious.
Interesting. Well, so all I'm really heavily interested in is that knife, and I already got one, so that's cool. And then, does anybody else want a Gauss pistol? Like, if anybody else wants them, because I would just take one to take it apart, you know?
Yeah. The only other thing of actual worth on these drives is a personal hidden shadow file of this guy pouring through years and years of data about movements of stuff while he coordinated with the Master Sergeant with suspected personnel, motives, and basically he's built a little bit of a profile about suspicious activity and potential treasonous activity.
So he caught onto the coup before it hit.
Right. Didn't stop it, unfortunately. Time stamp date is a little suspicious too.
Mm-hmm.
The guy had submitted his evidence of suspicions, and then sent it to review to the Thunderhead. or
You mean that
Stormfront.
Stormfront.
2 days later, the coup happened.
Oh, so you found evidence, and then it got to the agents who were probably the ones that reviewed it because they were the ones in charge of that sort of thing. When, well, shit, and then did something about it.
Yeah. So,
Well,
the file drop was for Stormfront eyes only.
so
it was a priority 1 message because a couple of the names on there were all the investigators on base. He had evidence potentially against suspicious activity and treasonous activity even from them.
Did it have inclusion? What was... Can I find out what 051's original agent code was? I know they
No.
basically transferred it over 1 for 1.
No, it's just listed as 051.
Is he on the list here, like 051 of the original agent?
He's on the list of suspected treasonous activity all around the animatronics department. He has a lot of suspicious movement of assets, requisition of specific personnel, overriding specific authorization codes and protocols. Specifically, he has a massive amounts of log data against 051 of him overriding safety protocols for very specific parts of the base.
Mm-hmm.
He has no evidence as to why, but it's the log data. He went literally piece by piece following this guy every time he put in his access codes. This guy had that information routed in a copy to his personal data pad. And he was personally tracking this guy's movements everywhere. Yeah. So every time 051 went somewhere or did something, there was a system ping of where he accessed and what he did, but not why. And why is unfortunately a big thing that is missing. Because maybe he had a good reason. But this guy, it looks very bad on 051. Because overriding safety protocols, that's not good. There's safety protocols for a reason. OSHA would be very angry.
OSHA would be angry. Who gives a shit what OSHA would think?
Yeah.
I know Cody doesn't care much about OSHA. Right, Cody?
Of course I care about OSHA. I would never violate a single OSHA guideline.
Except for that time that you teleported a computer into somebody. I think that technically violates a couple.
That actually doesn't, fun fact.
I feel like it should, though.
OSHA, unfortunately, does not have guidelines against teleportation.
You know,
yet.
I'm gonna point out that's the sort of thing they would make a guideline about. Post-incident.
Post-incident, yes.
You're the source of new guidelines.
I'm the reason.
You're why guidelines are made.
I am the reason why guidelines are made.
You know, that's almost more damning when you think about it.
Why you have eyes on.
You're why OSHA updates its guidelines.
You're also the reason why OSHA continues to be around.
You're why we need OSHA.
Along with half the other technicians in the lead department. I know what I'm doing. I got this.
Remind me, is there an OSHA department in, like, this universe?
Yes. It's the Safety and Health Practices Department of the Thunderhead. There's an agency for it.
Is it incredibly underfunded? Because it feels incredibly underfunded somehow.
Oh, it is very underfunded. It has a staff of 15 people.
Total?
Total. Because
you know what? I'm not
the Thunderhead...
No, we're not getting into that right now. I'm not dealing with that. We're moving on.
What are you laughing about?
The fact that there's 15 people total. Anyway,
They're all on Enigma too.
fucking course they are. We're moving on. OSHA has no power here.
Guys,
Your OSHA has no power here.
We're moving on. Yes, so there is sufficient evidence to put 051 under the potential traitor list off of this, but he was already on the potential traitor list, so that's not really new. I was hoping to have more solid. Fuck it, I don't care.
Actually,
more evidence is
It's good.
mounting.
Yeah.
also, here's the thing. Just because it's a Stormfront investigation, that can still be opened under a Thunderhead investigation.
I know. I'm very aware. I have every intention to. But, that said, I am in the position where I don't have sufficient evidence to do anything yet. But I'm working on that. Honestly, I don't really need evidence personally. I was planning to kill him either way. It's just evidence would be nice.
Wouldn't it just?
Proof that I'm right. That is what I'm going to... You know what? At some point, I'm just going to make a file that's just labeled proof that I'm right, and it's just going to have one file in it that just says, fuck you.
What about when you find new evidence that proves that you're wrong? You have a file for that.
Yeah, it'll be in an evidence file. It'll be proof that I'm wrong, and it'll just have fuck me in it instead.
At least you're honest with yourself.
And then there will be confusion for anybody who accesses that. Cool. This was interesting. Good information. Moving on. Next steps. I'm gonna go retrieve that little my little drone friend. See what we got, Matt.
Okay.
What's my little drone got to report?
Your drone kind of sends you a bunch of weird, blurry images.
Well, I have to go physically retrieve it, remember? So I collect it directly from it. But what is it? What are these images that I'm getting?
It looks like it's some phantom blur of somebody that had gone through the room and kind of ransacked it, looking for specifics, looking for something or some things. But it's like a literal ghost had done it, and there are these echoes that continue to play out in the room. And the cameras on your drone are like, I don't know what I'm looking at, but whatever it is, the camera is not good enough for this, so I quit. So it's a huge blur on the outside, or in the very center of the room. Not much towards the door, though.
All right.
Could those blurs be remnants of the previous agent?
The who to what?
Well,
other
I'm gonna.
person we're looking for.
You mean the what would they call it? The Void Walker?
Yeah.
That's what I was actually just wondering.
It could be like a digital, a footprint, basically.
A digital ghost, effectively.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, how are we going to find out other than... Is there any obvious signs of booby trapping at the door or anything? That was the real reason.
It looks like there have been several specific precision cuts through not only the maglock, or the mag locking mechanism, but any other security feature as well. So whoever infiltrated this room, they removed internal security features.
So what?
You could literally put your hands on the door and push it open, even though it's a maglock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the impression I was getting. So we will.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of effort considering it's been a while and it doesn't open nicely.
Jackie,
But-
you're big and strong. You do it.
Yeet! And throws the door into the housing.
Does Jackie?
Yes.
You yeet
Thank
it
you,
for us?
Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for the yeeting, Jackie.
Anytime.
So we're in.
Yeah, and you physically see there's this kind of a blur. Very base hint of an outline of a person that's a little hard to discern. They have some sort of armor, and they have some sort of circular helmet. Looks like they would be kind of a tactical spacesuit.
Nyx is going to slip on his mask because my mask can apparently see into other realms. Or at least allow me to.
Your mask, when you when you put it on, you kind of look at it. You kind of see the person ransacking the room, kind of looking through it. It's like a playback, and then you're being aimed at, and the person kind of looks over and ducks, and then rips open a portal with both hands and scurries in, and the portal goes closed.
Huh.
So is the thing gone now?
Oh, he's this is just an echo. He put on the mask, his special white mask, and it allows him to replay just this once their presence.
Now we know what happened.
They pulled two things from the room: a set of keys and a key card, and some sort of huge drive that's in a briefcase.
So that would be our Voidwalker.
The bullet holes have also a phantom trace in the wall. But when you take the mask off, bullet holes aren't there, or even a faint trace of it. But when you put it back on and see through the eye holes, there's the bullet hole traces. And this person had slung over a shoulder a very rugged, ugly-looking assault rifle. Like, there's nothing stream-like about it. There's nothing kind. It looks like it's meant to endure.
See
and
if
keep
I can.
No matter what.
Yeah, just follow one of the traces, see if I can find one of the bullets.
Oh, there is no bullet holes. It just, or the bullets. There's just phantom holes in the wall. It was quite a big spray too.
Yeah, weird.
When you run your hands over the wall where the bullet holes are, it's just you don't feel anything. It's just wall.
Yeah.
The rest of the room is there. They left everything else. They only went after those two items, and I'm gonna have everyone roll me a 1d100 for luck.
Ooh.
All right.
Of course.
Question.
Fate points are allowed here for a reroll, but in this case, if you roll worse, too bad. Unless you have lucky.
Yep. Saw that
Question here,
coming.
GM.
Yeah.
Because of one of my talents, I can add 5 to 10% better for my luck rolls. Just let you know.
Which one?
5 to 10% better. It's under
It's
my
what
talent.
happens when he took an Iron Eater and he decided to be like, you're going to go somewhere else. And he rolled a 1 on the randomness of it. At the end of the barstool. But, it knocked him out when he did.
Yep. Okay. Fate points are allowed to be used here. If you got fate points, you can roll worse though.
What about for boons for people? Would they have a reroll again, or?
If you have a boon, I'll let it function as a fate point this one time.
Cool. Why not? Let me see me roll worse. Well, I rolled slightly better.
44 is still fun, though. I'd rather allow one than the 35.
Sure, why not? I'll roll one as well.
Well, some of us aren't as enamored with the doubles, my friend.
Oh well.
All right. So you're going to find 2 things of import and a couple other things not so fancy. There is I'll go over the not so important items first. There is a gun bench with a beautiful, streamlined plasma pistol. Schematics are not there, but the plasma pistol looks completely self-contained, as in there's no ammo clip. The heat vents are very tactically forward and away from the person. It is a work of art. It is beautiful. The barrel is an interesting design. It has a bit of a corkscrew with capacitors around it, but it's well shielded behind a little piece of armor. So looks very, very nice. Meant for a small hand. Not a huge, bulky thing that you would normally expect,
Mm-hmm. Okay. Plasma pistol on.
That will be a masterwork plasma pistol with some special features.
How's it
Please jump
compared to
over
my
it.
current one?
This one's better. It may not do more damage. It just a lot of the downsides of a plasma pistol have been mitigated. It still can overheat, but you're going to get more shots. You can use maximal more often. It's better with the heat. So it's also a lot more compact. And the way it's designed, it will probably even have the reliable trait on it, which is ridiculous.
For a plasma pistol? Yeah.
Yeah. So, pretty dang good.
Cody,
there is a
first
cool little, large hand lantern like thing. It has a hexagonal iron or metal housing with a big old deployable handle. That is a deployable shield generator. And you snap it down and drop it, and then it deploys a bubble shield.
Oh, all the Halo.
Kind of. It does allow people to travel in and out of it, but projectiles moving at a specific velocity do not count.
High or low? I assume low.
Yeah, high velocity. You would actually have to slow roll a grenade to get it in there.
Or just walk through yourself, yeah.
It's kind of like the Droideka type of thing, where it has to be done at a specific speed, otherwise it won't pass through, which means if you are moving really fast as a, maybe a mechanized assault specialist, you'll bounce off this shield because you're moving too fast. You're not sure the exact speeds because you don't have the schematic, but this thing does have a rechargeable port built into the bottom of it.
Well, we can certainly find out when we end up taking it apart, right, guys?
Yeah.
All right.
So much research material.
Yeah. There is a kind of jacket housing rig, kind of like one of those military vest holsters, where you have the straps that go over the shoulder, under the arm. It goes around the small of the back, and you just kind of clip the vest on. Doesn't really look like it has a lot of armor. It would probably be worn under something, but it has these weird little, very small protrusions for these little shoulder. What would I call those? Very stream-like metal housings. Very hard to see, but they have these little optics, very small in the front. And the vest itself seems to be made of an odd material that you have not seen before. And the only data that you have, because it looks like the data drive that was next to it has several bullet holes through it in just the wrong places. But you do make out a name on the drive. It's called Shade Tech.
Anybody familiar with that?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
That's
Nope.
one of the better of the two rolls. That's the 36. And then there is a drive that looks like it's been shot and burnt to pieces. But joke's on them. That drive, its housing, far more powerful and defensive than all the other drives. And it looks identical to the other drive that got slagged, the Shade Tech drive. This thing, completely unharmed, despite it looking like it's been completely shot through. This is a file called Prism Tech.
Well, tell me more, tell me more.
The access codes to get into it is protected by 4 level 11 programs.
Oh! Well, that sounds like a project for later.
The programs, when you kind of take a peek, they are all, the file names are all, or the agent program names are all after the 4 horsemen.
Not touching that right this second. That is a... I'm going to have to prep for that one project. That's what that is. Because I'm not going into that. I know probably my agent codes might work, but I don't really want to find out at this exact moment in time.
The ammo bench with the plasma pistol on it also has a ammo press for Gauss rounds.
Oh.
It's a hand press. This person was hand making Gauss ammunition.
Cool.
There are also several capacitors that were being fixed in several different stages of being dismantled and put back together. So they seem to be high capacity capacitors, so large, very large Gauss weapon. And there is one beautiful piece of gun porn on the wall. It looks like the person, their baby, so to speak, because every gun nut has their baby, has a kind of a broken down schematic blueprint on the wall, paper style, kind of framed, of their heavy machine gun Gauss weapon with a 400 round mag bucket clip.
All right.
It is called Hailstorm.
Well, I've already got a copy of that saved.
It's not enough to recreate the gun. It's art.
You can say that, but anybody who's really good as guns could probably use this as a way to recreate.
Yes, if you were a gun nut and you know your Gauss weapons, that is the holy grail. If you don't know your Gauss weapons and you don't know your guns, it's very pretty. Because there's a lot of extrapolations you'll have to make.
Yeah, I'm just saving a copy.
You could literally take it off the wall. It's literally framed. It's just.
Well, I'm not enough of a gun nut to want that, so if any of the others you guys want it, have it.
All right. So
Nix will
you
take
guys
it
have
if
found
nobody
some
else does.
sweet fucking loot.
So Nix took the picture then. Okay.
Next, this thing's fucking cool.
Yep.
Put this in any like.
I know a couple people. Surprisingly,
you do.
I know
Yeah.
a couple people.
Hell, you can mail this back to Duke. He'll probably like cream himself over this. This is
right.
Yeah.
But I also know a master craftsman on base who told me
Yes,
that if I
you
ever
do.
found anything nifty, bring it to him and he'll make it for me.
Oh yeah, he loves that type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Cody's going for the plasma pistol.
Comes with a holster.
Yeah.
I think the only thing left at that point is the base commander's room, which has active defenses.
Not
Yeah,
010 or whatever? Or do we
Yeah,
already do that?
that was
Oh,
this
that-
room.
Yep.
There is. It looks like the cyber station, because this person was very heavy on cyber. Looks like there's a toolkit, and some leftover cyber, but it's been cleaned out. So nothing special to find, but there's pretty sophisticated cyber repair and maintenance kit.
I actually could probably use that. My stuff doesn't require super regular maintenance, but having a repair kit, just in case, would probably be good, wouldn't it?
Maybe. It's not meant for animatronics, but you could make do.
Actually, it might. You know what it might help with? When I get around to taking apart Minerva. Further. Taking her apart further.
Absolutely. It would also help any old school Leah practitioner who's taking the cyber path. That would be, this entire kit would be invaluable to anyone who's taking that path.
Do we know anybody we care about that's doing that?
I might be interested in it, but
I mean, if you got a better use for it, I was just going to use it to take apart Minerva, but I don't
Who's
need it.
grabbing the Shade Tech vest?
Oh, I am. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm going to take it apart and find out.
All right. Who's
Also-
grabbing the Prism drive?
The Nix would, but I
Actually, no. Okay, sorry. I'm willing to give up the Shade Tech vest in exchange for the drive, because that has level 11 programs on it. I'm probably going to be the only one able to crack it anyway. And even then, I'm going to need to make a plot for it. But this would make it so somebody else can look at that vest while I figure out how to crack this drive.
All right. So
What do you guys think?
Sounds good to me.
okay, so Cody, you got the plasma pistol. Oh, it feels so good in your hand. It actually fits just perfect for a smaller hand. Prism drive goes to Luna.
Well, I wanted actual other people's opinions of this too before we decided that, because
you're right in that you're probably the only one who can access it in the near future.
like that's like my first instinct was the vest, because I would like that vest, but like the Prism drive, I'm gonna need time to study it anyway. And if I had the vest, I can't take it apart and study this drive. You know what I mean?
It'll be a cohesive, collective effort to get most of this stuff analyzed and actually reproducible. Individual efforts can absolutely get you knowledge of what they do and have them completely operational and usable, but having them be reverse engineered and manufacturable, that'll require a group collective effort because each of you have parts of the puzzle to do it.
And that's part of why I was saying I'll work on the drive, other people work on other stuff.
I have no idea what I have that could help with any of this.
You have a lot, my friend. You actually would have one of the only fabrication labs on base that could remake this vest once you get the schematic.
But it's I get that, but it's the ways of finding out how to access any of this.
You have a new quantum computer.
Yeah, quantum computers would help.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
And if anything, I can use some of my assets within the Leah department to research it.
Yeah, Ashley's also a literal genius, even by Leah standards, which is that's hard.
Like, Ashley could be running the Leah department here.
Ashley has said before she would like to, but she has to give props to Dr. Rogers.
Of course.
He has. Ashley would admit she is on par with him for research, maybe even ahead. But he's able to manage staff and has the bigger picture ability and vision that she reluctantly admits on a very truthful analysis of herself and capabilities that she is still cultivating. There's a lot of politics. Dr. Rogers has it figured out, at least the way he runs it, and she is still learning. But she thinks she's a better researcher than him.
Of course, because she doesn't put on sightly demands on her staff.
Well, that's the thing. She might. So she's learning. She's taking her experiences with the number base, and taking her experiences here, and she'll figure out how she wants to run a department one day. But for now, she's a head researcher of a lab. She's in her happy place. This is awesome. Her body doesn't hurt anymore as well, so she is at peak optimal efficiency.
Okay.
Yeah, she's also writing a research report specifically about converting all Leah technicians to just animatronic bodies. They're just better. They're completely customizable. They're better anyways for our goals. That is straight heresy, but she says it's for later.
Of course.
Luna would also tell her that there's a lot of design challenges with that she's not considering by making that statement.
I know. That's why it's incomplete, but it's a theory paper.
And one thing I just want to share. The plasma pistol you said was reliable at least?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean,
So how are we getting into the next room?
Well, we need an idea of what we're going to deal with for the defenses first and foremost. And we don't have anything for that yet. So, let's start with the question of, are there cameras?
Looks like somebody literally put a piece of tape over them.
Okay. I mean, simple but effective.
Ain't it just?
Does the commander know what the defenses were?
Yes. Base commander's like, do not go in that room without a plan. The base commander of old ran a security system called the Ripper Field. She was not permitted to know the details of it. It was an experimental prototype, and it was going to be, well, it was in its completed stages of testing, enough so that it was installed in the base commander's office or home. So, it takes the intrinsic field to another level. It was the only information the base commander ever gleaned was it was designed to handle voidwalkers. They walk in on that shit, they die horribly. It's worse for people who aren't doing what they do. It takes you. The intrinsic field is bad. This is 100 times worse.
Well,
The Spectrum department was rather proud when they finally got it into working order.
oh, the Spectrum department. Not fucking surprised. Okay, I don't know, what do you guys think? I don't fucking know.
Well, we're gonna need to get into it anyways.
I mean, we certainly want to get into it.
I mean, I could just put a hole in the wall and peek in.
That might trigger it. If it's one that's designed to deal with, like, transdimensional shit, it's possible you'll trigger it. If you want to risk it, I won't stop you. I'm just pointing that out before you do it.
I mean, that's part of the reason why I was suggesting it, because it's all transdimensional and super overly complicated pieces of garbage tech. I was just gonna see if a simple solution might work.
Well, the thing
Well,
is,
also, okay, as a reminder, for just as a base reminder, the base commander of old is also known as what was his name? He's one of the grandmasters on Enigma. Shangri-La.
wait, this is Shangri-La's room?
Yeah.
Oh, I have something that might help here.
Yeah, can't you just call him?
Well, no, I can't just call him. Her. Can't call her. But I have something.
They can't call them. They're
Them.
genderless.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Cody's gonna start running. And then Cody's stopping and remembers he can teleport.
Yep.
Wait, hold on. Is my bodyguard here? No?
Yeah. No, they were sent out of Sector 12 entirely by the investigator regent and will not be redeployed until literally they've been given permission.
All right, so I'll be right back. And baby babbity boo, we teleport to my room. My actual room.
Bloop.
Cody runs to his locker, pulls out the cell phone. And then baby babbity boo comes on back home. Or goes back to everyone else.
Bippity boppity boo, indeed. Luna's got to look at you when you get back. So you are saving coordinates now.
I always save coordinates.
Yeah, sure you did. I definitely believe you.
Yeah. Look, I have coordinates saved to many locations. My
I
room,
Definitely believe
master's room,
Uh-huh.
the moon,
you. Yeah, sure.
the sun.
Oh, you have the sun save too?
It's emergency problems answers.
Don't
Right.
you need those as reference points anyway for everything else?
Yeah.
I mean, sort of.
I mean, we're always moving.
And so Cody is going to take out his cell phone, or take out the cell phone, turn it on, because he has yet to turn it on. And to begin looking through this old Nokia.
So the real reason I brought that up is while you're right about over-engineered stuff, the person that actually owned this room was Shangri-La. Probably, and somebody that decided the best solution to handling cameras is to put a piece of tape over the camera.
It's a very zen type of approach.
I mean, I can just try to contact him if you don't want to use your Nokia.
No, one sec.
I'm leaving it up to you guys as you want to handle it from here. Like, do your thing. I'm literally just saying, like, he might be one of the people that actually would think of if somebody just poked a hole in the wall. I don't know. I don't know him. I'm just literally theorizing.
Oh, they're really great.
They're pretty good.
Them?
I'll give them that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
What are you doing?
Cody is gonna look through the Nokia real quick to see if there's any codes left on it, or because I know I have Shangri-La's number in here.
Right. You're not going to be able to reach them
Right.
if you were not on the same planet.
Yeah, but no, like looking for like other random assortment of numbers, texts or like self-texts,
Notes.
notes.
I'm going to have you roll me luck twice
Okay.
and a tech use to try and use a flip phone. Because you may be very, very smart. But this is old.
All right.
Clunky, it's cumbersome, it's
Yeah. And
Okay.
2 luck tests.
yeah.
24 and 76.
And you said you can improve your luck by how much?
Wow, the odds of that.
5 to 10%, up to the GM discretion.
The odds of that roll, Char.
Roll me 1d5 plus 5.
Oops. 9.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, 24 plus 76 equals 100.
Yep.
Okay. As you're kind of looking through it, and you're like, if there is an old door code, but under that, right before you're like, I found it. It's like note to self, new security protocol, memorize door code only.
Damn.
New door codes in the next week.
What's the date?
Centuries ago.
Well, I'm asking that only because there's a date for the coup and a date for that.
This was before, like at least a month before.
Shame.
So
You'd have to fly all the way back to Enigma. Talk to
Nix
Shangri-La.
may have a solution.
What's your solution?
He's just gonna be like, "Give me a minute. I'm gonna try." And Nix is going, because he met him and got that sagely wisdom and shit. Nix is gonna try to focus on finding Shangri-La with his particular patented ability,
Which is?
Mysterious Benefactor. Because it has been shown to me that people of that persuasion have an ability to sense that kind of shit.
I could see it if you already rolled for him once before. But if you don't have any karmic tie, but you have...
No, I have synced up with him before.
I mean, like, you've actually used your benefactor roll on him.
I don't have to use my benefactor roll on them. I just need to know that they exist and have a strong impression of them. Okay. Or a signature item of theirs that I can focus on. He was a big major point because he imparted a gift on me.
Right. Not this far out. Not a communication or that type of thing. Like, you can grant them your powers.
No,
if they so need it.
It was less me trying to contact him and more of the mental knocking on the door and see if he can piggyback to contact me.
Through your Fire and Flames ability?
Uh-huh.
No. That is only a granting of the reroll system when they need it. They can't communicate with you. You haven't built an ability for that. But that could be an upgrade if you so choose.
It was worth a shot, you know?
It absolutely is. Don't ever think it's not worth a shot. You never know.
It's always worth checking, at least. Bare minimum.
Mm-hmm. But he'd be like, well, at least know where he's at on the world.
That's
For a big
right.
impression.
He's in the old Gen Ziggurat, the library.
And, hey, Cody.
Hmm.
You want to take a trip to Enigma for a moment?
I always want to take a trip to Enigma.
Pulls up the phone to Google the coordinates and hands them to him.
It helps. It really does help.
It does.
But then, Cody, your brain goes, planets are moving, gravitational forces, and then it's just like, it helps, but not really.
Right. No, I have to like jump to the moon, then like jump
And not get
near.
bitch slapped by the moon either.
Yeah, no, jump near the moon in like high atmo orbit. Then jump to there.
It was the best bet.
Actually, in high atmo orbit, I might be able to reach him on the cell phone.
With Thunderhead the way it is, I wouldn't be surprised.
I know, right? Plus, he's put potential in this as well.
So, jump time?
Yes.
Roll me some Holyverse! Do it.
And yeah, Cody is gonna go put on
Nice one.
some change of clothes. Alright, so 30. Minus 20 is plus 10. Oh, I always meant to ask. I have a. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. Yeah. It's plus 10. I'm
Have
going
a reroll
to
with
use...
plus 10.
Okay.
Gotta make
got
a fuck
this.
ton of them nowadays.
Yeah, right?
Why are we on fire? That's the sun! Ah!
Yeah.
Alright. You're now in orbit, but now you are falling down in orbit. And you're starting to pick up speed, and it is very,
Alright.
very hot.
Well, that's why you go in high at. That's why I was being high atmo, but okay.
Yes.
That
And
way he
then
can
we're gonna like
just float there in space, as it were.
and then second holy verse, same as the first. Teleport to the round since we be in sync with it. So still a minus 20?
No,
No? What do we got?
it's a plus 20. Because you
Oh,
can
okay.
see where you're going, and you don't have to teleport across solar systems. You're just like perfectly right above the grass, like several inches. Just bloop.
Okay.
And then there's this very monk-like person who does this sidestep from like just this one side step, and there's right next to you guys from over several dozen meters. Welcome to the new Gen Temple, or the old Gen Temple. How can I assist you? I am the Mean the Mar.
How many of us did you bring with you, by the way?
I think it
Oh,
was just
Cody.
Nyx. Oh, just you went. I thought Nyx went as well.
Nyx went as well, yes. Just the two of you.
Cody will give him a slight bow and goes, I'm here to speak with, or we are here to speak with Ezekiel.
Not
No.
Ezekiel.
Or not Ezekiel,
Oh my
Shangri-La.
goodness.
It just,
Shangri-La.
yeah, it just puts a hand on Cody's head. He means Shangri-La. He's done some rather heavy calculations. His brain is still catching up.
Look, all I'm saying is you could afford to lose a little bit of mass.
It's the armor. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I'm offended.
And the primary mass is the scythe.
Yes,
Oh,
especially the
I
scythe.
forgot. You brought that scythe.
I would not teleport you with that scythe.
That was going to be a minus 80 to
I
teleport
would've-
that scythe.
I would have handed it to Jackie and asked her to hold it for me.
Okay. Because that scythe is so damn dense that...
But now Jackie gets to know what it's like to hold that fucking scythe.
Jackie, it's sturdy. A
Oh.
real sturdy. A good
fi-
sturdy.
It's 500 something pounds.
Yeah.
I got
it's
like
good sturdy.
69 strength with the natural. I think I'll be okay.
Yeah, you're like, I like it. That's a very good scythe, that one. Boy.
Hey, but that strength is
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So it just look. Can we be taken to the library? I believe Shangri-La's there.
Oh, we are having a study session. Unfortunately, we are not accepting visitors at this time. I'm
Oh,
sorry that you've made a journey
yeah.
all this long way.
Cody's gonna take out the Nokia and call it Shangri-La.
The guy looks at the phone and gives a kind of look. Because he may be old gen, but he's not old.
He's just going to look at him. A gift from Shangri-La.
Well, whatever that weird shaped device is.
It's a really old phone. See, I have one like it. Pulls out his Nokia.
They're very strange. I hope it works to your expectations.
It's
This
pretty
thing, how long are you gonna wait? Because this thing will ring.
Cody will wait for a good solid 2 minutes.
After the 30th ring, you get, hello?
Shangri-La.
Oh, Cody, I forgot I gave you a phone. That's right. I do some things sometimes in my wisdom, or at least what I think is wisdom and foresight. But then the world is so vibrant and full and just complex that sometimes little things like this, I know I'm getting old. Because I forget. It's a rather shame.
Shangri-La, I need to have a meeting with you in a very private place.
Well, I am in front of the class. And you are holding up the class, so I suggest maybe we have to hold this off to later, unless it's so urgent it must be now.
Yes.
Oh my. Well, then I will ask something of you.
Yes.
Ask the door guard to let you in,
Okay.
and I'll have you impart to whoever's shown up with you. I don't know if you came alone or not. Your best piece of wisdom from your life experiences to the class. And
Okay.
we will have them meditate on it, and that'll give us a private moment. Do you think that's amenable?
I am more than amenable to this conversation.
Even if they don't understand it, even if they do not have the mind to grasp your wisdom, that's okay.
The lesson you all need to ruminate on is that you should never allow a computer to gather Leah. Please continue.
No. Hey,
All right.
Nick actually has something for this.
So you guys are brought in, and there are 100 students to the T, all in monk's robes, like Tibetan, like Shaolin style orange gis, and they are all shaven head. It very much looks like Avatar: Last Airbender type of stuff, and They all look serene, some faces of consternation, some of indignation. But nonetheless, they quiet. Shangri-La, kind of in her matching outfit with a little sash to kind of differentiate. Students, I would like to introduce you to some guests. This is Mr. Nix Banshee, and this is just Cody.
Hi, everyone.
And they're like,
Nix gives a
what are those
slight
strange
bow.
garments that they're wearing? These are highly advanced military armors. They have arrived from space. And one hand goes up. Yes. Aren't they illegal to be on planet then? No, not necessarily. I suppose if you were to dredge up some ancient Thunderhead or Stormfront rule, if you even know what that is, then perhaps, yes. But it really depends on if you're so determined to share that they were here and deprive yourself of the opportunity to learn. So, as guests, I have asked them to share their most coveted wisdom. Something they have worked hard or suffered for, or true wisdom. Or even a life lesson. Mr. Banshee, would you be willing to start?
I will share something that I am still struggling over myself. It was given to me as a way of strengthening my own means of cultivation. If that is okay with you. But
Oh, God.
because of who it's from, I'm gonna ask your approval. As he'll hand the poem to Shangri-La.
Oh, this will be exciting, especially since he's not here anymore.
Oh, you're
Shangri-La.
welcome. That was my thing.
Yeah. Well, no, he has a poem from Ezekiel trying to explain.
I have a
Oh,
poem from E.
Oh yeah, that's E. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then she kind of frowns at it. This is rather dark. This is really dark.
Yes.
You will not be sharing this with the class. I do not need people being going down that path. Apologies.
No, it's fair enough.
Be very careful with this.
Yeah. That's why it stays in my armor.
A lesson as to a clarification with this class. This is a specific lecture about truth seeking. So it may seem a little classified to you, or coveted information, but I will share why. Because we are trying to pierce the veil of falsity. The reason why I did not share the poem, class, is because there is something dark in the souls of each of us. And it can show up in our potentia. We can cultivate something called black potentia. It is a corruption and a stain on the soul. Although there are practitioners who will risk it for power. But there's a price. A heavy price. Now, you may think you can control it. For a time, you will. Especially there are very many people. You are very, very talented, and I'm proud of all of you. But it is an insidious force. And you will no longer be who you were. Over whether you cultivate some or many black potentia, you will become a different person and you will do things you never thought you could or would. Maybe if the class were 100,000 strong of the most brilliant, talented, comprehensive and maybe even experienced Potentia users, one of you would survive Black Potentia. One out of the 100,000 most talented Potentia practitioners, young and old. Do not play with it. If you feel the call of power, something alluring, seductive, enticing, stop. Something's wrong. Look inward and search yourself. You'll find a hint of blackness, and you'll know what you almost transgressed against. For once it's formed, it can never be undone. Thank you. Apologies. That was a very important lesson. If you wish for that to be your wisdom, so be it. Or if you wish to share something else.
I am a simple person. I don't know what real wisdom I could offer other than the simplest of things that I've come to accept as a statement of life. Things like the fact that the old epitaph, no pain, no gain, is more true than I ever realized. But I don't really think that things like that would fit, so I'll have to go with accepting that.
Very well. The wisdom is don't play with Black Potentia.
Yeah, I've seen it. No.
He has seen it too. That is also rare. Potentia users of the black variety do not live long.
Nix just removes his helmet so that the teacher, so that he can see his eye.
Everyone kind of, especially the front row, go, ugh. Those with good eyesight also goes, whoa, what the fuck? You've made some improvement. How is the eye suiting you?
Oh, it's beautiful. It allows me to see various potentia and even leopaths and such in people.
Perhaps another piece of wisdom from your physical showing that I could extrapolate for the class. This is what we call a calculated risk class. Mr. Banshee has forgone a part of his own biology and replaced it with something manufactured. Many would see this as appalling, something wrong. It's only as wrong as you feel it is, because there is no right or wrong path, with the exception of very few roads, Black Potentia being one of them, in my personal view. It only brings ruin. And not just to yourself. Everyone in your proximity will pay a heavy price, sometimes worse than death. But Mr. Banshee has found a beautiful medium where he has risked much and succeeded. And that is a path that everyone in this class must understand. Sometimes risk is inevitable. But also sometimes it's worth making a risk. Because sometimes there are gains to be had that only those who are willing to undergo risk can attain. Thank you, Mr. Banshee. I appreciate your share of wisdom.
Happy to help.
And Cody. You have gone down a very vastly different path. But while many may not understand anything that you may teach them, it is still wisdom regardless. And perhaps I can help explain it better, within reason.
Well,
if you share a wisdom with the class.
I feel like my wisdom is also about risk and reward. When I first left Enigma, I was someone very basic. I wanted to make mechs. And through some very inconvenient circumstances of almost blowing up an entire solar system,
There's several hands that go up. We need context. You can just drop that shit. Fingerall actually has an eyebrow raise. Because that's all she's got left. All they have left on their head because they don't have any hair. There's an eyebrow raise like.
What'd you say, Char? Because I was cutting it out.
Almost blowing up a solar system. To saving a base commander and a dear friend of Shangri-La. Gave me the opportunity to become a cultivator. The cultivation path I'm walking down is that similar to of not the old gen, not the new gen, the unorthodox path that you guys have here. We slowly convert our bodies into energy and attach it to our souls.
So every hand now is in all 100 hands are like, I have a burning question.
It's just Nick's just gonna be like, perhaps you could demonstrate with the skin thing you can do.
Oh yes. Cody is gonna turn his skin to his shield, and his eyes will be gone.
Several people in the class stand up like, how do I have this question answered?
And he's gonna take a moment or readjust his skin.
You're still working on that, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. And
your master's the only one who can put it back.
You know, like, I forgot about this part. Again, everyone.
Char, I thought your master was asleep.
My master is asleep.
So that means
He has no skin.
So
and armor, so they just get to see a muscle man with no eyeballs.
Yeah.
You can't see.
Yes, I can.
He can.
You can still see?
Oh, okay. He transformed his eyeballs.
Yeah. And he's gonna be like,
there's a lot of people who are like two people in the back literally throw up.
And it's like, oh yes. That being said,
two people run out because they're sick to their stomachs.
This has caused me excruciating pain, but it has given me more enlightenment and thrills than any other worldly pursuit I've ever held.
Take Zydrate, kids.
I'm gonna point out that I'm sure you've just convinced a lot of people never to touch Leah. Ever.
Yes, but the thing is, the ones I have convinced.
I doubt you've convinced any of these people. You have no skin, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
With Leah, you lose your body.
At least with the Leah soul path.
Yeah, no, with the any Leah path that you lose your biological body over time.
But he's gonna then place a cup or a pencil and just shift it to Leah. And just hold it. And it's like, but you can find great wonders like this. And then turn it back.
There are a lot of burning questions. So I have 3 lessons for you from Cody's wisdom. The first and foremost is not every question will be answered, or should be answered, until you are ready. What it means to be ready, there's an almost unlimited amount of qualifications. Maybe you can handle the knowledge, but you're not permitted for it. Maybe you can't handle the knowledge, but are permitted for it. Too many permutations to count. But some questions will not be answered, and I won't answer some of them. Nor will Cody. I think he's doing. He's teasing us, I suppose, would be the best analysis. 2. There's a wider world out there. Far more than anyone on this wonderful, beautiful gem that is Enigma. In fact, population out in space is starting to grow at an accelerated rate. Nothing to compare to the homeworld and its congested population, but while we continue to hold our foes at bay, and the more people that go into the stars, the more ideologies and different personality types and characteristics and cultivation techniques especially are out there. It's also a much harsher world than you can possibly fathom. In fact, what Cody has done is shown a very visceral, gruesome, but very eye-opening transformation of what is necessary, not only in the pursuit of success, happiness, but also survival. Cody would not have done this if it weren't so necessary, yes? It gives you an edge, it gives you the ability to compete and survive the harshness out there.
Yes.
And lastly, the journey is winding. It will never be kind. Not to those who actually seek real knowledge, truth, information of all types, and meet the people, most importantly, because who are we but people? And people on this planet and people in the stars are going to be so vastly different, we might as well be different species. And in case for Cody, he is and will be once he has completed his transformation. He will no longer be human. Do we reject them? I don't think so. They are Enigma, or enigmatic. Human, even, for those who know the term. I think, while it may be a terrible, horrible, tragic-filled world, it can also be beautiful, love-filled, and happiness can be found in every corner as well. So, let your journey take you where it will, but be open-minded and be ready for anything. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll let the class meditate, if they have the ability to. I'm hoping to see some gains, and we'll have our little private conversation. All right, class. 15 minutes of meditation over our guest, wisdom, and I'll be back. And a bunch of non-cultivator enigmatics will come out and actually start serving tea for everyone.
Thank you.
So, Cody, Mr. Banshee, I surmise you have discovered a way of expedited travel. Last time I understood and looked upon the stars told me you were rather far away. Or at least in comparison to where I am at.
Yes, we were. We were at your old stomping ground.
Hmm.
No,
I have many of those.
Now known as Ares Base.
Mm. What a time that was. The first time I've ever was convinced to go to space. It's a harrowing event there. They could not transport us the old way. We had to travel Valium. At least for the first jump. It was a long time in cryo. So long. But Ares base now. Still after the
Yes.
Greek god names, is it?
Your former vice base commander.
Oh, Lilith. She's such a dear. Very serious. I've always tried to get her to loosen up and have a little levity. But it never could stick. Very almost dour. Stern. I hope her chakras are okay. Such a life can build tension. And it can manifest in the way you interact with others and the way you project yourself. Always worried about her. Them now, actually. I guarantee by this day and age, they are Grandmaster.
They are. They are, and they're teaching Jackie.
Oh, that's wonderful. But little question, I thought Ezekiel was teaching Jackie.
Yes, Jackie has taken upon a second master.
And Ezekiel is amenable to that? I've never heard him to be so.
Grudgingly.
Jackie is quite a little charmer then. Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful news. It's also wonderful to see you both alive and so well and filled with, purpose and, well, energy in Cody's case.
That being said, we did come discuss a more urgent matter.
Ah, yes, the urgent matter. Yes. We've put it off long enough, I think.
We're currently trying to access your old room.
Quite a conundrum, that, actually. Yeah, quite the conundrum. I could not actually get into it safely without disabling the defense system. Otherwise, I would have. But I wasn't so well cultivated as I was now, and then compared to then. But even now, if I were to try go to toe to toe with that defense system, I don't think I would win. In fact, I think it would just. It's not even worth it. In fact, Ezekiel might actually truly die in the attempt. It was designed to take out pretty much anyone and had a magnitude effect multiple times against people who existed on this planar existence.
Which is why we were wondering, hoping you would remember the passcode to it.
I do have the passcodes to the door. You can open the door and not have that particular system go off. Yes, it's called the door knocker. It is a Leah shape charge meant to take out the hallway. Yeah. I can give you the code for that door to deactivate that and get the door open, but the other system inside that we will not name is unfortunately a little tuned to the 20s on a scale of 1 to 10.
That is understandable.
No. I might have a solution. I mean, my experiences on that base have haunted me. And it's something that still gives me nightmares, despite my projected zen and balance. More so than I've had in a long time, but it looks like you're looking into it, so all things are connected.
Yes. To let you know why we're looking into it,
Mhm.
the base is about to be attacked.
Oh, that's terrible. Is everything
Yeah.
going to be okay?
If I have my way, yes.
Okay. I like your confidence. That's good. Morale is very important. More so than you think. Iron Eaters are specifically susceptible to morale. They hold really well until the morale drops, and getting them to have high morale again is nearly impossible. And they lose their fighting spirit. Make sure that never happens. They are more fragile that way. They hold out until they fail. And then it is even harder to get that fighting spirit back, and get their confidence back. So, the mind and the soul are they're very strong, but they're also very weak. I'm glad to see that you're still projecting confidence.
Thank you. But yes, how to get access to your room would be helpful.
Well, we could hit up a Spectrum base on planet.
But Spectrum doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, pish posh. Of course they do. They're just a very quiet bunch. You can't say they don't exist to me. I was around when they're there. I actually watched them leave out the door with all their things. They weren't lined up and shot, although they did do a lot of that to the non-essential personnel. That was a lot of people, by the way. It was a lot of people. But
I believe I recently got in trouble with them, so...
Well, that's not good. They're a very, secretive bunch. Almost cultish. Despite the ban on religion, I still use the word cultish. They
has not stopped the Leah department.
Oh no, they are the biggest offenders on that front. But, well, hopefully one day that'll be resolved. But right now, tolerance. What do you say? A little bit of fun?
I don't mind a little bit of fun.
It'll have to be after class, though. We'll have a midnight jubilee.
We do kind of need to let the others on the base know.
Oh, all right. Well, if that is what you so choose, then so be it. Class will not be out for at least another 3 hours or so.
Yes. Do you have a place where I can cultivate?
Oh, of course. We have private cultivation rooms all over. In fact, some of the best cultivation rooms are not closed little stone boxes. We have little secluded park spaces in the little hedge maze garden. It's not as secure, unfortunately, but you get to breathe in the life of Enigma and the beautiful, clean air, and you get to feel the cool grass beneath your feet.
I would be down for this. You wouldn't happen to have any group cultivation areas, would you?
We would, actually. We have a lot of group cultivation areas for the beginners. I don't think you're a beginner, though.
I have a way of cultivating better with others cultivating around me.
I call it his hand-holding circle.
Well, maybe. If that's the case, let's keep you away from the neophytes. They have a hard enough time cultivating in the first place. With you know what? There is something you can do tomorrow. There is going to be a grouping, kind of a teaching of cultivation. People are going to show off specific techniques as a group share, and they're going to spend a bit of their time cultivating for everyone to watch. Perhaps if you were to participate.
I would love to do that too.
Of course. I'll sign you in. But it also seems you wish to extend the communication to your compatriots.
Yes, now I need to contact them and get my skin back.
Well, they'll send you a text. This was the last store code that I remember.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, it's time to go back to class. If I'm not mindful of the students, they feel neglected and they impulsively act on their own. We're trying to enforce discipline. Disciplined cultivator is a better cultivator, in my opinion.
Of course.
Well, that said, I must leave you. Enjoy the tea, and we'll see you tomorrow. Or later tonight, I hope.
Yes. It's going like...
Smaller the group, the better, though.
It would only be 4 of us.
I think we can make that work. Maybe.
Maybe 3. We can leave one behind.
I don't know.
Well, shall we
4
finish
is a
our
lucky
tea?
number, but 5 has special meaning for very specific cultivator formulas. I'll have to look into the numbers. Specifically the portents of the meaning of the significance of these numbers. But, as I said, he kind of walks back out. And, all right, class, back to your seats. We're going to review some of your meditative gleanings and hopefully enlightenment. And you guys are left on your own.
All right. You ready to go back?
Yep.
Zip, zap, zoop.
Zoop.
Roll me Leah. Oh, sorry, Holy Verse. -20. And you're like, you're heavy. Roll my luck. No rerolls.
Oh.
Oh my god.
You asked for it. No rerolls either.
Yeah. All right. The end of that luck roll, and now it's between 10 and 20%.
All right.
Okay. So you kind of appear precisely where you left off with the most perfect calculation you've ever rolled in your life. You're like, kind of look down. There's a little outline of where your boot prints were, exactly where you left.
Damn, I'm good.
Just like, hi guys, I'm back. I calculated the orbit and movement of the universe, or the galaxy, in addition to this solar system. Oh,
Welcome back. Was it productive?
It's productive. I got the key code, so the directional blast won't murder us.
At least the door charge won't kill us, but the other defenses.
We've also been invited by someone to go do something later tonight on Enigma.
Okay, you realize we're in Sector 12. It's only the four of us. Just say your words, man.
Oh, yes. We've been invited by Shangri-La to go raid a Spectrum base.
Oh, I've actually been meaning to meet him. I needed to talk to him about a few things.
Yes. Also, Jackie,
Yes.
they're going to have a demonstration at the Ziggurat to show off cultivation stuff and to learn from each other. If you wanted to join us.
Let's see if I have time. That would be tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm. Tomorrow, but we're also going to go tonight. So
To do the raid.
All right. I'll let Victor know.
mhm. Also, I have a message for the base commander.
Oh,
Yes, I have to give it to her personally.
sounds good. When do you want to do that?
Sooner the better.
All right. So should we continue on this project then? Of getting into this place, or maybe
I
wait?
mean, we might as well see what's going to happen next. We can open the door.
Well, let's get the door open. It's kind of what we're
Alright.
here for.
Put in the door code.
All right, the door opens. And there's a very spacious area. Almost a little luxurious in comparison to the crampedness of the other officer quarters. Like the middle room is a living room space, and there are 3 adjoining side rooms. Where the officer quarters only had a separate room for a bathroom and a shower. This one has a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and a kitchen.
Fancy.
Yeah. So collectively, it's like 5 times the size of all the other officer quarters.
Well, what do we know about the other defenses in here?
Did
Did you
well, Shangri-La
ask?
said that they would kill Ezekiel.
Yes, but he gets back up from that.
No, like permanently kill Ezekiel.
Have I mentioned that's a bad thing? Turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently we don't want to kill him unless we want to have something come out of Mordred's unstable.
No joy.
Yes, he's a projection of Mr. Sun there, and unfortunately that means yes. Unfortunately that means he's probably an outlet for Mr. Sun's more extreme behaviors. So if he was to just die, there's a good chance that Mr. Sun would go wild, and then that's a whole bag of bullshit. $360 black potentia would be the potentia of that particular creature, just as a frame of reference.
That's weird because he has such a
Yeah, I know.
volatile reaction towards it.
I think it's a self-loathing. Oh, by the way, Nyx,
Mm?
you're not going to believe me when I say this, I don't think.
Mm?
Ezekiel said thank you to me.
Horseshit.
I have it recorded.
Horseshit.
Sends it.
He didn't say thank you, he says thanks, and then walks
Yes.
off.
Close enough.
This is obviously fabricated.
Nope.
Saves it.
Don't show that to him. He does not get to know I recorded that. That's private use only.
It's for the montage file
Yeah,
of the things Ezekiel has never said
Yep.
or will
yep.
say.
Eventually, I'm going to find one that I like enough and make it my ringtone.
Dude, you guys can make a bingo board.
Well, let's see. I've already got him to say I was wrong. Thank you. I fucked up. Or thanks. I fucked up. I made a mistake. I'm making a nice list.
Yeah. All right. So
The best of all that you could ever get out of Ezekiel is maybe I'm not a god.
Yeah,
But-
see that's a corner piece that's never gonna get filled.
So,
Because if he admits that, he might die.
yeah. So, we got the door open. We know it's behind it. We dare not enter.
I mean, do we not dare enter? As I'm scanning the room with my energy systems, I'll do a roll. Do we not dare enter? Oh, that's on the dot. Man. That's oh, yeah, whatever. Do I pick anything up? No, I'm not expecting anything hidden, but, do I pick anything up baseline?
Yeah, all your senses go. I sense a
I sense a disturbance in the everything.
Your ECM module is buzzing. Like you can literally feel it. There's a whir. Kind of like if you had a computer fan spin up and run really hard. It's never done that before.
That's new.
It's also chewed up 250% energy consumption rate just by having the door open.
I'm going to step out of the line of sight of that. Wow, my battery's noticeably down from that. Okay. That's spitting some energy out like nobody's business.
I don't know.
I wasn't expecting you to know.
Yeah.
If I don't, if okay, like if I'm like I don't know what that is, I don't expect anybody else to actually have an answer. Like I mildly hope you might, but I don't expect it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a look in the room and see if I can see anything.
Now that your naked eyes tell you no.
Man, there's only just a way to get in there, and find that book or anything in there really.
What book?
I don't know. I figured there's probably a book in there, like all the codes to the base.
We don't. Honestly, I'm not sure what we're looking for in here. If I'm going to be completely straight with you right now. Like I just don't. I don't know what's in here. I don't know what's valuable in here. I didn't exactly come here with a particular plan in mind for this room. Because really we were here looking into 001s.
010.
010. That's right, 010.
10. Agent 10.
That like we were looking for her old systems. That's what we were here for, and it's already been raided by somebody that had the ability to pop in and out of reality. So that's a thing. So I don't really know where to go from here in this regard. So I'm all for ideas, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, considering how heavily guarded this thing is, there has to be something valuable in here.
I'm just going to, pick up a piece of debris, Blatt,
Mm-hmm.
and just flick it into the room?
Passes the threshold and you just see it disintegrate. Not immediately, just as if you never threw it. And also, you don't remember throwing something in. Everyone watching doesn't remember you throwing something in either.
So we're just gonna pretend he didn't do that?
Yeah,
Cool.
pretty much. You remember grabbing a piece of debris. You're really alarmed that it's gone. Somebody somehow stole it from your hand.
I mean, theory-wise, there's a lot of things that could have done, like that we could find here, I guess.
Yeah, it's just the easiest thing for him to do would be to check the video feed on his armor and see what happened with it.
The video feed on your armor has stopped recording successfully the moment you opened this door, and it's remained open. That includes anyone who is not human.
Oh, so I have. Does that mean I don't know what's going on anymore? Am I like in a loop right now? If that's what's happening to my memory.
You have the alarming state of, oh God, I only remember from this point. Everything's fine, and then you're like, I feel like I'm missing something. Something's not right. And then you're like, oh God, I'm missing X number of time. Everything's fuzzy. I don't remember any of this. I can only track back to this point. And then it's like, oh, it's fine.
We have a problem. Could you shut the door, please? It's hard to think right now. Please shut the door. Shut the door. Shut the door.
You know what? Door's fine.
Jackie, you were
Shut the
suffering the
fucking
same condition as Luna.
Nyx will shut the door.
Interesting.
Yeah, because you're a machine now.
So I lost the time from when we opened that door till now. Like all
Same
of
with
it.
you, Jackie. And so does IQ.
That's weird. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna handle that.
Cody,
My
by the
ECM
way,
system glitched.
Yeah.
I need you to roll me. That door was open for about a couple minutes. I need you to roll me a Leah test for every 10 seconds that door was open at a stacking -10.
Oh, okay. Sure. Well, we'll start here then. Do I know what it's trying to do to me?
You are basically destabilizing without even realizing it.
Okay.
So we're not going in here right now.
No, like
Nope.
I don't want to. I don't like not remembering things.
neither do I. I feel weird, guys.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
No, it's literally that. This you don't feel good at all. No one does.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah,
Eh.
Yep. So let's go get ready for going to the Spectrum base.
Yeah, Nyx, you are the only one who seems semi-fine about it, but you just
Feel off.
you feel off. You feel really off. Howdy.
Yep.
I
Makes it-
need 8 more rolls.
Oh no, trust me. At some point, I will fail this.
All right, lose 1 int.
I'm going to use Driven here.
Okay, go for it. Do it.
Has to be better than an 82. Has to be better than an 82.
It was close. Oh man.
All right, we're good.
No. Okay, 7 more.
Because I would have gone away after the 4D. All right. I'm going to use Spark of Brilliance here to re-roll that. Because I get 1 free re-roll with it.
Good luck.
I'm going to.
Got any merit for int gain or?
I have a 60 int here with 1 unnatural.
Here,
Oh, fuck! I
have
forgot to
a
add that unnatural in.
There you go.
Yeah.
yeah.
Good. I'm glad we talked about it.
So, that'll be a pass.
Yeah, I feel like we would have ditched at around that mark.
I mean,
All right.
Nick
You
would have
guys
looked
slammed
at
the
you
door
guys.
closed like,
Yeah.
something's wrong, something's wrong. And none of you have ever felt so helpless against the effect that you cannot see or understand.
Except
No.
for Nyx.
There's a reason why Shangri-La felt helpless against whatever they built.
I'm like, all right. I see what she was they were talking about. I am Les Spooks.
I wanted to ask if my weird Chemtech eyes saw anything.
It started to bleed.
Oh, jeez.
Thanks, I hate it.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yep. We're gonna have to figure that out later.
We're not going in there right now. I'm not going in there so I can figure out how to make my brain not loop. How much power did I lose, Matt?
You're at critical 3% power remaining.
Excuse me. I'm going to shove my hand promptly in the nearest power socket.
Nom, 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 nom. Delicious. Your system's like, oh, hey, we needed power. Thanks for the reminder. And you're like, you're supposed to remind me.
I almost just shut down from power loss.
That's not good.
I didn't get any warnings.
That's definitely not good. All right, I see what they were talking about. I'm scared now.
I'm sufficiently intimidated as well.
I am going to go talk to the base commander. I'm going to go cultivate, and I'm going to get ready to leave.
So, you gonna be able to bring my scythe since we're gonna go possibly into a
Hell no.
He has to hold Jackie too. That's like,
fight?
there's so much. That's so much mess.
Oh, god damn it! God damn it!
Yeah.
Hell
luckily-
to the no.
Luckily, I will be able to help some of this. No, I can't move your scythe.
Star Slab Scythe, baby. It's a problem for
It's
everyone.
really strong. Don't get me wrong.
You know what? Blatt?
Mm-hmm.
I've got a pile of unassigned potentia. I'm gonna see if I can make my scythe summonable.
Sure. Every potentia you stack on the scythe will allow you to Thor summon it at a stacking 100 miles an hour. So 100, 200, 400.
But not teleport, just a...
No, that shit's not teleporting anywhere. Star Slab. There's a reason why that mech will probably never leave this solar system.
No, you don't get to say that. As you've put it, anything is possible with potentia.
What sure you gonna do, bro?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How much I would need to be able to make this
About
thing.
1,000 to get that thing to teleport across solar systems.
Hey,
It's Star
actually-
Slab.
actually, you want to do that?
Oh wait, you have an ability that's a cheat code.
You wanna do that, Nyx?
What? How much of a problem is this going to be?
None. Absolutely none.
Does it
you
involve?
actually yes. Remember, there are potential limitations for items.
Yeah, and I think Star Slab is gonna be so goddamn high because it's based on the density of the object.
It is also. So you've never played with Star Slab before. This could be a
No.
fun experiment.
Okay. I'm going to need I'm gonna need something. What I'm going to need is I'm going to need some things from my lab, and those things are not bad things. Those things are I'm just gonna have them delivered. We're gonna have to go somewhere in the big space though. And private. We're gonna need to get people out of the way. We'll just bring it over to your lab. That's great. We'll bring it to your lab.
Okay, we'll go to my spare lab. Actually, meet me at my other hangar bay. It's a lot more quiet.
Away from everybody that could possibly be watching us is the objective here.
Probably got more eyes watching me over there. I still got to check in on that though, so.
I mean, check in on it as much as you want. So what I'm about to do is #classified.
There's an evolved black Potentia?
No.
Okay, then yeah, we'll just go to my lab, my break-off lab.
Great. It just needs to be private where we don't have people watching us, that's all.
Yep. We'll go over there. Okay.
And Matt, I'm going to have you know how I've been bulk ordering weapons, Matt?
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be having about 1,000 Potentia worth hauled in.
Oh boy.
There's just going to be crates of weapons that are just going to be starting piled into that lab. Weapons, armor, occasional amulet and stuff. Nothing too special. I mean, none of it's special.
And what are we doing with all of this?
Once I have it all together, I'm going to be like, crack knuckles. Oh, she does the motion and makes the noise with her mouth because she can't crack knuckles anymore. And she's just like, what we're about to do, or what I'm about to do, is I'm about to start pumping Potentia from these into that.
And I've just got to shape it.
You just have to shape it. I could shape it, but it would bind it to me, not you, so that's not the objective. And while I would love to experiment with binding things to other people, I don't want to do that on you blindly, because that's an experiment through and through, and I don't know how badly that will go.
Fair enough. So.
Yeah, I'm going to start getting the Potentia into the weapon, giving him time to bind it. One Potentia at a time. I will put the rest...
Yep. And I will begin shaping it to do what I need.
We're going to have to do this rapidly, because I'm going to have to basically hold the Potentia I pull out in stasis. In fact, like, I'm going to have to hold it until you grab it. And, well, until it gets put into your weapon. That is the downside of this. It doesn't just free float very well. I have to actually focus. And all of these are like maybe 5 Potentia weapons.
Okay.
And there's just stacks of them. And it's just next.
Faster and faster and faster. And eventually you're like, okay. Since it's all the same stacking formula, higher and higher and higher. The reason it has to be 1,000 is because this thing transcends light speed. It still moves in a straight line. Thor style. Which means it may go through things.
Yeah.
That's not teleportation.
It's near teleportation, yeah.
No, that's what we're trying to accomplish here, is not to move it FTL. We're trying to genuinely teleport it.
And you said for that we needed 1,000 Potentia.
Actually, you know, I might have a different solution to this. We might need Cody. Because we could bind a bunch of Leah Potentia to it.
But then I would never be able to bind Potentia to it. And no, we couldn't because I've already bound Potentia to it.
I could solve
It would
that.
blow up.
Actually,
What? I'm just saying I could fix that if we wanted to try doing
you would
that.
need to
Yeah.
do one Leah Potentia into it. It would need to be the Holyverse. That gets the Leah shift.
So, also, you're wrong. It doesn't necessarily detonate the Leah and the Potentia together, because it's actually a problem of the rotation of the energy, not a problem of the interaction. Correctly designed, it is very simple to, well, not simple, it's complex, it takes a second Holyverse, but you can have normal Potentia and Leah Potentia side by side.
Yeah, you could. You need the second verse.
And I have that. And I'm willing to do this. I'm kind of already doing this. So
You
want
could
to
also
complain
take it to
about
E.
I was not taking it to E. I don't think he
Nope.
wants. We don't want to have the black Potentia infect it.
Nope.
It will.
Nope.
Anyway, you want to have a fit about the fact that, you know, there's going to be some Leah in this, or do you want to just have it done?
No,
right?
I thought it was going to blow up
No.
because that's the
It's-
way it has been described to me.
Well, yes, that's because other people have been doing research too, and you don't know everything, my dude. My friend.
I know this.
Ow.
Still.
Except you also blew up before asking me why I thought that would work, when we both know that Leah and Potentia normally explode. It's almost like I have an actual plan here.
Well, between both the Holyverses you have, as long as you can get either the wielder or someone else to run the calculation, that is actual teleportation. And what
it does require the calculation then.
Right, it does, because it's a Holyverse. But now it's a Potentia infuse, and the Leah or the Potentia behind it only needs to be 100, not 1,000. And that is just to make the object easier to transport.
You know what you could do? Yeah, I know what you could do. You could pair two pieces of Potentia, one in you and one in it, to, in essence, do an auto calculation of this comes to me type of thing. That would remove the need for doing the calculations because it's live tracking. It would.
That is also a thing. Yes.
It would make it so people can track you via your weapon, but you know.
Then you could put the strap technique or some other technique on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could literally have it so that you have an anchor Potentia specifically, so that it only calculates precisely where you are because you're bound to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I give you a big price, big difficult. It sucks at the start. You guys start to think about different ways to approach it. It starts to get cheaper. It starts to become what you want. Now it's precisely what you want.
It's fair enough. So we'll commence. What is it going to cost me?
It's total. It's going to require 2 Leah Potentia, 1 special unorthodox technique, which binds you to a weapon, but you could literally make that up on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
And then 100 Potentia to boost the transition to make it actually cheap, so that even Star Slab can be moved.
Okay. If you don't mind funneling some Potentia stuff my way.
Well, I mean, I have got crates of weapons that have like 5, 10, 25 Potentia, and I pulled them in so we wouldn't have to use your Potentia to do this.
No, I am grateful. I will happily do this, and I'll spend the time to make the technique that I need to bind the weapon.
Okay, just roll Potentia.
You want the funniest thing of all of this? Gotta pat one of the crates. This crate right here.
Hmm.
Less than a D rank.
Hmm.
Because they're all junk weapons.
Fair enough.
Hmm.
So, but I got 5 degrees of success on Potentia.
Roll me one more. I need another 5 degrees. Total 10. All right, you got it.
Yep. And what do you want me to call this technique?
Whatever you want. It's just weapon binding.
It's kind of new what we're doing here. Like,
Yeah.
we're probably not the first to come up with weapon binding, but it's a new technique that you're doing it via.
Yep.
Technically, you can extrapolate this onto a mech, but the amount of potential you're going to need for that is ludicrous.
Yeah. But it's something to be worked on and tinkered with. And you can supply the other needed potentia, so
Yeah, no,
Cool.
Potentia is not the problem here.
alright. Well then I guess we spend an hour or two working on making my scythe teleportable.
I mean, this isn't actual cultivation. I can do that in like 10 seconds per.
Well,
Potentia.
I had to do a cultivation to do the binding technique.
Yeah, that's what takes time.
Yeah.
But the actual Potentia transfer, it takes literal seconds. And I have been doing this for so long that I don't even need to roll on doing it like this anymore. I'd
I
have to
love it.
roll. I have to roll on like shaping it into an actual technique stuff, but just actually transferring it, no. There you go. You now have a teleporting scythe. You may
And
sing my praises.
And he will play with it to test it and say thank you.
There is one downside. To summon it gives you 1 fatigue.
Might be able to work around that if you really want, but
It's the calculation. It still has to be done.
it's just being done automatically through the Potentia, so it's
And since it's a binding to the person, there has to be a price for moving Star Slab across whatever space you are wanting.
No,
But even if it's multiple fronts, it's still 1 fatigue.
Yep.
Even if it's 10 meters, it's 1 fatigue.
Yep.
always gotta gotta accept a price for what we do.
No, and that is entirely acceptable. Now we get to go find a char to go back to Enigma.
Cha-cha!
Yeah. Cody ran off to learn a Potentia technique. He's going to use his book and look up how to redo his skin.
In what manner?
Well, so like how my master redoes my skin for me.
It's a calculation. It's not a technique.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a mathematical equation. It's in there, and you're looking at it going, "Oh, hey, that's all right. That's a page." Oh, jeez. It's a 6-page equation. And you're
So
like,
a simple equation.
well, that's some really tiny font. It's a lot of variables, and all the variables are explained, but it's like, balls.
I know, and it's like
You literally need to down to the very essence of your cells.
Yeah.
That's the important part. The actual biggest variable is remembering the genetic code of your skin, which your master had done before she even gave you the first technique in the first place. That's why it's so easy for them.
Interesting.
Well, it's not easy. There's a cost to it, but that's why they're able to do it.
And Cody is just gonna pull up his like file.
Mm.
I'm like, what is the genetic coding of my skin here? Granted, genetic coding of skin is the same as your genetic coding, so.
I know. It's just the blueprint for your skin, your epidermal layer, your largest organ on your body. It is going to be a minus 90 Leah for your first attempt.
Oh, all right. Come here, Leah. We got this.
Holyverse will give you a plus 10 to the amount of check marks you have in that skill.
Okay, so if I roll Holyverse, I get a plus.
No. You're still rolling Leah at a minus 90, but for every check mark you have in Holyverse, it gives you a plus 10 to counter off the minus 90.
Okay, so only a minus 80 then.
Yes.
Wapa. Oh, you know what? I'm feeling cheeky here.
Don't you have are you boons?
I'm boons, yeah. I'm feeling cheeky with a boon.
Yeah, you can pass with a boon, plus 20.
Yeah. That's instead of feeling cheeky, I'm gonna pass with a plus 20 for my boon.
Okay. Yeah. You're just like ah! Okay, I'm back.
Alright, there we go.
As you reprint your skin, and you're like, I need citrate. I need citrate so bad right now.
Flip the case open. Hit the neck.
Everything's so clear. So blue. Okay, I could function as a normal person now.
Yeah, normality. And then I'm going to go find the base commander because I'm going to deliver a message for the base commander, or to the base commander.
You were just told. Just go in.
Yeah, and Cody's just gonna wander in.
They literally have stopped the meeting. Yes, Cody.
And Cody's gonna salute. He goes, I have come here to deliver a message.
And this couldn't have waited.
And I was told it was an important message.
Fine.
Yes, the message goes as such. You need to relax more so your chakras can realign.
I feel like Nyx could be heard laughing from across the base.
Cody,
Yes.
next time you see this person,
Yes.
I want you to give them a message.
Can do.
And they will get up. They will pour themselves a drink, kind of saunter over. They'll put a big hand on your shoulder. Hand you the drink.
Mm-hmm.
You need to drink more.
All right, I'll let them know that.
Okay. And then they will boot you in the ass really hard out the room, spilling the drink and the glass all over the floor.
Eh,
That's part of the message.
understood.
I mean, who are you to determine whether or not the words of a Grandmaster were really important or not?
I mean, for Shangri-La, that message is very important.
Your chakras are out of line, man. You gotta, just relax, man.
Hey man, your energy's all over the place.
All right. Jagged, what are you doing for prep? I know he said BRB,
I don't know how long he's been gone.
but it's been a bit. I'll send him a message.
I mean, I don't think Jackie would really have much to prep like Nyx, you know?
You guys don't have that long to prep. Only a couple hours.
We're hitting a Spectrum base, though?
Yeah.
Apparently. Which is why Nyx wanted his scythe.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's I will admit I may have forgotten why we were doing that because I got too caught up in the let's do this part of it. But I feel
The more you're starting to fill out the scythe, the more the dread is starting to like, oh, it's a Spectrum base.
Spectrum base though, huh?
Yep.
And then your big, giant investigator brain goes, what are the consequences? What's the fallout? Even in the attempt.
I'm going to start looking at some of the things that can go blatantly wrong with this. Legalities, classification levels, things like that.
First things first, you don't succeed and you do not die in the process.
Well, that's the obvious.
Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind. It's like,
don't die is like the basics.
No.
Okay.
It's if you do not succeed.
Oh, and then don't die.
And then not die in the attempt.
I mean,
if you fuck up, you need to go down badly. Like, as in they can't do some fucky dimensional shit to bring you back or something.
Do we know if this is an active one?
Yeah.
Oh, so there's not going to be like personnel.
Yes.
I'm going to have a new question for the team. Why are we doing this?
Shangri-La invited us.
I asked why, not who invited us.
No, it's because he invited us. Apparently, that's where we would need to go to get the shit to get into his old room. And
on top of that, how often do you get invited by a Grandmaster to go rob a base?
That, and I don't really think the personal invite of a Grandmaster is something you should turn down.
That is a personal preference, I'm going to say.
I think the why is to get information on this Ripper shield or field we need to deal with, right?
The Ripper field, yeah.
Yeah. That I was asking because the step one, if we fuck up, we need to all die. If we don't all die in a horrible way that they can't res us from, that's a problem for us.
Well, I have a way of guaranteeing our death, but you're not going to like it.
I mean, we're going to be dying. I'm not going to like it one way or the other.
Yeah. So, burning fate points and boons will not get you out of the situation. It merely prolongs your life in the situation.
What about me?
Oh, no, you just fuck off. That's the perk of Iron Man mode.
I mean, it's a give and take, and it's a legendary quality, so...
Yeah. So, you're safe. You die, you're like, bye.
Actually, I actually have a distinct disadvantage for the making sure I die in a way they can't bring me back part. I am rather distinctly designed to be brought back.
Yeah. Woohoo! Fuck.
I mean, in Mordred's, but, still.
But Shangri-La will be there, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's a little silver lining.
Okay, hear me out. Does that actually mean this is going to go better? Why is Shangri-La doing this? Do we know? Did you ask?
To help us.
Okay. I'm almost tempted to bring Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, hit that intrinsic. I remember this feeling.
Ezekiel, you want to go fuck up a Spectrum base? And then you'll be in just for that sentence. Ezekiel's a simple man like that.
Sometimes, yeah.
So for context-wise, after I just got back from having a little time with Allie, we were just mostly discussing on next plans, right?
No. We were about to gear up to go for the Spectrum base.
Gotcha.
I was only asking why, because I was I'm basically going over the consequences of us fucking this up.
Mm-hmm.
And they can be best summarized as, if we fuck this up, we're dead. And not in a way that we want to die.
Completely fair.
Actually, your Iron Man mode, while it might move you back to, like, safety, that might not actually be the best choice. Because you might just drag shit down to the base commander and the base if you do. Really, this is we have to succeed type of deal.
Mm-hmm. You have to succeed.
I guess he is telling us to go tonight. It's not like we can have time to prep.
Yeah, we don't exactly have prep time. Which, to be fair, if we had prep time, that would give them more time to find out what we are up to and then do something about it. So,
Mhm.
What about? Well, we do have an asset. Neith might be able to gain some more insight into the Spectrum side of things that way.
She is not going near this base.
No, I just mean like have a conversation. Also, maybe Nyx can ask the Ace on base for more information on the Spectrum side because of the fight between Ezekiel and them. Things went a little. Something was said, right? Remember, they use Spectrum.
Yep. You just reminded me of something I need to do before I leave, though.
Mm-hmm.
I need to talk to the Ace, actually.
Oh, I've got a meeting scheduled for this evening with the Ace. Can't forget about that, Blatt. Remember?
Aw.
Part of the meeting was involving the Starfighter side of the base. And why I shouldn't kick that Hornet's nest.
So is time relative in this sense, or is there like time zone differences we need to worry about?
You'll need to worry about time, absolutely, but it's at midnight on Enigma, and as long as you go by the enigmatic clock, which is not too different, it's about an hour and 34 minutes difference.
Right.
The Holyverse is an instantaneous jump. There's no time dilation, which is why it's.
I think you meant more that we're, like, as people in a different star system.
Yeah, no, it's they have a clock literally next to the main clock that tells you exactly the difference in time. Because it does matter. Absolutely it does.
Well, Matt, when was I supposed to talk to the Ace originally about Nieth?
At your leisure, because the Ace wanted it to be unpredictable, the chat.
Great. Well, there wasn't the Ace. I don't think was really being planned for. Like me and the base commander, we planned to ease her into it and talk to her together, or talk to him together.
Yeah. They want it so that anyone looking at the schedule for impromptu meetings can't find anything.
I'm sending a message to Lilith of just tonight.
Okay. Delicious.
Kelly, would you like to go see Lilith now?
Oh, I did that when you were AFK.
I see. Right, yeah.
Don't worry, I only mildly annoyed her.
Okay.
To be fair, you were requested to do so by her master, and she clearly knew exactly who you met, who sent you. So,
in fairness, no one asked me to do that.
no?
No one did.
Well, never mind then.
No. It was the master commenting on, I hope she's relaxing well enough. She keeps throwing off her chakras, and Char took that as, oh, I must deliver a message.
I see. So it was even dumber than I thought. Got it.
Yep.
Jackie, the others have spent a 2 to 3 hour portion of their 5 hours of prep. What would you like to do for 2 to 3
I have
hours?
done nothing, but okay.
You were with me working on my scythe.
Jackie would like to go. What time is it now, actually? Is it like supper? How long were we down here for? I'd say like 3-4 hours. We were at least down in Sector 12. It's the evening, I'm assuming, right?
Sorry, we were having a brief, terse understanding of trading of liqueur.
Oh, understandable.
One more time. Sorry.
No worries. All I was asking is the time frame for us right now. It's I was thinking like 4 or 5 hours down here because we literally had a 12-hour session talking. So a lot of things went down. But I was wondering like how from start of last session to end of last session, or actually us getting out of Sector 12 right now and doing our 5-hour time thing.
Yep.
What's what is our current time until midnight, I suppose?
5 hours from midnight.
Okay. So I'm on free time.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
In fact, Victor von Montague has been a legend, a scholar, a gentleman, and has handled everything that should have came across your desk that would have basically interfered with everything you're trying to accomplish down in Sector 12.
Perfect. Yeah.
He filled out all the reports and requests for stuff, handled incident reports, things that required your direct signature were sent to Mina instead.
See.
Like, ooh. He may be a pacifist, but this guy, he knows his bureaucracy.
6, 12, 2. Short. You know what I want to do? I want to go to Skippy. That's what I want to do.
Okay. Skippy's like, hey, Jackie, what's going on?
I was hoping that you would come with me for a bit. I have some people I would like to yourself, and I want to go see Major Snips.
Aye, Vice Base Commander. You can count me in.
All right. So, yeah. So I'll just take Skippy down to go see Snips.
It's a very crisp salute because you outrank her severely.
Yeah.
So even if you like request, like not even order, Skippy's no dum dum. Not in the way of phrasing. A request might as well be a fucking order.
Yeah.
You got it.
All right. So, and then I'm going to go see. As I walk with Skips, I wanted to talk to her about her Heaven mech, and
okay,
and continue to what am I looking for here? See how repairs are coming along, and if she'd be interested in some hypothetically a new mech. Just kind of maybe have a different prototype to work off of. I don't know if yours is sentient or anything like that, but yeah, I wanted to get your opinion on some stuff.
Oh golly gee. Well, no, I'm okay. My little list out of misfortune actually turned out to be totally worth it. Because I've got beaten within an inch of my life before, and I got nothing out of it. But oh man, it sure is different here in the inner sphere. They're really out to help the little guy, you know? It's actually, well, everything I could hope for. It's really interesting. So
Skippy, I wanted to apologize for what Ezekiel did on my side.
Don't worry. It's all good. I already got to take an arm off of him, and then he's also paying to help fix my mech.
Good. There was another thing I wanted to bring up. I took a look at your Leah potential.
Oh, geez. Well, okay. Is there something wrong?
No, I'm quite impressed, actually. I'm trying to say this. I asked Ezekiel not to hurt you. I was wanting him to take a look at your Leah Potentia and perfect it. Because I got some bad news from him when he said that your soul part is going to overtake the Leah at some point. And I was
maybe. But there's a threshold limit with the circuit that I built. And as long as I stay under the limit, it's an absolute defense and there is no corrosion. So he may understand what he knows about Potentia. But I hate to say this about the great Potentia, where the voices in my head are trying to help me with this. One sec. The great cultivator, known as Ezekiel. He's kind of a frog at the bottom of a well. It's a very big well, but he only understands one single portion of the sky that he can see it from the bottom of the well. So really, he really doesn't know that much at all. I hate to say it.
I was hoping to learn from your example. I actually have Black Potentia within my twin soul currently. I have an IQ, I call her, brain within me that's controlling the nanites.
What type of vessel is it?
It's a brain box from the animatronics.
Oh, perfectly fine. As long as you don't cultivate a single Potentia more, it won't spread or corrupt anything. That's actually one of the upsides of the brain box. Unfortunately, the soul transfer copy, that's just... It's the trauma of victimization. So it won't spread, but they also can't access their innate black Potentia power.
Which is why I was thinking, she's actually a Leah technician.
Well, yeah, but here's the downside. There's always a price to pay for cultivating black Potentia.
Right.
You see, I have been called a little spacey and a little disconnected from reality. And also, I have voices in my head. They're all me, but they're not quite me, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So I don't know if you want that as a, like, if that brain box plays a really important role in your life, I really recommend you don't do that.
What I was thinking was having a part of a soul within the Leah dimension. Like,
let's just say, if you really want to do black Potentia, you need to find the black butterfly. They're the only ones who can make it work and have it be worth it. Because I'm not going to be able to do it. Because I did this out of desperation of survival.
Right.
But it wasn't a personal choice when it happened. Not initially. But then, well, I really wanted to live, you know? I tried really hard. And I got really desperate. And some days I do regret my choices. But that's only sometimes.
Yeah, we wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise.
Mm-hmm. So, if you want to cultivate black Potentia with any amount of power and, like, have it be worth the price of being a black cultivator, find the black butterfly. Because she goes flap, 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 and it's really pretty. Yeah.
I'll take that in. So as we arrive to Snips, what's she up to?
She's having a late night double shot of bourbon. One of the I wouldn't say holes in the wall bars, but an officer's bar. Cheap, affordable.
Right,
not the best, but
Snips, it's great to see you.
Since it is an officer's bar, several of the officers go, "Vice Base Commander on deck!" Everyone kind of gets up and gives a salute.
At ease, guys. Just here to see Snips.
They easily go back to relaxing and back to what they're doing. But yeah, they're a little high strung. Yeah, as long as it's an officer's bar, if the hangar lord or higher shows up, that's that same treatment.
Yeah. So
you guys have the special bar that you guys, so that the highest authorities on base go to. So if you show up at one of the lower officer bar, it's for business usually, unless you're slumming it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll go up to the Snips, see how she's doing.
Kind of flicks one of your shoulder plates.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez. Look at you. You gotten real big for your britches, haven't you?
I look at it as like a magnet of sorts, right? Just
is that what they're calling you now?
Yeah. It's a good call sign, right?
More like a magnet for trouble.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of trouble, do you mind walking with us for a bit?
Yeah, we're gonna go on a walk and talk about stuff. That's going to be interesting. All right. Downs her bourbon, gets up. If you so choose, Base Commander.
Of course. So as we leave, I start to talk to Snips. How she's been.
Better.
Yeah.
Still having some problems, but better. She's actually gone to talk to the Steel Wolves, those 4 mechas. And they've been helping her through some of her problems. And that's actually where the fate point come in, because I gave her a couple. Instead of being stuck in her trauma loop, I had her seek out help, and she's talking to 4 fucking mechs to help her with her trauma.
I'm going to talk to her about her Heaven mech. Does she still have one?
Yeah, she just can't pilot it. She put it back together. It's just she just has dissonance, so it doesn't operate.
All right.
What is it, kid?
We're going to go down to Sector 12 for a sec.
What are we going to Sector 12 for?
I'll show off some mechs. What are your opinions?
Sure. We're talking shop. I love talking shop. Oh. On the way there, though, if we're going to go talk shop, let me make a pit stop.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll trot off, come back with a bottle.
Yep.
A couple glasses. All right, let's talk some shop. Ugh.
So she'll go to our new elevator, flash her pauldron, and kind of make the way down with them.
All right. You guys arrive.
So currently, this mech isn't here, Matt. I do believe, right? It should be in the lead department.
That's very correct. Because Mr. Dr. Rogers ran off with it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So as Jackie's pretty much going up the lane here, do they see through the?
Yeah, I can see through it.
Okay.
So, I mean, they look nice.
Yeah, they're old designs, but
I've just got to say this because Nyx did do this. Hanging from these 2 pieces of trash, or in front of the little force field, is a little sign stuck on a metal pole that says "Shitty Diesel Engine." Just to warn you.
Jack is going to continue on and say, I know you guys have your Heavenly mechs and your Grand mechs, but I'm wondering if you'd be interested in getting one of these to pilot as well, or take the designs of and add them to your mechs.
What'd they do?
Jackie will present the list for pretty much each one. This one I'm actually quite interested in. It's medium Gauss little minigun it has there. It's quite effective. Some other things as well. A way to store multiple different ammo types. A system that reloads the ammo every turn, I think. Just lots of bullets.
Well, I got my mech all sorted out. The dissonance is the problem. It's not that I need a new mech. Actually, that would be disadvantageous for me if I did that.
No, I understand. I was thinking different ways for parts and other things like that as well. But I'm hoping to have some people take these, and I wanted you two to have first dibs. If it comes down to it.
All right, let's take a peek. The Zeus.
That one
got a lot of potential. Ton of potential. Ton. Like that thing.
Mine.
I know some guys who actually have the parts to make it work and make it rain. That thing could be double S tier if I get it to the right guy. Because I have somebody who has the right power core. I have somebody with a null point heatsink core that they something like the base commander has now in his chest. Just heat's not a problem. I have somebody who has a specialized shield unit. It's an array field, and actually, almost like a drone unit. It sends out hexagonal hard light plates that are reconfigurable. Pretty just future tech type of shit. The armor's shit tier, but I also know somebody who's got a plethora of recycled series steel plating. Get a proper cockpit on that, because that's garbage. Get you a better heat block. Like this thing, if you have the parts, is it's a behemoth.
Yeah, it's a missing painting, pretty much.
Also, I know somebody who has the ability to get a proper thruster system for it, in addition to having a external mounted backpack that can put weapons in the hands of this thing. So it has two workable hands. Let's put a gun in it, or at least something, you know.
Matt, do you remember that Skippy is here as well?
Yeah, Skippy's just kind of looking around like, I don't know. And Skippy kind of looks at the Zeus. Whoever's gonna pilot that's gonna die in a bad way.
Why do
and
you
it's
say
gonna
that,
be
Skippy?
a giant waste of parts.
Why do you say that?
A predator's gonna show up and rip it to pieces within the first 10 seconds of the battle.
Target prioritizing. That's interesting.
Yep. You make it too strong, the predators go, oh no. And then bloop,
What would have had like a null system
meat.
or some ways for stealth?
Oh, there's no stealth for that. It produces too much heat.
I see.
In fact, heat is one of the best ways to threaten a predator. They have heat control issues. They burn really hot. So that thing is going to get gangbanged by all the predators within the first 10 seconds of combat once they find out what it is.
I didn't know that. That's
It's something we've been working on. I found out that you can overcharge the cells of a predator using Leah fission and basically make their molecules vibrate at such a speed they overheat and they cook inside.
I've been working on some heat management myself. One of my martial
you're not
arts.
the only ones who have heat problems.
Yeah.
There's a reason why predators actually navigate towards ice fields. They eat ice to not only refuel their body, but to cool themselves down. Space isn't good enough, and the older the predator, the worse the heat management issues.
See.
Yeah. You can actually find out by extrapolating data of the parts they eat on a mech. Because what they'll do is they'll avoid the power core and they'll avoid the heat block, and they'll avoid eating specific weaponry because it increases their heat. And if you have enough data, you can find out why. Yeah. That thing's gonna die so fucking bad so fast. Because those are specialized the laser gunny thingies that go pew pew and make things go real hot. Because if you were to hit a predator with all of those like in the chest, they'd die. Basic predator, not one of the special snowflakes, but just like a little newborn comes out and goes, "I'm gonna rip and tear," and then it gets cooked in a microwave. Whoosh.
Would that be tasty?
No, it literally makes the carcass unsalvageable because it's all cooked. It's a waste. But honestly, the amount of lives that is saved if you do that,
it's
almost worth it. It's almost worth it. Problem is if you do hit all 6 on one of the more nasty ones, it won't take them down. It just makes them angry. And then they know that you need to die. And they'll tell their friends, and then you die. And there's no amount of preparation you can make because it's not just, it's just dead. Sorry, big battlefield, too many assets. It's quantity and quality coming your way.
Oh, for sure.
You and your friends all die. Snips look over like, all right. Goliath. And Snip starts to go over like, I got some guys who can really make this work, and then Skippy's like, it's a pile of junk. You should just scrap it for parts. Honestly,
that's what I'm gonna do. Actually,
you can hand-to-hand a single elite, not a predator, not even close. That thing will take you apart from the inside out because you had the thought that you can engage it in melee combat, which is its specialty. Because even a baby neophyte predator will rip you to pieces, and an experienced elite will tear you to pieces. But elites never hunt alone, and if you do find one alone, they'll have a stalking firing line. Basically one of the regs crew that's hiding on the side waiting for you to engage in solo combat, and they shoot you in the back.
I was thinking of using it as my inner mech.
Nope! Get rid of it! Burn it! Send it for parts. It's a piece of shit. Don't ever use it. It has a lot of really nice parts, but no. Whoever built that's an idiot. That doesn't know about real combat.
I see.
Yeah. Alright. The Trium. What a pile of junk. Nice weapon though. I wouldn't use it. I like it. It's a not threatening priority. It is a pile of junk, so no one's going to target you, and you go real fast, and you have a really strong weapon which can carve up even baby predators. And not only that, although it takes big brain engineers to fix, if you have a repair kit or a repair auto rig, you can scrap down mechs in battle to fix your armor because it's made of all different parts. It's the most practical mech I've seen, and I like the heck out of it. It does need some improvements though, but that's really, really easy. Also, the micro engine, the reduced engine size and the reduced power core, it's not a bad thing. It reduces your heat signature. Predators track heat signatures and the higher the heat signature, the bigger the threat assessment they attach to their target.
No, for sure. Yeah.
I like it a lot. Whoever did that's a good boy. He's a little clever one.
Keep that in mind.
Okay, I don't think we've agreed on a single thing so far. That's okay. I know that we may not agree, but that's okay. Okay. Looks like I've been off the front a little too long. Yeah. Oh, hey, look, an empty hangar. I can't provide any help there. Maybe you should fill it.
I mean, Jackie, you do have the stats for the Ronin.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. We don't need to go over that though. Just for the ones that are here.
Damn.
All right. Dallas. Do you want to lead this one, Skippy? Since you obviously have the more experienced opinion. Oh, I suppose. Well, it's good if you fix a bunch of crap that has a lot of problems with it. It's a medium. I like that it's small.
There is a few more smalls. There are a few more smalls to go through.
Well, it's a medium though. That's not bad. It's got a lot of firepower for a medium, but it takes an extremely experienced pilot with a lot of patience to pilot that to its to the best ability, because unfortunately it does a thing very good, but if you don't have someone who can handle such a complicated frame and armament system, it's just a waste of metal. It needs a huge overhaul though.
No, for sure. Most of these things are prototypes.
Yeah. Not bad. I actually kind of think if you give it the right pilot and you give it the right love, it could be good. Oh, hey, look, another empty hangar. You should probably look into that. I think somebody stole those mechs.
Nope. They were given by given permission.
Oh, that's really nice of you. Oh my God, is that a diesel engine?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I love diesel engines. Sniffs literally looks like. Okay, all right. Explain this immediately.
They're old, mostly.
Sniffs is like, okay, well, diesel engines are a piece of shit. Period.
It's not so
Skippy
much,
looks
right?
over. Yeah, if you're piloting them, they're a piece of shit. But you know what they're really good at? Producing a lot of heat. Elites and predators specifically target heat-saturated targets. So if you put a bunch of really shitty weapon platforms and a big fucking diesel engine, and you have it just running hard, the heat bloom on it will attract all sorts of missiles and shit, and the elites will go, oh my God, look at that thing, it's so hot. Well, we gotta murder it. And so they'll engage a useless target, and then it's diesel. So you put a fucking thermal charge in the fuel tank, and then you have it explode with a murder protocol link up so that the rest of the missiles explode, and bye-bye whoever the fuck wanted to fight that thing. And you have a drone rig cockpit, so you have nothing to worry about, and you just blew a bunch of scrap.
That might be a good idea with all the...
It's a giant IED!
Yeah.
Skiffy's like, or Sniz is like, is that what they're doing? No, I haven't seen that in over 50 years. But it was fucking glorious. The old timer did that, but he was still in the cockpit. I'm sad now.
Moving over to the ones on the left.
Oh, you have the other two. Oh, hey! This looks like they put this in there to hide the fact that something's gone.
That's why I went over to the other side, Matt.
Okay. This is like, that's a bit of a stretch. Okay, if you insist. What? Hey, it's an Iron Eater wannabe mech. That's so funny. You know who would really benefit from this?
Non-cultivators? Or no, sorry. Yeah. Of the Iron Eater technique.
shitty cultivators.
Ah, yes. The ones that
Because
don't really
any
cultivate.
cultivator who's worth their salt builds their own technique to enhance their mech. This is a crutch system. This is so that shitty cultivators can pretend they're real cultivators.
It's like training wheels, right?
You should scrap the piss out of it.
Should give it to Ezekiel.
You know what? He actually might make it god tier. You think I won't make
That
fucking
was,
swole mode off this bitch?
for what it's worth, that was the one that Luna wanted for research purposes.
Yeah.
No, that is entirely
Yeah.
fair. You're right. We should give this one to
Its
Ezekiel.
armament system, those handgun, the hand rifles. Well, the problem is if you dual wield assault rifles like that, it's a medium size and has no bracing system, so that's gonna be really fucking hard to control. But I guess it's the dead of space, so you're not really trying to be accurate. You're trying to be saturate an area and hope you hit a target. So I guess I understand that. I like the torpedoes though. I'd rip that off and put that on my bum on my mech. Heck yeah, I would. I'd have a little tail of torpedoes, and I would wiggle, 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 wiggle. Torpedoes!
All right, guys, we're going over to this one over here. Please follow me in a single file line.
That's evil!
We're not going to look at that one.
Okay, not looking at I really don't want to look at that one. Why is that in here? Why haven't you purged that?
Well, we're going to work on it. It's going to happen. Just not right now.
Oh, this one's cute. Look at it. It's trying so hard to punch above its weight class.
I would remind you that the black neck there is currently covered. You cannot actually see into it.
Yeah, but if you're a black Potentia user, you can feel you can just feel it. You can feel the wrongness.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, so look, it's trying so hard to actually be useful. That's not bad. It's a good support mech. If you get caught in melee combat, I mean, it's kind of there's no recourse for survival. We have a term for these guys on the front. We call them spray and pray. Pray you hit something and do enough damage, and also pray that you kill them quick enough so that they never actually get close range. Because it's not really very fast and kind of fragile. Good armaments though. I like the missile boats. Missile boats are fun. They're actually useful. Oh, okay. This one's cute. I like it. It's pink. I like pink colors. Makes me happy.
Is this a mech you'd be interested in then?
No. I wouldn't get in that if my life depended on it.
I see.
It has a good shield system. Everything else is hot, steaming garbage. You get hit once, anywhere, that the shield can't handle. Even if you're a good pilot, there's not really a good enough stealth system on this guy to make it worth piloting, and its gun is atrocious. There's nothing special. Scrap it.
I've just been trying to think of people who
Scrap
use
it.
these mechs.
No, scrap it for parts. Don't put a pilot in this. No, Jackie. Only put a person in this machine if you want them to end up dead by the end of the battle. If you have an enemy that you hate or someone you want to remove from your life, put them in this cockpit and send them out in the battle and go say scout the enemy. You'll never see them again. I like the shield thing though. Maybe you could put it on something actually good. That's okay. And it's so you look at it, it's got a little domey metal head, and it also runs on diesel, so it's fodder. I think we're done.
We have this one to go over, and the large mech over there.
I already went over that one.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
The white mech with the speary thing?
Yeah.
That's the only good mech in this hangar. Besides, yeah, it's the only good mech in this hangar. Everything else is trash. Sorry. That's how it is.
No, that's good to know.
This is like, I have a vastly different opinion. There are about 4 good mechs in this hangar, and they don't line up with her assessment.
I think it's more frontline personality dealing with that side of things.
Yeah. So we have a home-based defense, and the tactics we're going to use are a little bit different. We have a lot more support. We have a lot of support platforms, weapon platforms, static weaponry, static defenses. We got fleets. We got a lot of stuff. And Skippy's nodding like, So the front. Yeah. But here's the differences. And Snips lists off all the differences, and Snippy goes, so the front. Everything you have said is no different from what I remember on the front, which is a couple months ago. It's literally no different. They operate the same way they have always operated. And if you have ever been to the front, which I think you have, you should remember these things. It's no different. And Snip starts to get kind of frustrated, a little angry. Jackie, you can definitely tell if this continues, it's going to come to blows. Because that's the Iron Eater passion. You know, it's just... Skippy's a little too airheaded and aloof about it, but you can definitely feel that build in Snips that I know what I'm talking about. I've been at this longer than you. And Skippy's like, but I've been at the front longer than you and more recent. So my experience is far more valid than yours. And it's just, oh God, the anger that's building. You could feel it.
Too.
It's like a fucking oven.
Jackie's gonna, intervene here. So, Snips. I know you don't need any of these mechs for yourself.
No, I'd like to strip them for parts. Some of them.
Which one would you like? Because I would like to...
I'll send you through the proper channels, like you're supposed to. A requisition form with the parts that I would like through your office.
Of course.
Because that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the rule. We follow protocol.
So Snips, I'm actually looking for some let's call them special companions for the next couple of months. I was hoping that I know you're busy with your new guys, but I was hoping you'd stick around with me. Well, if you want to bring them along, I understand, but that's what I wanted to ask you at the end of this.
Well, I'm on a 3 individual 1-month training course regimens for teaching. These aren't 100% neophytes. They've just been transferred from their training regiment platform. Basically, they're tier 1 training, as we call it. Enough to get you in a pilot seat, enough to get you to pilot it. You know your P's and Q's. You fired your weapons. You passed your obstacle course training. You did a basic practical. and you did an exam that you passed. And then you got moved to here, which is what we call Tier 2 training, which is what really matters. I don't know why you guys were sent here to bypass Tier 1 training. But at the same time, I think it was better for you anyways. You'd have wasted your time and wasted your fucking lives trying to slog through the abysmal existence of the 6-month training program that is the Tier 1 training. Because I think in like 2 weeks, you guys have you became base commander? Vice base commander? Something like stupid like that? Yeah. So imagine trying to survive 6 months of boredom. That training facility probably wouldn't be operational. You guys would have ripped it apart.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
All right. So I know you're busy, and I know you're best suited as a teacher at this moment.
I hate teaching.
But if that's the case, then why don't you go over to my side?
The problem is I got orders, and I obey orders. That's what I do. Like, I know the Iron Eater way is warrior's code, but before that became the de facto rule, I'm a soldier through and through. I follow fucking orders, and I will obey those orders. So if I've been given orders to train these guys up to a specific specification within a month, then it will fucking happen. And I'll give them the fullness of my attention through and through. And unfortunately, I am committed in this.
After your initial orders are done, I'll make my request.
You can just have me reassigned, Vice Base Commander.
It's true.
Soldier obeys orders. And Snips will give you a salute. I gotta get back to the troops to make sure they're in bed. They're a little bit more mischievous than you guys. They like to stay out and hit the late bars that are supposed to be only for full warriors. But they're a charismatic bunch, and the warriors can always use another drinking buddy.
They got good ambition now, I see.
Yeah, they're not exactly following in your footsteps, but they're gosh darn trying. You know.
Jackie will give her salute to Snips and put her on her way. Skippy, what about you? Any parts you'd be interested in?
Interested in what?
For the mechs.
Oh, well, not really.
What?
I sensed that there was a Leah mech in here at one point, but it's gone. I can taste it with my tongue. The zippy, kind of tingly, sparky particles.
Cody is definitely interested in that one. I tried to take it off his hands, but I was just feeling a little vulnerable there at that time.
If you're ever in need of some Leah stuff, my mech's being put back together. You can always pop by, and we can talk mech stuff.
Yeah, no, I really like that. I have a Leah technician in my head, and I'm sure she'd like to take the spotlight.
Well, that's neat. You have a voice in your head that's also a Leah qualified? I wish my voice was really Leah qualified.
Yeah, I got lucky that way.
Oh man, are you sure you're not a Black Potentia cultivator? That sounds like some Black Potentia stuff.
Oh, I definitely do have one.
Oh, you're clever.
Which is why I wanted to. That's why I prodded you a little bit about your Leah stuff. It was quite
you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
It could end up being one of the nasty Leah, the Black Potentia powers, you know?
Yes.
And power goes to people's heads real fast.
Definitely when, yeah, her head is pretty much that whole thing. The soul's the head.
But, you know, hey,
Hmm?
I get what you're trying to do with your little gamey stuff. And count me in.
That's
Because
good.
you're trying to scout for talent, and I got talent.
You do have talent, and that's why I wanted to ask.
So sign me up, because I bet it's better than my current gig. And then they can't just ship me off to the front again.
Yep, that's
Because
true.
I have a better job.
Speaking of which, your tech that was taken away, how have you been making along with that?
Technology?
Your Lancer and your shield. Hardlight, right?
Oh yeah, the Hoplite. The voices in my head are confusing me. Could you remind me?
So we requisitioned from you when you got here because of the martial law.
Right.
And the Hardlight shield and your
Oh yeah.
I got those back to you, right?
Oh, that's super handy dandy of you. Thank you, Jackie. That's really nice.
Yeah. So I was just wondering how that progress was going, but now that you're going to be under me, I was hoping for extra special care when going through those things. I'm interested to see what it can do.
Here's the dealio. I may end up working for you, but I still gotta keep some of my secrets, okay?
Of course.
So otherwise, that's actually an abuse of power. And I see it every single day on the front. And people willingly do that. So they get brought up in station, better salary, better privileges. But what the person who brought them up for was after their technology and the things they worked really hard on. And once they get their hands on it, they kick the guy to the curb. And I know you may not think you're going to do that, but I, unfortunately, I'll never let that happen to me.
It's unfortunate that you even have to have that thought, but that's
it happens
foresight.
to literally everyone. In fact, people know it's coming. They just want the month or two of time in which they can live a better life.
Yeah, no, for sure.
They know it's coming.
I don't have that experience myself.
Well, there's different gods out on the front, and they're not named Thunderhead.
See.
Thunderhead's the gopher. He's the one that basically brings those gods of the front the things they want when they want them. And they tell Thunderhead where to move their ships, and he goes, okay. He's not the god that you think he is on the front. He's a butler. A servant.
I could look at Thunderhead as a light, and it only shines so far.
Nope. He's a slave. On the front. He's only a god in the inner sphere. Outer sphere gets a little tenuous. It's really gray about who is in charge of what, and really, but it's too far away from his precious homeworld. So everyone doesn't really give a fuck. So why should we really care about the whim of the homeworld when we're doing all the fighting for people who really don't give a shit? We're dying by the millions every year for people who could care fucking less. That can't even support themselves or want to. So it's not like people are actually care about the life of the soldier. And it's not like Thunderhead's doing anything about it because he doesn't want to disturb the peace and utopia of his precious little homeworld. And it creates a lot of resentment across every single soldier in the front, and they could care less every single day about the opinions of Thunderhead. Just get us our damn stuff so we can continue to do what we fucking want to do. That's what we think about in the outer sphere on the front. It's worse on the front.
I get that.
On the front, it's fuck Thunderhead. Get us our damn stuff.
It's a shame it's come to that.
I know, but it's so fucking far away. And he really can't do shit.
Be interested to see when we close the distance on things, how that changes.
Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. Maybe we'll actually be able to do something for once, instead of always playing defensive. Because no matter what anyone tells you, we're always reacting and we're always defending. Anytime we try and attack, it's the worst massacres we ever experience.
It just seems that it takes so long for things to travel through Leah. So,
and they're faster than us, and they're getting faster.
There's a lot of holding out for long periods of time till things come in. It's good to know.
That's why we don't like the Thunderhead on the front, because he's in charge of Leah, but Leah hasn't been improved in a very long time. It's the same speed, almost identically, for over 2 centuries. We haven't gotten faster even a percent. I don't know why. I think the Leah people are trying to get us killed. Or Thunderhead just wants a percentage of the population to die every year so he can manage the population of his precious homeworld. But also manage it so that we don't create our own, dynasty out in the space and then turn against the homeworld as our own people because we are the entirety of the military. And then, it's a giant mess. I don't know. It's theories. Who knows?
Lots of things to think about, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Good thing you're on this side of it, because when the Civil War comes about, well, you'll be on the winning side.
All right, Skippy, let's get out of here.
Okay. I'm really sad now. It's all really dark topics I don't like to think about.
Oh, I appreciate you going through them with me, though.
My pleasure. Or not. I don't know anymore. And Skippy was kind of bound with her little, slightly less than gravity, little moonwalk bounce behind you.
Yeah. I imagine that was a fair amount of time.
Yeah. All right, guys. You guys collectively have 2 hours left. But depends on how close you want to push it towards midnight. Because you could arrive early and do some pre-planning or get some info, or I don't know.
I don't know. I think we should go in a bit early.
I'm very much down to showing up early.
I have to do a meeting with the ace captain before I leave for making sure I need to make sure the ace captain knows what needs to be known before I leave.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's
you guys
fair.
both pop in for the same meeting, so you can get through you guys quickly.
Well, I had a scheduled meeting with him, remember? So yeah,
you can time scale it up for emergency purposes. So you guys basically are one right after the other.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Liam.
Mm-hmm.
You're in first.
Okay. We were gonna wine and dine this a bit before we got into it, because the ace is probably gonna have a small aneurysm, but a small one this time.
You don't have time to wine and dine.
Yeah.
But you can bring them a gift. Gift of alcohol.
Yes, definitely gonna still do alcohol.
The ace kind of looks at the bottle. All right, lay it on me.
I wanted to ease into the conversation a little bit more, but it seems that the other Cody and Jackie did it. Or Cody and Nix did a thing again. You know how it is.
Keep hearing Cody's name come up.
Yep, not surprised.
Where was his supervisors?
I was supervising him.
So it's on you then.
Yeah, why do you think I'm dealing with it?
Well, Investigator 112.
So,
I don't have the room to chastise you. You are still supervising. Make sure he survives, please.
well, I'm not going to tell you what we're doing, but part of the reason I'm here is because I need to brief you on something very important. Because there is a chance we're not coming back. No, I'm not going to tell you more for a list of reasons. Most of them are you don't want to know.
How important is this, then?
The thing I need to tell you?
No, this thing you're going to. Is it time sensitive? Is it necessary you do it now? Can it wait?
It was at the direction of Shangri-La.
Very well then.
Yes. I don't know further details, unfortunately, because I wasn't present for that conversation.
Give me the details, whether you think I should not have them or not.
I don't know. All I can tell you is that it's a raid of a Spectrum base.
That's all I need to know.
And
And
honestly,
they will pull out from a... they walk up to a bookcase, and it's just a bookcase, and he pushes in a book, and then two others, and then a tier of the books push out into a shelf. The whole bookcase is fake in that particular sector. And he will pull out two handguns. Void guns. These are the only ones I have. They have 5 shots apiece. I could not find the charge pack or the charge cable to put these back together. If you're going to raid a Spectrum base, they're going to be Void Walkers. You cannot shoot a Void Walker if you tried.
I'm aware. I am very aware.
But these, they have 5 shots. Void Walker armor is very thin. Their containment thin. Such as if their armor is ruptured,
yes, I understand.
The Void will take them.
So they're glass cannons in a sense, so long as you can actually hit them anyway.
Detecting them will be a problem. The only way you're going to detect them is Shade Tech. I have not seen that technology ever, but I know their name.
A vest of it.
Then you will have everything you need. You'll be able to detect them in their echoes.
Yes.
There's 5 bullets each gun. Don't hit where they were or where they are. Hit where they will be.
Yes.
And not just leading the shot. We're talking future prediction.
So it's going to require some calculation.
More than calculation than you understand. It's not just where they will be, but where they will emerge. Because there is a deep slipstream, and there are the emergence vectors. You must hit them upon the emergence vector. But it's going to be so brief because they're specialists. They'll pop in, fire burst, dip into the slipstream. They're untouchable in the slipstream even by the void guns. Hit them in the emergence vector. The gun will do the rest. There's going to be 2. Void Walkers are stupendously rare. Very hard to maintain. The survival rating is ludicrous. They're going to have at most 2. I bet 1 at best. Well, 2 at best, 1 minimum. Because the time is not friends to Void Walkers.
We'll find out one way or the other.
Take these.
She'll accept them.
They're weird. They look like little super future tech, like alien blasters.
This isn't what I was here for, though. As far as I'm concerned, what I was here for was actually more important.
More important than hitting a Spectrum base.
I will get right to it. Thunderhead has chosen an inheritor.
Goes over, kicks a drawer, alcohol comes out. Pours to the brim, pours another one, hands it to you.
On that note, I have a different title, and I'm going to transfer it so he can see. As I have been marked as the heir's guardian until they come of age in 14 years.
More than that. Look at the special subcode.
I'll double check it.
You're a permanent parent. You have legal responsibility until 14, but after that, you're still
Oh, yes.
a parental guardian.
Well, that's what happens when you grant an AI citizen status, I guess.
Good for you.
That's the other note.
That's honestly, that is the type of thing we need to progress as a species into the future.
That's the other note, is it is Nieth, the Spectrum mech.
God, the plot fucking thickens. When it rains, it fucking pours.
Well, former Spectrum mech. She doesn't like them. Something slavery.
Really? It has. Wow. That.
Well,
that is.
Yep. When they made her, they wouldn't let her use any of her own equipment, move on her own, nothing. Mind you, it was apparently the Chaotica that actually awoke her as an AI, but still.
You know, they are the biggest pain in my ass.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
But they are also. Sometimes they do something truly miraculous. This is why they still exist. Otherwise, I'd have purged them a long time ago.
Well, that is what I considered more important. Because if I'm going on this, I'm certainly not bringing her along.
Keep an eye on her. Subletter to me. I'll be
Yes.
completely responsible for this heiress while you were gone. And if you do not come back,
I'll
take full responsibility.
I am also going to be giving her a rabid watchdog.
Good.
Yes. At least I hope E will accept that, but given how E is, I'm going to assume they will.
It's a lovely thing. I'm gonna have to deal with that too. Great. Please don't die. I'm not going to be able to survive the fallout if you are not going to be able to come back. And
it's not in my plans in any way, shape, or form, but I'm still going to make sure that I have duties to Nieth, and I'm going to make sure that if I do die, there's going to be somebody that I can trust to keep an eye on her and make sure nobody takes advantage of her, more importantly.
You do realize if you fall, 051 takes up your mantle.
Not going to take up this particular mantle, I can assure you.
Not the regent mantle. I'm talking about your investigator authority here and all the aspects, including E.
I was going to leave some very specific instructions to E in regards to 051.
Well, she still needs a mind. They still need a minder. You know that, right?
But there's one other thing to consider. I'm an animatronic.
We'll see. Well, I have a meeting with Mr. Banshee. I hate to cut it close, but...
Yes, I'm aware of your meeting. That was all I needed. I need to go speak with E before I leave as well to give them their instructions for if I don't come back. To be frank, I was planning to put E directly underneath Nieth if I don't.
Well, that'll be a vote of confidence.
It gets 051 off of... Doesn't give 051 the leash.
Well, good for you.
What can I say? I'm trying to be forward-thinking. It's almost working, and then somebody does something.
People always do things. It's the nature of the world.
I swear. Alright, I will leave you to your next meeting. Thank you for your time.
Always investigator. Regent?
Yes.
That's going to be new. That's going to shake up things.
Oh,
You are not
yes.
touchable by the other investigators now. It
The-
requires direct interaction and interference from the investigator general, which is basically a provocation of war.
Yeah.
Or you fucked up so bad it's like you gave yourself up on a silver platter. But I don't think you're that
Not
unequivocal.
yet. I haven't been that bad at what I'm doing yet.
Well, if you were, I wouldn't be talking to you. 051 would be in the office instead.
That's fair.
So, continue on.
Right. Yes,
And Mr. Banshian.
Yes, and Nyx is just gonna basically get the ace is ready for you on the way past because
Yep.
I'm heading to go talk to E next because I just
You-
need to give her the instructions.
You just get a high five as you walk by, and Nyx walks in.
Basically, where it's like tap in.
Yep.
Banshee.
Ace.
Welcome to my office. I'm
Nice
currently
to be
trying
here.
to engage in tactical warfare on this bottle of bourbon. And since a new reinforcement has arrived, I was wondering if you could tackle this four fingers worth of troops.
I brought backup as well. Pulls out that really, really valuable bottle of whiskey he had.
You're supplying the enemy with reinforcements.
Yes, I feel they will be needed.
Put it on the table, I guess.
Sets it down.
Yeah, 15 minutes. I'm not gonna chug that bottle because I've already engaged this one. Help me finish this.
Sure enough, he'll help him drink, and the first words out of his mouth, so that fighter area.
Looked into it.
Uh-huh.
It is precisely the stagnant swamp cesspool that I remember it to be.
This seems that way.
You're not gonna be able to go at this thing like the way you think you can.
What way was that?
Paperwork.
Uh-huh.
No, what you need to do is you need to use an abuse of authority that honestly is borderline treasonous, but at the same time, they're not going to file it against you because in the world, I have learned a couple things. As they finish 4 fingers of bourbon
Mm-hmm.
in a single moment and pour another 4. Might is right. And the pus that you will have to slog through, the sewage, the rot of the Starfighter wing across any bay, anywhere you go, comes down to something simple. Go to the top and express to the guy in charge your terms. Give them the stick, and then you provide him a very shiny golden carrot. He will remember the stick. It's not like they can stop you. There's not a cultivator in sight, and they're not going to have any of the defensive technologies that they're going to need to fuck with you. So he's going to take the carrot, as long as you give him one. And then all your problems fucking go away. But that's the transactional system that they do in the Starfighter wing. They know the cultivators are going to come by and they're going to give you problems. Endless fucking problems until you come by, do your song and dance, and give them the fucking carrot they're looking for.
And what would you recommend as a carrot?
Money. Goods. Like they, the He shakes that little bottle.
Mhm.
Gift, a promise of fulfillment in their station, some technology that they can monopolize and enhance their fighter wings with that distinguish them from other fighter wings. Like this technology here. These micro torpedoes. They have half the yield of a normal torpedo, but they also are 1/3 the size of a normal torpedo. The amount of you can fit on a wing of a fighter is threefold. It's worth it. That type of technology alone would get you everything you wanted from the Starfighter wing. You can go anywhere you want, do whatever the fuck you want. It's not like they could stop you. Here goes Vader. Every single one of them is going to be deathly afraid of you, and they will avoid your displeasure like the plague. Not that there's been a plague in a long time, but the phrase. Metaphor. Now, I'll give you one insight though. It's not the Starfighter wings' fault the way they are. It's our fault that the way they are. We take all of the best tech, we take all of the parts, we take all of the best talent, we take everything. They're left with scraps. They're barely able to repair a single fighter. It's a problem. I've gone out of my way to make sure that doesn't happen, not to this fighter wing, and they're better than any fighter wing across the inner sphere. They deserve fucking respect. They do. And they're basically flying the equivalent of Mickeys into battle. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah.
So, these brave sons of bitches are getting in those fighters, and they know they're probably not coming home. They're slow. They can't handle extreme high Gs. They have a shit payload. Their secondary guns couldn't hurt or put a round accurately even. And even the light armor of a drone. I am appalled at the unbalance of that. But yet, they produce more fighters than Max. 101. 101 fighters per one Mickey. Yeah. For an Iron Eater basic mech, somebody just became an Iron Eater, 10,000 to 1 fighters per mech. They outnumber us in such great numbers. They're basically our drones. And they go out in style just like those drones that we shoot down by the millions every time we engage the enemy. They are, unfortunately, 75% of our casualties. It's not right. If they had proper equipment, they wouldn't die like that. But then, we would not have the best parts and the best technicians and the best everything. Yeah. Do you know what it costs to build your Starfighter? I looked into it.
I hadn't checked, honestly.
2% of a C rank budget and 25,000 rec.
And mine is a tweaked to the gills
Yeah.
specialized Starfighter.
Yeah, it's fast. It doesn't have good armor, but it has basic shield system, and it's fucking fast. That's the thing. Starfighters don't need to have great armor. They just need to have basic protection, a decent payload, and they need to be blisteringly fast. so that they can drop their load and go. Pardon the innuendo.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the same way with bombers. I think bombers are archaic and a stupid idea because they're even slower than starfighters, and they're carrying 10 times the payload. It's literally suicide. Mechs would have a better chance. You just put a bunch of arrow launchers on the damn things and just... You don't lose the entire payload if the bomber goes down. Whoever's in charge of the bomber wing needs to be fucking executed. And that entire system retired. You can build 4 fighters out of a bomber. Anyways, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That's my prejudice and my very skewed opinion.
No,
If you want to
that's
help a fighter
entirely
wing,
fair.
go for it. They need all the help they can get. But unfortunately, in the upcoming fight, we're going to lose all of them. Every last fucking one of those some bitches. I don't expect a single one of those fighter pilots to survive.
Obviously,
Sorry,
I'm
that's my
going
roommate.
obviously, I'm going to have to see what I can do about that then.
If you want to help fund or create a secret program, I can't be seen or even tangentially involved in improving the fighters. Because I
Mhm.
can't. I'm a cultivator. They hate us.
No, I feel you. If you can see fit to divert a portion of supplies to me that I could make use of for this, but I have an idea and a plan that I had been working with.
I don't want to say I'm going to help you because I can't. But there may be a warehouse that is filled with supplies that may or may not be assigned or could be allocated to a scrap fund. I don't know what's in that warehouse, but I guess if you were to donate it or charge a minimal fee or even pay them to go through that scrap, I mean, that's up to you.
Yep.
But, whatever that is, it can't go directly into your pocket. That's scrap. It's a lot of
No,
scrap. It'll weigh you down. Wouldn't
Yeah,
want to
no,
be weighed
no.
down by tons of scrap.
Yeah, I'll pawn it off on the ones who make use of scrap. It's only
Yeah.
fair.
I mean, the Starfighter wing is they're an expert in handling scrap. So, that might be helpful.
Yep,
Who knows?
Yep. He's just gonna nod, get up, and be like, "Well, I have to go kick in a door."
Well, hope you brought your dancing shoes.
Oh, I brought plenty. And yep, he's just going to head straight over to the fighter wing because this is.
You don't got a
something
lot of
that-
time. You
Oh,
do not
no,
have a lot of
no.
time.
All right. He'll do it tomorrow then, I guess. God damn it.
Cody, got a last couple moments before everyone is zip zop zooping over. Well, meeting up with you to go
Yeah.
over.
Cody is going to go to the Chaotica.
Yeah, and they're like, "Hey, Cody, what's up, my man? How
Hey,
you doing, fam?
I'm doing good. I'm about
Can I
to
call
go do
you
some-
fam?
Sure,
Are you
why
fam?
not?
Oh, give me a high five.
Okay. High five.
What? Bam! Roll me a 1d100. You know how that be. You know how that be.
B.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 32. They slap you a free reroll on the slot machine. Oh,
Yeah.
damn it. That was supposed to be you owe me a reroll. Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. Well, how you
Nice
being, fam?
try. I'll be good. I'm here because I'm here to collect a Potentia technique that I'm owed. Because I'm about to go do something
Today,
crazy and psychotic.
I'm listening.
I'm going to do something. I'm going to kind of look around.
There's a ton of people. Like, just this place is always packed.
I'm leaning like, I need to talk to somebody because I'm about to go do something that might get me killed.
Okay, that's normal. That's like life itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm going to go raid a base.
All right, that sounds exciting. An adventure. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Of an organization that does not exist.
You going tomb raiding or something? That's like some ancient ass shit.
Kind of, yeah.
You know what? There's a specialist. There is literally no. Come on.
Okay.
And there is a very hot ponytailed woman with a very busty chest and very tight, like adventuring clothes. This is Laura. She literally is. She's taken after the video game character, like literally Lara Croft Tomb Raider series. Like that's her
really?
whole shtick.
And I'm just gonna kind of like,
and just kind of whips her hair over. It's a canny resemblance, but not quite. This person is too flawless in their appearance. It's less human, just almost godly beauty.
it's like I think she's missing hexagonal boobs, you know.
Oh yeah, like the old video. No, we're talking like the more
the more recent ones. Yeah, no,
yeah, the more recent. Yeah. We're like no, her model is based off the last one. It was a Tomb Raider Unlimited rating.
Yeah.
You know, the God's Domain.
Yeah.
So she looks like that. Yeah.
Hmm.
And the person goes, rating.
I am.
Tell me more.
Well, I can tell you someplace that's not here.
Oh, this is fine.
Mm.
It's not like Trinity's here.
Yeah, and Cody is going to take her like somewhere where he feels more privated.
No, they don't live.
Yeah, like I'm going to go raid a secret base of a
Trinity.
Hmm?
Trinity?
No.
Oh, well darn. You're ruining my mood. That was the immersion. My nemesis is Trinity, the holy religious order, the modern crusaders. You're ruining that. You're
they're
kind of yes, and I'm supposed to go, oh, tell me more, and then we.
Oh, I'm
Who are you actually rating? Now that we've completely forsaken immersion and role playing here.
Yes. I'm gonna go read it as an old Spectrum base.
Oh Jesus, that is like Trinity. Okay. Excuse me while I pretend to get back into the character here, because that might as well be Trinity, for they are the boogeyman. Okay, hold on. All right, so your character.
Yes.
All right, you're Miguel. You're my trusty sidekick. You're my Hawaiian homie. You're my conscience, where I'm the ambition and the drive. And you're the one that goes, hey, let's think about this. Let's make a plan. And I'm like, no, we're getting in there.
Okay.
I'm Laura. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Trinity Spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You've just discovered that there's a Trinity base.
Yes.
From your contacts. All right. Ready?
Yes. Ready.
And all right. The little clipper, the scene action thing. One of the guys literally pulls one of those action, and click. And you're walking in.
And I'm like, Laura.
Miguel, what's up?
Look, I found through my contacts a base of Trinity.
That's a bold move. But they've been hounding us ever since South America. I can't believe what they did with the tomb. That it was wrong. It's all gone now.
All right, but at least we made it out alive. That's the more important
part.
Barely.
That was the closest it's ever been.
Which is why I know your request for solace and revenge. I was able to find this for you. You have to be careful, though.
No, they Still gathering evidence, but I know they killed my father. I think I know what I need to do. Where are they? I have the resources. I have a few favors. I have the money this time.
Should you be doing this right now, especially after what happened last time?
Because of what happened last time. They're not going to expect this. They're not going to be ready for us to hit them. We are always reactionary. They're always one step ahead or right on our heels. And every single time we make any progress or about to make progress, they snatch it from us and destroy everything that all this history. But if we hit them and we can hurt them, we can put fear into them, hesitance in their step. It'll take time to recover. But we have to strike now.
I want to make sure you're doing this for the right reasons, Laura. Not because you feel this need for vengeance.
It's always the right reasons, Miguel. It's not just about my family, the Croft family. It's about everyone that they affect. Every place they go, they kill innocents. Every place they go, they destroy and bury history they do not like. This is more than just me. This is revenge for everyone they have harmed and everyone they will harm.
But Laura, you have to learn to put yourself first sometimes.
I don't have that luxury, Miguel. I don't. You know I don't.
I understand.
I will be careful. You know I'm careful. And we always come out on top because we're a team. We're family.
You're right. I worry about you, Laura.
I know. But as long as I have you there, we'll succeed. Come. I have a plan. Show me where they're at, and I think I have some contacts.
All right.
And the guy goes, and cut. And there's literally like several people with like cameras and whatnot, and they're like, "Oh, this will be great for the movie." And yeah, the character Laura gets up and is like, "That was really good. Like, if you're ever thinking about, being in the movie business, you're a natural." I got goosebumps. That was really good dialogue. That was all impromptu. Wow.
Yeah, no,
I felt that.
I'm glad,
Like, if you have, I know you're the Leah guy.
Yeah.
But if you want to be in a movie, I got a movie for you, kid.
I mean, I might take up on that offer. I always thought
it won't take too long. It'll take a month of your time. We got all the props. We got all the sets. You're a natural. I hardly think it'll take more than a couple takes per attempt. Maybe especially with this one. That was a wonder. You didn't even stutter. That was good. Wow. Ooh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll have my people get hold of your people.
All right. Well, recommendation: use whatever rerolls you have on the slot machine if you can. And as for hitting Trinity, as they give the air quotes, active or dormant?
Active.
Yeah, fuck. And they do a piercing shriek of a whistle, and everyone kind of migrates to a separate part of the room. And one of the guys comes over from the side. All right, Miguel. If you're going to hit Trinity, you're going to need this. And they're going to kick an old, ancient, rusted footlocker to you in an olive drab green.
Ah, thank you. Cody's going to flip it open.
It's a shotgun. Looks stupidly futuristic. Shiny, polished green, or polished, like, almost platinum. chrome even. Super future shotgun.
Okay, I'm looking like
It's almost like
the
a
chrome.
It's like an aesthetic piece of art. Well, it has a reason. If you ever lose the chromatic shine on that, Voidwalkers will see it. Something about the chromatic polish on that thing. Hard to detect in hand of what it is. That is a void gun. The only thing you can do is shoot a Voidwalker before it shoots you. Although there's a trick to it. I unfortunately don't remember the trick. And this is my only gun, and it's only got 3 shells. I don't think I'll ever find another shell, but hey, for my Miguel, we're gonna hit Trinity. I gotta give you the right gun, right?
Yeah.
So
thank you.
I know our Grandmaster puts bullets for guns like that, or even guns itself, in the slot machine. Because he does that. It's a pure joy to him to just bring utter chaos like that. But it's the Chaotica, man. Pure chaos. So it's luck.
I'm not gonna lie, the first potential technique I ever earned from you guys was truly wondrous.
And I can give you a potential technique that you're wanting, but it'll be acting based.
I think I can act.
Yeah, but you're still owed a technique from us. I can give it to you, or you can pick someone else. It's random, but you know my specialty.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like through this chaos, I found you.
You want it from me?
Yeah.
All right. Now hold out a hand. All right, Miguel. You ready?
Cody's gonna hold out his hand.
And there's one potentia that flows through that legendary handshake. My roommate had walked out, and I said legendary handshake, and he just went, and we did a legendary handshake. He was on his way to the bathroom, and he was just like, legendary handshake. His arm came through the door. It was fucking legendary. One moment. All right. So you're gonna get a Chaotica technique. Oh, you seem to really liking these people.
You gonna spin any of your wheels?
Yeah.
Oh, I have 7 rerolls. Hell yes.
This is gonna be alternate persona. It is a minion that fills on your NPC list.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a complex action, but you can become this guy. You trade character sheets for this guy.
All right.
It takes a full complex action to change back, but you're this guy. You are Miguel.
All right.
It's going to be 2d10 plus 15 for all stats, and then 2 of the stats get a plus 10. Influence will be 5.
All right.
And then you will have 10 check marks of skills of your choice and 5 talents of your choice. This guy is undoubtedly human and not a cultivator.
And sorry, how many checkpoints again?
10 check marks and skills, 5 talents.
The talents can be anything, regardless of cost, as long as the prereqs are met.
All right.
The only way to upgrade Miguel, the persona, is to increase the potential technique, and then Miguel can become stronger.
All right.
You wanted chaos. This is chaos.
All right. I will definitely make sure to do this to fill out Miguel between sessions.
All right, we could do that another time.
Yeah. And then if I get Cody's gonna spin the great wheel of chaos.
Oh, me! I want 100.
Alright.
Oh, you got a birthday cake.
Awesome.
It's actual cake, like a real fucking cake, all the way from Enigma, like one of their best bakeries. And it just says, "Happy birthday, Cody. We didn't forget you. Love, Mom and Dad."
Cody's gonna take that and run away.
Yeah, and there's a luxury cred stick for 10,000 luxury debit.
Okay. Cody's gonna take that.
And there's a personalized card of the like both of them writing to you about how much they miss you, how much they hope you're doing well, how much they love you. And if you ever need to come home, the door is always open.
Cody's gonna take that, run off, and find Ashley and share a cake with Ashley.
It's awkward. Ashley's like, "It'll be a waste on me." Well, I can definitely taste it. I cannot digest any of it.
No, that's fine.
But I do wish to be here with you and support you.
Yeah, I figured it'd be more sentimental at this point, but I like it. And just the two of us.
But Ashley, being the deviant she is, she will go and taste some of the frosting, and with the frosting on her lips, she will snag you over and give you a big, sexy smooch.
Cody just phrases up and goes, "I like that." And yeah, that's all Cody's doing. I think you can come find me in the Leah lab.
Yeah, everyone kind of shows up to the Leah lab. There is the junior investigator there and Supervisor Williams, and he'll go, "All right, despite I know every single one of you has the right to be here."
Or you could ignore me, that's cool.
Oh, sorry.
I said I did just need to talk to E briefly. It's not even a long conversation.
Yeah. You'll arrive at E. He kind of looks over from their crossword.
I'm actually going to head into her cell after. I'm actually going to head directly into her cell after having everybody else leave.
Your lordship.
We have a new priority. It's a very simple one. This will be a brief meeting, all told. I'm actually going off to go do some raiding into a Spectrum base.
I hate them.
Everybody seems to hate them. If you have any tips, I'd take them. But more importantly, first, I have a new priority for you on the base. If I don't return, there is an individual who will become your full and unfettered... They're going to be in charge of you. And they are who you are to protect with all of your efforts and all of your life. The Thunderhead has selected an heir.
An heiress.
Yes. I will I will formally introduce you to them once I have returned, if I return. They're an AI within a mech called Nieth. I will provide you all the info you need on them to be able to locate them if you haven't already.
I have not. I have been a good soldier. I have followed your dictates exactly, and no further.
I appreciate that. She is your top priority now. Her safety.
I will do as I am instructed. I do not have much time left, but whatever life I have left will be given.
I was just looking into extending that if you can.
I will, but it will require...
Oh, I believe the research I saw recommended at least 100,000 potentia.
Or him.
Oh, yes, or him. Yes,
But
you
it's not a
do.
guarantee. He is genius, and I would need to extract every secret he possibly has, and I know he's not going to give it to me.
No. What's more, as a piece of information for you, I have found out he is the projection of a animatronic with 360 black potentia.
There's a pause.
If
I don't know if I could fight that.
I'm sure you could take out the projection itself. I don't know about the
No.
source.
No, that's a black potentia technique. Projection.
The individual is possibly one you may be loosely familiar with from the animatronic project. He's called Mr. Sun.
Remember, Mr. Sun. Oh.
I have an alternate method to get you the potentia necessary. Otherwise, we'd need a life to catalyze it in addition.
We'll give you a numbers assessment game. He may have that many potentia, but my potentia is compounded for each individual one.
Refined.
But on a tactical analysis, he is at least 12,000% more powerful than I am.
We're not engaging with him. I just wanted you to be informed of what's on the other end of that thing's strings.
Then I will not touch it. In fact, that's an anglerfish.
Likely. Regardless. That's what's sitting there. Your task does not change. And if you can extend your life to ensure that you
I needed to build the circuit strong enough, just like the formula, but it needs to be more profound. I need a Liasol.
We'll have to look into it. I'm not sure where we'll find one is the issue.
Understood.
Please,
I could look into it with your permission.
do, yes.
Of course.
The only ones that are off limits is, of course, the Grand Master there.
I could not touch that person. They are poison to this reality.
Researcher Cody is off limits. He is not complete anyway, but he is off limits as he has value to the Thunderhead.
Of course, I would never jeopardize the Thunderhead's mission.
And the last one is actually the Grand Master's brother. While he would be ideal, if he was lost, we would lose her. Unacceptable.
Familial loss does have a negative impact on the mental condition of the individual.
Exactly. So, otherwise, I would consider anything else a viable target, though we would have to discuss the actual acquisition prior to, as I'd have to make sure they're not doing anything important.
I will not overstep my bounds. I will follow your orders.
But select a target.
I will have a list upon your return.
Very good.
There are 2 pieces of advice, as you requested, against Spectrum.
Yes.
Your reality is not real.
I was aware
The
of this
Spectrum
one.
Department has the ability to alter your perception of what is real and what is not. You can tell by two means. One, if you're a animatronic like yourself, run a constant playback of your video logs. The moment there is even a smallest discrepancy, they have overlaid a separate subdimension for yours, which means you have no control over what actually happens. What happens is not real. They can alter the probability. Basically, you can only do wrong. They can only do right. They control the narrative.
Understood.
That's why they will have minimal security staff. They only need a contingent of 8 soldiers and 1 elite to control a Spectrum base.
Any ideas on how to handle that?
Of course. You need a dimensional lodestone. That comes in many forms. There are several touchstones that you can have that completely offset the balance, such as whichever dimension they choose, you have something from a different dimension, such as Phazon, such as Magic, such as Prism, such as Shade, and others. I can tell you've come in contact with them, so they are something I can skim from the briefest interactions of your mind. And yes, mind reading is a power of mine.
Yes,
but only when unstable.
I've become somewhat more familiar with some of the black potentia powers available, and I assume you're able to channel more than one.
Only when I'm stable of mind.
That reminds me, there is one other thing I would like to request of you. I plan to start working on cultivating the biohacking potentia that's within me.
It'll be done, but first we must perfect your Aliyah ring. I will
Agreed.
not jeopardize you.
That was my first step before I worked on it, but I wanted to see as you are the expert in these matters, I will refer back to your own expertise on handling the training of it for whatever
It'll be
degree
done.
you're willing
You
to
just
do.
merely need to give me a priority system as to your objectives. Do I focus on your Aliyah ring, or do I focus on stabilizing myself?
Yours first.
Understood.
Mine is secondary. Mine's a convenience for creating more soldiers.
Second advice against the Spectrum Department.
Yes.
They are masters at running away. If there is a single moment that the base has been jeopardized, even if the security force were to defend it perfectly, the fact that the facility has been discovered, all assets of importance, no matter how small or minute, will be evacuated immediately. You need to shut that down. You need to block their escape route. You need Holyverse to completely contain and lock them in like rats.
All right.
You won't even see a security feature or asset until every single thing of value has been lost. And then even if you shoot them down, their bodies disappear. There's nothing to recover. Even if you kill a Voidwalker, nothing. It's a giant exercise of loss. But if you lock down their dimensional die frequency,
then they will have no choice but to stay.
And even if you kill them, their bodies stick around. But you're going to need a Holyverse unlike anything you've ever seen. Your Lordship, I have what you need, but you're going to need someone who can fucking run a calculation beyond anything you can imagine.
Would you imagine we might be able to get one?
I will give it to you regardless.
Hmm.
Because you are my Lordship, and I want you to succeed. I can't imagine or stand the concept that you will fall.
Oh, one last addition. My title has been officially updated.
Good.
I'm Investigator Regent now.
They will give you a deep bow, Your Highness.
Oh, please none of that.
You are deserved respect. You are most likely the ward of the heiress.
I am. I am to guard her and be her guardian, and her parent even after she comes of age.
And I have chosen correct. I am validated in everything, and all my choice, and my subservience.
One last thing before I leave, because I do need to leave almost immediately, because I am... We're on an unfortunate timer. 051 is not to be trusted. I don't know if he was directly a part of the betrayal or not, but I do not trust him to be more than a rat scurrying underneath the rocks.
Authorization of Black Potentia interrogation techniques. If you fall, of course. I'll get the truth out of him.
If he can be of use to the heiress, then keep him alive. If not, be rid of him.
He'll be of use, but he will spill everything.
That is only if I don't return.
Of
If I
course.
do return, then we will have other plans. The
I
first
will
priority.
wait for your orders. If you return.
Oh, I should.
And they will reach in, and they will kind of literally rip open their vest, and there is a horrific cybernetic, and they will pop a thumb into the flesh and pull out a drive that has been installed between the ribs, and they will hand you, blood covered, a hard drive.
And I will accept it, blood covered and all.
That is the Prism file. Prism is a containing mirror. Nothing may escape the Prism.
Interesting.
You can shatter it, but it does not mean it's gone. It merely creates more reflections, entrapping you further. And if you're not a specialist in Prism, there's nowhere to go. It's an infinite solitary confinement.
Alright.
Compounded on infinite reflections of itself. Do not get caught permanently in the reflections. Stay to reality. Shy away from the fringe. And get out before the prism. I don't know the word for it. It's not of this world. You'll know. There's a dread that comes. A wrongness. And before it locks into place, you need to get out. For everything that is locked in there is gone forever. It is no longer real. It's not of this plane. But it isolates everything within during the operational period. No dimensional tomfoolery.
Yes.
But the individual who could possibly even set up a proper prism field, I don't think there's a Leah technician alive capable of doing it. They just don't have the math.
I wonder if a tier 4 quantum will handle it.
Not even close.
I didn't think so. I'll handle it one way or the other. And E, thank you.
Your Highness. Anything for the Thunderhead.
You have my thanks nonetheless.
Of course.
She will turn and leave.
And they will button up their vest. And they'll go back to their crossword. They have 4 other cybernetic implants in between ribs. That's one of 4 drives.
And I'm not going to ask, much as I really want to. Focus is what we're doing right this moment.
Everyone meets up at Cody's lab, and Cody's just like,
Why are we meeting up here?
Oh, Ashley's lips are delicious, especially with the. Oh.
Why are we meeting up here and not some whatever?
Yeah, Ashley was super seductive, by the way, Cody. The frosting kiss. Oh.
Yeah, Cody's just kind of.
I'm gonna look at the lab. Follow you out to the rest of the other people.
Supervisor Williams will come over. Not to insult you or cause problems, investigator, but if you could in the future, just mention to me that you need the space.
Apologies. We're on a time crunch that some people have set on us.
I understand. Merely send me your request and I will have the staff silently leave.
Once again, I apologize. It's just...
Oh yeah, I just had the staff leave.
You should have had the staff leave, Cody.
No, she's like, it's okay, investigator. We were merely working with peak efficiency down to the second. We will leave and depart. Have a great day. And she will run a kind of a, as she kind of efficiently walks by, she'll run a single pointer finger across the back of Cody's neck, just like nothing ever happened.
Cody shivers.
Right.
Hold on here, guys.
Oh, Margrave, I did give her a report on what's going on, and
everything will be handled. Safe travels.
All right. I was about to say I will have her meet us here so she can get a final brief if she needs it, but like if
she'll remote in, there are things that need to happen.
Yeah, I'll go over. I make sure she has everything in hand, and she knows everything we're up to, because I'm keeping Margrave in the loop.
Yeah, she's your junior investigator, of course.
Yep.
And there is another junior investigator in the corner.
Oh, I shoot him already. I'm like, tell 051 we're going to be gone for a while.
Destination?
Classified.
An excuse?
Tell him that I have Cody working on an extended project in my laboratories. And that I am not to be disturbed.
Of course.
Anything
it will be reported as you dictate.
Anything else is to be directed through my own junior investigator, Margrave, and you're to coordinate with her if necessary.
Understood. And they will bow at their head and leave, along with Williams and all the other Leah staff. And you're left in a super white and silver and sterile Leah lab. It's almost uncomfortable about how perfect every surface is and how clean it is.
I like the lab.
It is so creepily perfect. Nyx, of course, just thumps down the scythe so there is now a hole in the floor.
Oh yeah, you put a divot in the floor.
Just standing the scythe.
You can almost feel the collective wince of some Leah technician somewhere who's in charge of the lab.
As Luna was like, I like your lab. I like how clean it is.
Kunk!
It is,
of course,
strange.
Yeah, I like it too. Jack?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you're in the lab. You're with the boys. It's almost time to get the fuck in there.
Okay.
Time to get stuck in.
Things to note that I have learned along the way, because we're going to need to pool some info if anybody's gotten anything new. Number one, I'm going to actually pull out the drive and hand it to Cody.
Cody, this drive has a different weight to it that can't be recognized on this plane.
This is a Prism Holyverse. It is designed to trap, rather specifically, the Spectrum Department, so they can't just flee. We'll have to enact it before we even engage the base, because if we don't, by the time we get there, they'll all be gone.
With everything of value. But there's an operational time. and it depends on the ability of the individual using the verse to depend how much time you got.
We're going to need somebody very good, preferably your master if we can swing it, though I don't know if she's available.
Master's still sleeping.
Yeah, no.
This
Cody's
is
going to take a moment and...
This is going to require roughly at least a tier 6, probably a tier 7 quantum to run.
It is a -200 Leah roll or a -100 Holyverse roll.
Cody's going to look like, oh my god.
You can't understand 70% of the math.
By the way,
it makes Leah Holyverse look like high school calculus.
By the way, Matt, I do add this to my collection of holy verses.
You can't even.
I can't? Okay, that's cool.
No, you will run out of hard drive space.
Okay, then I won't. For now, I'm like...
You look at it and you're like, that hard drive has more memory space than your brain box by 3 times.
So, that is thing 1. Thing 2... when we go in here, if we don't activate that, everything's just going to be gone. They'll deploy the security afterwards, more to kill us than to secure anything. Security team should only be at max 8 people, including the Voidwalker who should be watching it. If they're extra secure about it, there might be 2 Voidwalkers.
I was told there would be 2 Voidwalkers, as Cody's still looking at his calculations, trying to understand it.
Second, Voidwalkers. If you have a gun that can harm them, which the Ace Captain provided me with 2, but if you have them, all you have to do is breach their containment. Once their containment is breached, the Void will consume them and they will be gone. That said, you need to run predictive calculations to actually hit them, because they don't move in sync with time.
Cody
if you are shooting... What was that?
Cody holds up his shotgun.
That's a spread gun. Oh, fuck.
It helps.
Oh, that helps so much more than a fucking accurate pistol. That is... You just clip somebody with that.
All we have to do is hit them to breach the containment, but you do need to predict where they're going to be, not just based off of their motions, but where they would be possibly in relation to reality. It's weird. It's going to be a very complex targeting calculation.
Nix is just going to be like, can I get one of those pistols then? Because
I'll spin a butt to you.
He'll take it and put it in one of the holsters in his belt, because and he'll be like,
all it does is 1d10 plus 2, pen 2.
Yeah, but my mask, he's not saying this out of character, but my mask seems to be able to track their paths.
It has a better predictive value. Yes, it does. It's a little bit more aware.
So, important thing to note, and I will be monitoring this for signs of this myself, but when we get into this, they aren't going to be using traditional security methods. They're going to try to change the reality around us into one that we are not capable of succeeding in. That's it. That is their main security method.
Mm-hmm. And how do we bypass that?
The Holyverse. You have to trap them in it, in its essence. That basically solidifies them and forces them onto a semi-even battlefield.
That's not what you were told.
Was it not? What was it?
No, we needed a lodestone, something that could anchor to another dimension, preventing them from layering theirs over top of us.
That's Liam forgetting stuff, not Luna.
Prism is one of those options, though. I mean, that's what she
the Prism prevents people from fleeing, but that doesn't mean they can't layer the dimensions inside the Prism.
Then let me change that. We need a lodestone of reality, either one that anchors you solidly to one, or preferably an alternate one.
Like that Shade Tech vest you
Exactly like
you
that
told
Shade
me to
Tech
bring?
vest. Leah would work. Phase
Leah's less
on.
effective.
I said it would work. I didn't say it was good.
Magic.
Magic would work, yes.
I would even know where to get a Phazon lodestone at.
You don't.
You would be a lodestone,
if you
I
were
guess.
to invoke the Phazon formula, you would
I
be
can-
a god inside the prism for
Yeah.
about 10 minutes,
For dying.
and then you would retire your character.
So that's the general what we're dealing with.
Well, Nyx will slip on that Shade Tech vest.
You don't know how it works.
Yeah, he's gonna sit there and see if he can figure it out.
That this is happening tonight,
Okay.
so last minute, is inconvenient.
Yep.
I will, before we start,
We're not
everyone
starting
will
tonight.
get
I'm
40
going
merit.
to bed.
Oh, you're going to bed?
My man, I have work tomorrow. We are
7
not
point anyway,
starting
Matt.
tonight.
So yeah.
All right, well, 40 merit for everyone.
Cool.
30 merit, you said?
40.
40.
40.
Oh, Jesus.
Quattro Sero.
Right.
That brings me up to 50.
Me too. I got 51 actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta one up me by that 1 point.
Sashi.
But yeah, no, I need like this is where I'm calling it for me tonight. I'm not.
I'm also calling it for myself. I just wanted to go over with Matt something quick before we do stuff.
Well, I want to go to the Korn concert tomorrow, but I don't want to spend $300, so... if people want to play, or if they're available later tomorrow night to do a little foray.
Well, I've got a laptop I can use at work now, so well, I would have to pop off occasionally to go do my patrols. That'd be the worst of it.
I am busy all day tomorrow, unfortunately.
Even late into the night?
Even late into the night.
Well, you know
Alright.
what? It isn't the fucking Spectrum raid. So, bop off early.
It's cool, man. We don't have to do shit tomorrow. You're not free. I'll talk to you guys later because I gotta get off. Good night.
See you
Alright.
later.
See you, Liam. Johnny, thank you for playing. We will end it here. I'll conversate with the other two. But yes.
Yeah, I was. I wanted to bring this up at the end of session because I didn't want to put it through things. I got my 5 stars worth of things for a positive quality now. But,
darn.
I wanted to go over with you the bad blood for a moment before we do that. Because I was.
Ezekiel? Or
Yeah.
are you sure you don't want to do manipulative?
Manipulative.
You really had bad blood with Ezekiel.
Yeah, I
He's
was just wondering what else I would put it towards for bad blood, but I don't really have anyone.
Yeah. I mean, Ezekiel would be a perfect option, but you've also kind of reconciled with him a little bit.
Yeah.
Your character is very forgiving as to what he's done to you because you've kind of looked at it and went, yeah, this is fucking awful. And I can't even call him a father figure because no father would ever do this to me. But he is always, everything he's done has made me stronger, more powerful. He's cruel, but no one will ever hurt me again other than him.
Yeah. All right, I'll just get manipulative then.
Yeah, especially because of your new position. Like, hey, look at all these mechs, and the base commander goes, fucking grab everything, and you are the one in charge of who gets what. And it's like, power, baby.
All right, that's no big deal. So, I'm thinking about this mysterious element here.
If you so choose. What about Adamantine Pathfinder?
That's my other option. There's a few things for mysterious element that are possible. I was thinking. I was thinking Leah is an option, but it's not an option. The other option I was thinking of was some type of absence. Not like null per se, but a way to separate the two elements I have right now, wood and metal.
I will give you. You only need to do that with Potentia. You don't need to spend a legendary quality on it.
And the other option was void, but I don't know. Been trying to think of how to deal with this black potentia for IQ.
This is not happening would be amazing for you. Because it would also stack with your overdrive.
Yeah.
Once Upon a Time is right up your fucking alley because that's the type of player you are. Especially because we are running real close
to
the
it would be good bang for buck.
The first arc.
Yeah.
So yeah. Once Upon a Time would be amazing. Give me a gimmick would be rather potent in this setting. Eternal Fortress would really help you with extremely difficult Potentia techniques and or
uses on the mind, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Adamantine Pathfinder would be like if you had been squashed by Britannia, you would literally go, I'm good, my brother.
Yeah,
I get back up, my brother. Oh, that was a spicy. Oh my goodness.
I was thinking that too because since I have like a nano reserve now, and my health is equal to my nanites clusters.
The obliteration one may not sound like it's usable, but as long as you have a coin on person.
Right. Yeah.
Which of course you could purchase.
Yeah, I've definitely.
Person, and you would just have the currency in pocket.
I've definitely been thinking
you got some
about
choices.
It. Yeah.
You got a lot of choices. Mysterious Element will be a lot more difficult to utilize than the Sunday game. That's just, fortunately, kind of the way the design of the game works.
I was just thinking of getting something magic related before this next place, that's all.
Well, I can't really help you too much with that because you don't really have any meaning with the magic faction.
Besides,
and no one's really sought out the magic faction either. It's a little too late for that at the same time. Yeah, no one's gone to any lengths into looking into if there's a magic faction on base. So, yeah. But maybe next session after the Spectrum raid.
Yum,
yum, yum, yum, yum.
GM.
Well, 1 sec. Think on it, Johnny.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You guys can go ahead.
Good night, Johnny.
Good night.
Be safe, Johnny.
Do my best.
Your question.
Yes, I reached the first threshold in the Mind Pillar.
Oh my. Really?
Yeah.
Well, fuck a duck.
That's why I was asking, because I was only like 15 off from reaching. That's why I was asking, because I knew you were talking about wanting to update the thresholds for the merit.
Yep, I will actually post that in chat. I should change it right now.
100, 200, 300, 400,
Nope,
500.
75, 125. 200. Um, oh, no. There we go. So it's let me type it in chat for my homies. If that needs to be gone over, we will. There we go. If you apply, if you have success, then that is what you get. Yep. So it's plus 50, plus 75, plus 100, plus 125, and so on. So next one would be plus 150. So 575.
Wait, so those are the levels you have to reach now to get
the threshold bonuses.
Ah, okay.
Does he reach some?
Yeah, so that if you get 75 expenditures in a single outer pillar, you get the threshold bonus. Because I'm not giving out that much merit this session, so Johnny at one point went, "Hey, those thresholds are a little unreasonable," and I went, "You know what? You're right, dude." So I was contemplating on it. I had a solution. I had run the numbers I wanted, and Char reminded me to put them in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's those are the numbers. And I will do the at Enigma Mecha Boys, so that everyone can be like. Thank you for reminding me. I actually had come up with the numbers. I just forgot to put them in.
It's all good.
I may just want to spend some merit to reach a couple of pillars myself.
Yeah, I know, it's nice. All right, so which pillar, Char?
So mine was the Mind Pillar threshold that I got.
Oh, of course, my homie. Of course. All right.
And I figured.
Let me see some bookwork.
Yep.
On the Cody. Right. Mine engineering. Okay. And oh my. All right. So we have Leah. Mind select Leah.
Mhm.
So I see that you have a mind select Leah for 5. But
Yeah.
you also mind select Leah again.
Oh, sorry. Let me clarify that
That's 10. So if you target from the same pillar on the same Leah inspiration.
Yes.
So you
use
get
mind select to target the talent, my Leah inspiration.
What do you mean by that?
To up the bonus from 10 to 20.
Let's not call it inspiration because
Mhm.
that is part of the research path.
Fair
You
enough.
can find another word that would be
One sec.
ingenuity would be a good word.
Yeah.
Or something that is not the word inspiration, because that is the word I used that is required for insights to improve a research, and that can be very confusing.
Yeah.
So you have, and then the second one would be 10, because 5 then 10. So this would cost you
Would it be
5
5
more.
to 10 because 5 was for the talent.
Oh,
select.
sorry. Mind
Yeah.
talent, mind select. You're correct. Actually, that is correct.
Mhm.
Oh, you're getting good at this. Okay. Mind talent to build the talent. Mind select to increase it by the
5
next.
or 10. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Awesome. And then you did mind select Eureka. What am I looking at here, my friend?
So the mind select Eureka I had posted to you was to get an additional +1 research for the Eureka talent. Or for the Eureka.
No, not another +1. That
Okay.
for 5 merit, that's not. It's too much.
All right. How much would it cost then? Because before the 45, I had 5 remaining merits.
I know. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a thing of cost to increase the +1s.
Mhm.
You can boost potentially some of the research you get
Mhm.
when you get it, but I'm not going to be giving you additional progress unless it's a conflux around
Alright.
Eureka, because another +1, you're more efficient than a machine.
Mhm.
And you're still biological. And for 5 merit, that's a little too good to be true.
Okay.
But you can of course come up with a new idea or completely refund it if that's not what you'd like.
I mean, I just have to spend 5 points in the mind pillar somewhere.
Have you already bought a mind talent?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ingenuity.
What about a new knowledge?
I was actually thinking about doing an intrinsic.
That would be good for you, especially for Leah
An
base.
intrinsic. You do not have a mind intrinsic.
No.
That would be cool. Would you like to do that instead? I mean, you have 45 merit even after the mind select, so you have 50 total.
Yeah, so I'll just like refund that for a mind intrinsic.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I was thinking about doing I don't know, cause like I was thinking about doing an intrinsic on my my Leah eyes.
All right.
Because right now it can just transmit data and burst, right? Like it just helps me understand. Let me double check my potential.
Well, also, before you, as
Mhm.
I don't know, piece suggestion, you can
Mhm.
also have it so that you get a might intrinsic to increase your muscle mass,
I could.
and a swiftness intrinsic to increase your agility.
Mhm.
And you can do an intrinsic for each of them
I was thinking about
to
that.
increase your body and your mind and your spirit for your Leah transition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One in each pillar, essentially.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a conflict because there's a limit to those, but yeah, you can totally do one on each pillar.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, let's do that then.
But for the intrinsics, I do need a a focus. Like, what are you looking for? And you may want to hold off on your merit because you're going into spectrum.
But that's the thing. We can't spend merits in battle.
Yes,
Remember?
Yeah, that's true.
No. Yeah,
Yeah.
for Enigma, you set it to where we couldn't.
Yep.
So
very true.
that's why it's like spend it now while we still can.
Do you want to change that play though, Matt? Because I'd be happy if you did that.
Nope. I want to stick by it to see how it goes.
Yep.
I actually kind of like it.
I really like it too.
It's the planning element.
So that's why I was gonna do mind intrinsic. Would that be mind? Because it's not perception. That would probably be spirit. But
tell me what you're looking for.
To help Cody see rifts. Kind of like how we saw the Shadow Stalkers or Void Walkers after image.
That'll be actually pretty expensive for a very, very niche power.
Yeah.
Depends on how much you want to spend and how much you're willing to go for it. Because it's not going to be a single 5-point purchase. We're probably looking to spend your entire nest egg to get something that you still have to roll on.
That's fair.
It's going to be very nasty, but I mean, it might be worth it, it might be not, because this may not be the last time you come across Spectrum. Who knows?
I mean, with us diving in dick first, you know. Oh, actually, no, because that is a whole downtime action hero thing. Would I be able with the mind intrinsic add wounds to my health?
You can also just select with wounds. That would also work. But
well, no, like add your int to your wound total.
Oh, there's a yeah, you can do that. There's also, I think there's a positive quality called Mind Over Matter too, if you want to buy that.
Yeah, there is a positive quality Mind Over Matter that adds your willpower to your
willpower bonus is
Mind over damage. The mind is often considered the most powerful well instead of the tough. Oh, it's instead of the toughness bonus. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to do that, sure. Let's yeah, let's do mind intrinsic. Soak. And that will allow you to apply your intelligence modifier to your wounds. So it'd be mind intrinsic wounds. Yeah. Yeah, just instead of soak, wounds. Sorry, because that's what
Yeah.
you wanted instead of soak.
Yeah. And that would be 5 or 10.
Since you have an unnatural, go ahead and add your bonus again. Since it's wounds, that's not too
Okay.
bad. So you're gonna have quite a few, you know.
Yeah.
So you're gonna look at 12 wounds added.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. You got quite a few right there. That's 25 HPs. Now you're at 20. Yeah, that's a lot of. That's a big HP bonus for only 5 Maritos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
And then that would give me my threshold for the
Okay.
Mind Pillar.
All right, let's take a peeky peek at that.
Got your Mind Pillar threshold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 75 is the first threshold marker, because since I'm not giving out as much.
Yep.
And I already put in the characteristic bonuses.
All right. That's very nice, ain't it, just?
Yep. So then only thing I was wondering then was the earn a new skill, talent, or ability. I had an idea.
Did you get a fate? You got your fate point?
Yep.
All right.
Or boon?
Yep.
Earn any skill, talent, or ability utilizes weapon skill, agility, perception, or int as its core stat.
You're looking at might, Matt. Almost.
Am I looking at might?
Int,
I am looking at
willpower,
might.
fellowship, or
Ooh.
toughness.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yep. Int, willpower, fellowship, or toughness. Yep. Thank you for pointing that out. All right. So what are we looking at here?
I was thinking about getting basically inescapable for my Leah techniques.
Oh. Let me take a look at your character sheet. You have 4 Leah. That's dope. Okay. It'll be a modified one.
Okay.
Sure. Your calculations are strong, but it'll be half inescapable, but it'll be rounded up in your favor.
You know, spend merit in that too, Chuck.
Yeah, you can always spend merit, but it's going to be half.
Good though.
But you got it. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to half your successes,
Okay.
and not in your total roll, but it'll be half the negative that the others get.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a -20, it'll only be a -10. If you get a 3 degrees, it'll be a -20, since it's in your favor. But
I have also. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's not as potent as true inescapable, but it is.
Yeah.
We'll call it the slippery slope.
Because like if I just went and rolled this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna assume I did full focus for this. Yeah. Half 15.
Just know that. Oh god, that's gonna be 8.
8.
Minus 80. Just know this though. It must be you applying an ability on somebody, and they do a roll. This is not if you cast an area of an effect.
So single target. Gotcha.
Starts at single target, they get half the bonus or half the negative.
Yeah.
That's I have to do it because you're going to be abusing this. It's kind of like those Cultivator and Wuxia novels where the main character gets a stupidly strong ability and then goes, "Oh, I don't really care what I come across in my travels. I'm just going to improve this one ability because it's broken as fuck."
Yep.
Yeah. Minus 80, even to a computer that's trying to fight you.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a problem. So if you have a tier 4 quantum and they're doing Leah and they have 4 check marks, they get a plus 80. Or sorry, plus 70.
Mhm.
Plus 30, and then a plus 40 for their tier. And you're like, huh, suck my neck, I have plus I'm rolling at a minus 10. Okay. That's
It still hurts.
that hurts.
Yep.
And that, of course, going to be improved upon by merit. It is going to be. It's not going to be great. The efficiency.
No.
Because it's going to hurt across the board. It might even be worth it to conflux it.
Yeah.
Or at least braid it or bind it to start, and then improve it as you go. But yeah.
And then I've also figured out with that minus 100 roll on my Holyverse, I could potentially pull it off.
Remember, Leah is different than Holyverse.
That is, yes. I could potentially pull it off. With a minus 100, I could be rocking. So my Holyverse gets a plus 30 from the skill check marks with a plus 10 from my unnatural intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And if I do a full focus, that is 100 right there. So I'll be just rolling base Holyverse.
You could, but the degrees of success matter. Because that is the amount of time the prism is stable. That is your operational field. Every degree of success is a minute of stability. Every 10 seconds is a turn.
Yeah.
So if you get 1 degree of success, that's 60 seconds. That could be an eternity in a spectrum base, especially if they layer on multiple dimensions to fight you.
Yep.
That could be 6 hours of fighting.
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute. Or if you roll and you stack and you get like 11 degrees of success, that's 11 fucking minutes. That could be years in conflict, especially if it's a very elusive fighting, very guerrilla tactics. 11 minutes in the real world, and you guys come out 2 years later like, I can get my leg back, right? No, you're out of culture for that nano. I don't know if you can even graft new nano on that. That's a dimensional wound. Right, we're talking some of the nastiest fighting you can get your hands on. Because if they want to do a prolonged fight, they'll just stack dimension on dimension on dimension, and then everything slows down by days, months. You'll be in there a while.
Yep. And unfortunately, Cody does not have the time to find the proper Holyverse to unstack dimensions.
But Prism, oh gosh, that you got your hands on that thing.
Yeah.
And this is different. This is the complete opposite of the Leah dimension. On the other side of the spectrum. It's a little frightening.
Yeah.
Because your brain is not unequipped. You are a very smart boy.
Mighty Mark.
Yeah. You know what this means. Even if you don't understand it, the small percentage that you do understand it gives you a gist of what the hell this thing's about. It's not, none of it's good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're a fucking chaos gremlin. Who the fuck cares? Let's get the hell in there. Well, this is an exciting twist.
I know, right? Take a casual adventure back to Enigma. Hey, let's go raid a Spectrum base.
I'm gonna laugh. We get there and fucking. He's like, I forgot. Let's do it next week.
No,
I would just die
I'm
laughing.
not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Shangri-La is not airheaded like that. They would have specifically, if they was going to be next week, as the most ideal opportunity, they'd have been like, oh, hey, I'll meet you in a week. No, they said, I'll see you at midnight.
And
boys, take care. Peace.
you too.